Let me turn this stuff over here so I can see what you guys are saying. Yeah, baby. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Happy Friday to everybody.
Russia seemed to report that Russia government reportedly did not use the sovereign fund to buy stocks this week.
So you got that 450. Okay, so we're going to talk about some stuff this morning. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? Welcome back. Hope everybody's ready for the weekend. Sorry I was late this morning. I got children and I got juggling children, right? I feel, you know what I feel like? It's weird. When my children were young, I would watch movies where you'd see the haggard parents, and I think that I've become more haggard as they get older. Less so when they were younger, but now that I'm older, it's like they're like right in that weird age. Got some put buyers on the SPY right now. Welcome, everybody. You're all here, right? Good job, good job. We can see sellers right off of... Turn this music down here. I don't like my my mic this morning. I don't like. Let's just switch it over. Turn that shit off. Okay. I gotta take a look at this and see what's going on. Yeah, it looks like my properties are good. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Right off the gate this morning, you can see that there's some sellers above here, right on the SPY and on the market. This is to be expected. You know that bears have been loading up all week long. There's been a couple opportunities this week to take short or put positions, but it's only in relief in these channels that continue to trade higher. Now we'll take a look right here because we're going to go through the spot gamma report this morning. Now they're claiming on spot gamma there's some support here at 450. We'll take a look at this real quick. We'll make it fast because I know some of you don't have access to this. But there is some interesting information this morning, okay? And that's that our volatility estimate dropped another notch with yesterday's rally to the close. We are now looking for an open-close range of just 0.67% versus 0.9% the past several sessions. So that's a very small trading range, okay? And 1.4% last week. Support lies at 4,500. All right, so mark that down on your charts. That support is at 4,500, and resistance is at 4,535. So that's a pretty small range, right? If you guys are thinking about ranges, 4,535 is small, right? And you already know that we're looking for a bounce right now, currently on the SPY at 4,500, which doesn't leave a lot of room for movement here, right? And what's admittedly taken us a bit by surprise is the destruction of ultra-short dated implied volatility. Below is the VIX term structure. This has surprised many people on Twitter, hasn't it? We might talk about this at some point later today. I tried to post some stuff on Twitter last night, the regular handle, about what should do well in this regime that we're in right now. And one of the pointy in parts is small caps should do well in this regime right now. Now, what admittedly takes surprise is the destruction of ultra-short dated implied volatility below is the VIX term structure. And you can see how quickly it has gone from strong backwardation blue to contango black. Didn't see anybody talking about that this morning either. This reversal makes sense given the passing of FOMC and OPEX. But while the VIX is currently near 21, which implies a 1.3% daily moves, right? And not like the 0.6%, the SPX straddle expiring today is just greater or equal to $34. Or 0.75% move, meaning there could be a pin to the straddle, right? Our gamma-based volatility forecast for today is only 0.67%, which suggests this straddle is fairly valued, right? We're pretty much at where the straddle's at, right? So we'll keep scrolling down here. Well, the S&P was unpinnable the last several weeks. It hit 4,500 and stopped dead. You can see this in the chart below with the 5-day realized volatility metric, second chart red line. It's also apparent in the distribution of recent returns, red bars bottom chart versus last 30 days blue. This stall in price action was brought out, or has brought out sellers of weekly options and risk on via short-dated call buying in single stocks. Have we seen that in the last couple days? Risk on and single stocks. Anyone see the familiar names in here? Tesla, NVIDIA, GME, etc., at all, right? This type of flow in the weeklies was absent for all of March, but has flipped back on, suggesting a large speculative risk appetite. Now, you remember yesterday before we opened yesterday, and it's funny because yesterday at the end of the day, I talked about. I'm going to switch this over so you can watch the movements here on. I'll come back to spot gamma for a moment. But yesterday, it's interesting because yesterday you and I talked yesterday morning, and then later in the day, I saw a bunch of bears and bulls out there saying this isn't the volume that you're looking for. And I think that there's a mix-up in volume because I'm seeing even bulls out there saying we don't make big moves unless it's a low volume day. Yeah, we all know that. We all know it's not on big volume days, and I think that somehow there's a miscommunication here. Okay, and I think some people are mixing up not necessarily the ones that are doing the correcting. I think the ones doing the correcting are mixing up the volume that's being talked about in some circles, and that volume is not high or low volume. It's the volume that hasn't been in the market. And we looked at that yesterday morning. It's the fact that there's a bid in the market right now that is not the normal bid when things are bullish, right? So even the bid that's in the market right now, even though it was low volume rips that got us here, the money is still on the sidelines. And so the talk isn't about, hey, if we had more volume in the market, it's not geared towards, oh, yeah, we're going to have a big volume day and the market's going to keep going up, da-da-da. I'm not going to mention who I read that from yesterday, but I know that there's a miscommunication, and I think that people out there don't realize that the volume that people are talking about is not a size volume. It's the fact that there's money on the sidelines. And when we were looking at the indicators yesterday, the point was this can trade sideways and up for some time before it rolls and we get a nice big fat dip.
Senator Manchin indicating that he will support the nomination of Supreme Court nominee Jackson.
But the key is this. The key is that there's money on the sidelines that still hasn't come in. And if that money were to come into the market, right, that you would see another fucking Vanna rally with no major dip. So is it possible that happens? Sure. Are there curling up? Are there indicators underneath the surface that are saying it's curling up? Yes. Does it mean that the money's going to come into the equity market? Nobody knows right now, and it hasn't come in. Has it gone into the gold market yet? Into the Bitcoin market yet? No. Where was some of it? It was in metals. It was in commodities like oil and gas. It was in bonds, and bonds just shit the bed. So if that money flights to safety to equities at any moment, at any fucking moment, you can see another rip to all-time highs with just that money alone. So that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Now, I'm not saying we're going all-time highs. And I think we do get a pullback. We trade sideways. But the key here is this, and I think that the indicators usually tell the truth, especially the one we were looking at yesterday morning, the main one, right? That we'll get the pullback. We'll get all that stuff. But this whole conversation about the market's going to not just roll over, but burn to the depths of hell, yeah, that's a possibility too. But you know what? It's just as much of a possibility as that money leaving oil, gas, and anything else you can see out there, Bitcoin or whatever, and dumping itself, bonds, and dumping itself inside of the stock market. And then I went back yesterday and looked at the credit market. And I'm not saying the credit market's telling a different story. The credit market's always right. Bond market's always right. I'll tell you what. It fucking burned from fucking January, right? December or January until now. And further from that, when I look back in history, I've seen turnarounds in the credit market and the fucking stock market go up. So, you know, it's not like it's at the worst fucking possible moment out there. So the key takeaway is this, right? Someone's going to be wrong at some point. And the best thing to do where we are right now is probably just be cash on the sidelines. If you're a bull and you're cash on the sidelines, you can get confirmation if we're going up. If you're a bull, you can be cash on the sidelines. We can burn it all down and you can jump back in again, right? So if anything, you're in the best positioning right now as a bull, especially if you bought that bottom, right? If you're a bear, you're kind of fucked. Or not fucked, but you can get fucked here, right? Because if we trade sideways and up, you're going to get fucked. If we trade straight up from here, you're going to get fucked. Your only chance right now as a bear is to hope that this shit not only rolls over. I guess you can make some money on a rollover, right? We trade sideways and down for a little bit. But your only fucking chance is that it fucking dumps to the pits of hell. You've only got 3 options. As a fucking bull, you got many options at this point. Okay? And the fact is that if that money does come back into this market, this market will rip. This market not only will rip, but it'll stay green for anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 months. We still have another ER cycle coming up where you know that money can come into the market at that point. So just be aware of that as you trade forward. Be aware of what the context of volume is that's going on in the back corners of FinTwit, of financial circles, and stuff like that, okay? And then the question still becomes, where are you going to make your money? How do you beat inflation? And how do you put some risk on? If you're out there sitting on bonds and you're losing your fucking ass, I'm not talking about today, but since January, if you've been losing your ass, you have to put risk on. You see, and it's funny because there are these finance or hedge funds out there that even have baskets of shit stocks where they end up letting off their shorts and they trade them and rip them up higher. And we've seen that happen multiple times at OPEXs, at monthly OPEXs and quad witchings. So anyway, my point stands though. If you're a bull right now, you're sitting better than any fucking bear could. And we all saw the market roll over in January. This wasn't fucking rocket science, the market rolling over in January. And it didn't take long to get to roll over. And if you traded it up and down, you made more than someone that was just short the entire time. And some of you follow me on fucking Twitter and here on YouTube and know this. We've had this discussion. These are my friends. Close your shorts, take your fucking money, and then come back to reshort again. Right? We've had that conversation many fucking times, and people get fucking salty about it. But right now, I'm fucking salty. I'm fucking salty because I'm sitting here watching what people are saying on Twitter, and I'm like, get fucked. Get fucking straight fucked. We're here to make money. You should have made the turn when it is, even if it was days later, you should have made the turn. And even now, as a bull, you're in a better position than you could ever be being upside down as a bear right now, trying to time a top. Right here, right now, trying to time a top. Your risk of this being a top is higher than a bull just sitting out for the next week or two and seeing where this market goes. Taking your money as a bull off the table, waiting for confirmation that we're going sideways and up, even a small pullback and then up again, resuming up. You have two options. In your third option, if the market does trade sideways or roll over, is you're still sitting on cash to buy the next bottom. So as a bull, you're still better off today than you ever would fucking be as a fucking perma bear. And I guess I don't talk about that too often, but I'm going to talk about it this morning. I'm not mad, but, I'm on fire this morning. It's a Friday. So we're going to go back to the spot gamma report over here. Can't make that turn. Shit, you can only turn your head fucking left once. You can't turn right. We trade up and down here. We're not just a bull. We're not just a bear. And if you had to be one of two of them, you should be a fucking bull. Even if you have to manage your accounts actively, you should be a bull still 70% of the time. Historically. See, now you know I am a bull. Anyways. So that's my point here, okay? So there is some risk coming onto the market, okay? Speculative risk appetite. That ain't FOMO. Just large speculative risk appetite. Furthermore, one other thing that isn't pointed out in here this morning is that we talked about all week, there's a bid in SPX. There's a bid in SPX. Fuck the SPY. Look at SPX. Look, they're trying to pin SPX into this close. The weird thing is SPX and SPY and ES are really, there's a real divergence right now. And if you pay attention right now to SPX, don't trade it, just pay attention to it. Chart it. There's a different story being told. They do talk about it in Spot Gamma this morning. There's a different top in SPX than there is in SPY. Do you know why? Because there's a fucking bid in SPX by banks. So anyway, and we're going to talk about this morning. We're going to keep getting into it over here. There is still certainly geopolitical risk. We think that leads to traders still wanting to hold some longer dated volatility. Therefore, the steep contango likely remains. However, the demand to sell this week's options was strong and supports markets. We also saw call open interest in the S&P 500 coming in the 4,500 to 4,550 range, indicating that this area just north of 4,500 is now where the options fair value point is. This syncs with our value models too, which are now neutral compared to a few days ago. It's also of note that while the call wall strike for SPY holds at 450, the call wall for SPX is up at 4,600. 4,600 is the strike with the largest call interest. You've seen the SPX calls come in on flow algo all week long, right? Not on the SPY. You saw a little bit on the SPY, $1 million here, $1 million there. But where did you see the bid come in? SPX. If the market was greater than 4,600, we classified as overbought. But current SPX prices seems to coincide with fair value idea above. So while we still see the air pocket down below 4,500, this appears to be a rally through attrition, declining vol, and passing time as time passes, right? Now, this leads me into the next part of what I posted on Twitter, which was that sideways trade, right? You're going to end up seeing OPEX come in. I'm going to scroll through this nice and slow so you guys have all your levels for you. You can always come back and get this stuff. And the point that I was trying to make to you was that you've got a pin into this weekend, but furthermore, no one's talking about this on Twitter either. You've got an OPEX today. You got an OPEX on, you got two days off. You got another fucking OPEX on Monday. You got the next OPEX on Wednesday, but then you've got an OPEX on Thursday for the SPY and on Friday for the SPY. And you got an OPEX on Monday and 2 more days off. Any of you out there that have traded, whenever you've seen like a wonky day off or wonky long weekends, or you've seen wonky weekends or end of months when you get that extra OPEX or that extra daily OPEX on the SPY, it can get wild in the day trade, but you often don't see huge moves in those OPEX dates. Sometimes, but not often. Sometimes you see that pin just hold right throughout all of those OPEXs. It's kind of like, thanks for fucking playing for the last 3 months, and don't fuck around now. We're going to take our money and run. So just think about that. Think about the fact that some stocks have been beaten down for 15 fucking months. 15. Now, I'm not a bag holder of fucking SQ or any of these other shit, not shit companies, but, you know, considered shit stonks. But some of you out there were. And I know some of you out there are fucking salty about it. And so when you think about 15 months of a down market for your favorite stock, that's got to suck. When you've got another 3 months down on indexes and some other stocks out there, it's got to suck. And so when someone's out there on Twitter telling you, well, fucking, it's going to fucking burn this weekend today on fucking Friday, maybe the market will crash today, but I'm fucking finding it hard to believe. It's not fucking adding up to today. And let's say it does fucking burn today. So what do? Put my cash on the sidelines for one day, come back to you on Monday and say, what the fuck? I mean, seriously, one fucking day, that's what's happening? Because the VIX is down at 2149? Was it going to fucking 50 today? Maybe. I don't know. No one knows. I don't know. You don't know. But you're talking about an event that even if it happens, you're probably better off today as a bull. You just keep yourself on the sidelines in cash, unless you're trading something tricky. My point to you is, even if it rolls over, it doesn't matter. You just stay a bull on the cash, on the sidelines. If you're a bull, I'm going to tell you, we're either going to trade sideways, right? Or we're going to trade up and confirm a further leg up, right? Let's say to 458 or 460, right? Some acceptance into that range of 450 or 460, right? Or we're going to get a small pullback, which is good for you as a bull, right? Every bull wants to buy a fucking pullback if they can. And let's just say it burns. If you're cash on the sidelines, you just called all your profit, right? You just took profit on this market, and you're either going to get one of 3 chances. You're either going to get a chance to buy a huge dip down at 400, let's say, right? You're going to be able to buy a pullback. Let's say that's at 440 or 430, right? Awesome sauce. You get even better positioning, right? Or you miss this one quick little acceptance into 450, 460, right? It goes, let's say it goes up to 453, 452, and then bounces back down to 450, and then resumes its leg up to 460. Sweet. You had no risk on the table, and you get to take the next 100 points up. You get to do it again from 460 to 470, 470 to 480, or even if it rolls over at 460 or 480 or comes down another 200 points. What do you fucking care? You know that you have to actively manage a portfolio right now. You know that the government or the Fed is not treating this market like it's on steroids anymore, like it was last 2 years. You know, so you already know you have to manage your account. That's all I got on Spot Gamma this morning. I think that's all I got for you when it comes to the rage, right? So let's take a look at the charts today, and let's look at some overall, okay? Let's look at the regime overall. We're going to look at the SPY. We're going to give a quick outlook on the SPY. We're probably going the 3-month chart over here, right? We know we get the big, bad, ugly over here. This is back on, what was this, 12/31/14. I think it was it was January 4th, right? Big rollover, boom. Actually made money on both these trades. I remember doing this with Joe. I think Joe Donut and I traded this together. This whole thing down, Joe Donut and I traded down. I think Chase has been here for this whole trip, right? I think Chase has been around shorting this market down with us as well since the beginning. So, not a big deal. Everybody kind of fucking knew this was happening. And it doesn't matter, but whatever. So we're trading this over and over, right? We're starting to come up now. We're in this other area up here of resistance here, right? Where you would think to yourself, yeah, this is another place where the market can roll over. This is another place where you can take profit here. You can wait for the market to digest where we are.
To the top there, we have number of data points. U.S. pending home sales for February expected 1.0% month-over-month, minus 2.2% year-over-year. Michigan sentiment March final reading expected at 59.7. And Belgian business confidence also due out March data. No estimate prior was 2.3.
You've got this zone here, right? You know that support is 450 now. We talked about them pushing it up and over 400. Like yesterday, we said it's good to go to 451 to the close, right? It did. I think it was at 420 or something. It went up to 450.79.
Seconds down to the March final Michigan sentiment reading, the February pending home sales, Belgian business confidence for March.
Right? And then we pushed it up in the overnight, right? We pushed it up in Globex last night. If the banks were going to sell it down,
59.4 below the 59.7 expected. 1-year inflation outlook remains at 5.4%. 5-year inflation outlook remains at 3.0%. Business confidence for Belgium 0.4, down from 2.3 prior. Pending home sales minus 4.1% month-over-month, and minus 5.5% year-over-year, both below expectations.
so you got the University of Michigan confidence, 59.4 versus the 59.7 expected.
Indices current conditions at 67.2, below 67.6 expected. Expectations at 54.3, 1/10 lower than expected.
I'll bring this up for you so you can take a look at it. This is the University.
Sales, the backlog buys down 1/10 for month-over-month and year-over-year.
So you can see these numbers here before they get on the internet. University of Michigan confidence score 59.4 versus 59.7 expected. 1-year inflation expectations 5.4 versus 5.4 expected. These are pretty much in line on the University of Michigan confidence. Pending home sales minus 4.1% versus 1%. Woof. Expected year over year, minus 5.5% versus minus 2.2% expected. So there's a disparity there on the pending home sales. This impacts the Euro USD, SPY, TLT, XLF, the main ones. Then we've got the SHI over there. Now, so we're rolling over here. We talked about yesterday into the close. We said they're going to try to push it up. It's common for them to push it up or down in the overnight. It's a low liquidity environment. Had the banks wanted to sell this market down, the perfect opportunity to sell it down would have been last night, right? If they were positioned for the market to sell off in the overnight, they would have sold it off in the overnight. So the key is that they pushed it up and they raised it up here into the cash market here, okay? So there was no huge sell-off. That's your first indicator. If they were going to sell this market, big giant red bars crash the market, your first indicator would have been they would have done it last night, okay? Just be conscious of that would have happened last night. We're talking like, you know what I'm talking about, right? The market crash scenario would have been last night. It would have crashed to the depths of hell. We'd be at like 4,000 today. So, can we get some weakness? Yes. Yesterday we talked about, can we trade below 450? Yes. They're just going to put it up there, make sure it doesn't get sold to the pits of hell. For it to get, if we have a trading range, let's say, of 450 to 460 at this point, then what you're going to, just like every other trading range, you're going to be looking for every other trading range, right? You got a line here, you got another line here, and let's say you're trading within this range, you're looking to short anything up here down, right? And you're looking to buy anything outside of that range up until there's consolidation. We choose a direction either down or we choose a direction either up and out of that current trading range. Okay? So we're at 450 now. I expect us to trade sideways. I expect us to trade sideways from now into next. I think right now, unless something big changes, that we'll see that into next week at some point, into the 31st, which coincides with.
Latest report out of Russian press on negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Russian negotiator reportedly saying that Russia wants a comprehensive deal with a whole range of positions, without which coming to an agreement is unlikely.
So we could do is this. We could actually change this here. We've got our current put 460 up here. I don't think we get to 460 right now unless we have some call expansion. But I think this is the potential, right? We're trying to get into that range. Make that a big fat one up there. We're currently trading down here. Well, we know that 449, 450, excuse me, is support. We know that R1 right now, the resistance is we'll make this R1. Put this up here. We know have S1 down here. Is down here, right? And where can we trade down from here, I guess, is the big question. I think we can easily trade down to, we'll take a look at spot gamma right now. We'll see how low we can trade if you're bearish out there. Let's take a look and see where we can trade, where there's some support, if there's any support. And we'll take a peek here and see. Looks like there's some support down to 447. Then we got some support at 446, but major support 445, right? Nice volatility down here. Nice volatility band down at the 44.1 area, but then some decent support down here at 4,400. Just the normal supports. See another dip buy down here at 438. Mark this one actually. So I would say your lowest dip that you should be buying would be 438. So from where we are right now, if we don't sell the entire market, doom and gloom down to 4,000 at this moment, right? Now I'm open to us selling this market down. I don't want you to think that I'm uber bullish in the market right now either. But we have to leg it down, right? And we need to get below a certain number. We know that number is somewhere around 435. Or excuse me,
Presidential advisor is saying that serious negotiations will require the leaders Zelensky and Putin to talk.
So for us to get really nasty bearish here, we need to trade below. I think it's, and I know that 453 is the quarter, but 435 is the magic number for you bears out there. If you want to see us trade down to 390, 360, 370, 380, we need to trade down there. So you can't get super uber duper bearish until we trade down to 435, break below it. 453 is bad too. That'll take us to 435, and then 435 actually takes you down even lower. So just be conscious of that. Be aware of that. This is heading into the end of the month. It's heading into March 31st. But look at this 438 as a dip buy. So keep your eyes on 438. That you can buy that as a dip heading up into end of month. I think the 3 red quarters is 435.60 or something, 435.58 or something, and the bad quarter overall, I believe it's 453. So just be conscious of that heading into the end of the month. Be conscious of what do the banks want heading into the end of the month. How risky are they willing to take it? You think about it right now? You got a week left. You got a shit ton of OPEXs coming up. Are they going to try to dump it down to 435 for end of the month and then try to fight their way back over these everyday OPEXs? I don't know, to get up to 453 maybe. Are you saying that they want to dump it to 435 or below 453 by the 31st to set up the bad quarter? If anything, I would think that they would close the month or the quarter green, like window dressing. Tell the people, they sell investments to Joe Schmo on the street, right? The assumption is that they're going to try to close the quarter green. And I wouldn't be surprised if they dumped it after. That wouldn't shock me to see it get dumped. Maybe a trip down to 435 after the 31st. You see a nice dump below. We trade sideways maybe for a couple months or a month. Maybe they trap longs into the ER season. So you just keep buying and buying and buying and hoping again that there's going to be a good ER report. That's possible. But I doubt right now heading into, I doubt. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that my bias is switching to, I doubt that they fucking crash the market 1 week before the fucking, the quarterly expo. And if they do dump it 1 week before the quarterly expo, trust me, you're going to see a waterfall of puts. You're going to see 10, 20, $30 million in SPY puts roll in the front door. When you see that happen, if you see that happen today to next Friday, I will entertain us rolling the market over. If you see real money selling, if you see right now, you got 591,000 shares trading right now, right? If you see, I don't know, 135 million shares trading right now, yeah, I'll entertain that thought process, but we're not there right now. Okay, we're not there right now. Where we are right now is looking for some acceptance between 450 and 460. That's where we are. Can we trade outside of that 450 and trade lower? Yes, we always know that. We'll see if we're accepted here. We'll see if we trade sideways the next few days or into the next week. That would be my expectation, is that we can trade lower. We can trade down to 440. We can dip down briefly to 438, and it's still intact trading in 450 to 460. Okay? So you're looking for a break below 435. You're looking for a close below 4. Or you're looking for a close before 453 heading into 31st, and then even a pin down below 435 heading into the end of the month. And sometimes I'll give it to the first. I've seen that wonky shit too in the past where they'll fucking give us the bad month, and then the first it comes back. And I've always seen it on the other side too, where they raise it up last minute to save a month or save a quarter, and then they dump it right afterwards. So anyways, that's where I'm at. So I'm looking at this here, right? And then we're going to go back to that year chart real quick. Not the year. We're going to go to the 3-month chart here. I got that beautiful tag down below here. Still looking at that tag down below. But I'm looking for this area right here, this 460, right? This is all you should be worried about right here, is we're going to trade this. And if you really want to know where the danger is, the real danger to the market's up here at 460. We all know that, right? Everybody knows this. Everybody knows if you look here, right, that this negative channel gets real negative here at 460. So if we get accepted in 450, trade 450 to 460, take your money and run around 458. Let the banks do the work if we're going to go above 460, right? You don't need the entire thing. You don't need all of it. You don't need the entire trade, right? You don't need the entire trade. You can wait for you can trade this whole area in here. All right? Make a nice big fat bunch of money. If it gets above this negative channel here, that part you don't need, right? You can wait for it to rest here, and if it doesn't just roll off and start selling down, then you can take this higher. You don't need this entire trade. You don't need all this stuff in here. You just need to capture this bulk here. You just need to capture this bulk in here, right? If we start trading down here, you don't need to trade the top. You don't need the first rollover. And even when you do catch the first rollover, right, there's no IV in that rollover. You're not actually making any money in that rollover. Where the money comes in is when it's rejected. If it begins to roll over here, the first punch back higher and then rejection lower, this is where the money is, if you want to know, in here, okay? Not in this first market rollover moment. And you already know that if we sell off, that the biggest moves are at the end, right? The capitulation moves are at the end. Who's learning that right now? The bears are learning that right now, right? They forget that the last part of that move is usually the most destructive to your positioning, right? We already know that right now. So just be aware of where we are in the market right now. Be aware of where we're headed in the market. Be aware that we can trade this up higher. We can roll this over here. Be aware that we can still roll this over here and still be bullish. We can get up in here, get some rejection, trade it down, bounce around, right? We can even bounce down here, believe it or not, fight our way back up.
Williams now saying that transparency in monetary policy can increase its effectiveness and reduce unintended consequences, saying many countries are confronting a sharp rise in inflation and saying that the economic implications of COVID-19 in Ukraine are highly uncertain. Comments from the Fed's Williams.
Get that close for the great quarter. This is like the most horrible part of it, right? And then they start to sell it down again on you. And we're right up here. Notice how that red line starts to come down even farther and farther, right? You've got that red line coinciding here in the 31st and the 1st, right around, we're at what, 450, what is that, 458 or so, right? Coinciding with end of the month over here. So just be conscious of this as well. So what are some trading strategies that you can do to make money from now into the 1st? And I talked about one yesterday, and that would be some kind of an iron condor, right? A wide iron condor where you can capture a move like this, right? Where it doesn't matter where it trades in here. If it starts to break out of where you think it's trading, you can always close legs on your trade, right? And then continue to make money on the way down. Same thing goes in the way up here, right? But if it's implied that we have low volatility and then we're going to be range bound in here, condors work very well, even better than butterflies to some extent. And for this area, or if you're like, hey, Cap, I'm just a long stock, right? Take the money or set yourself a level, right? But let's set it right here. If you're long this market since the bottom, just say I'll pull the plug down here, right? That's all you have to do. You didn't have to capture all of it, right? Just take your money and wait until we trade below. If you're trading as an options trader, you want to trade options, just know.
Williams explaining that inflation is at the forefront of the Federal Reserve's all of their thinking.
Just know that in here, right?
That actions of central banks can have spillover impact on other nations.
If you're
Specifically commenting on monetary policy thus far today in his comments, Prince Williams.
If you're a bull, and if this is going to be the expected trading range, just be patient and wait for a break below our trading range. You buy those dips down here, right? So you can push it back up, right? And get back into this trading range until we actually go higher. I want you to also note 453 over here is on the 1st, okay? So your price target, all they need it to be at is right here and a month. That's all they need it to be. Okay? I don't think if they get it down here, they're ever coming back to save the month. So I don't think we're going to get it below this zone down here. I think that you might get some weakness in the next few days. But even if you did, as long as you're buying dips down here, you should be safe into end of month.
We're watching inflation expectations and other indicators very closely.
Is that clear enough? I hope it is. I haven't checked any of your comments yet. So that's the key for you. Those are the keys for you heading into this week. Now, if you're bearish,
Saying that medium and longer run inflation expectations have stayed remarkably stable.
if you're bearish and you want to take a bearish position, right? You're not looking for $45,000 in SPY puts that just came out. You're not looking for $20,000 in SPY puts that came out expiring tomorrow or today, excuse me. You're looking for SPY puts that are rolling in on top of the hedges that are already out there. We already know there's hedges out there, but you're looking for some rolling, pushing into, you're looking for real money selling. You're looking for breaks below 450, and you have to be measured in how long you're short. Know your levels. Have your levels out there. 448 we know about, 438, 445, and 440, right? We know about our levels, so take it between the levels all the way down, but don't get crazy bearish until you get confirmation, okay? And be aware of what's above and to the end of the month here for the market, okay? So if it starts to roll over, we'll roll it over together. We'll take some shorts and some puts together, but I want to see some things. Like if I'm going to take a put here, where am I going to take a put? Right? I'll show you where I'm going to take a put, right? I'm going to wait until it comes down here, right? You know about this nice little channel that we're in.
Saying that overall financial markets have adjusted expectations with minimal disruption.
1, 2, then I'm going to take my short, right? That's what I'm looking for. Something like this, right? For a short, right? How long do I take my short? Right now, I'd be taking it to 445. I'd be looking for 445. So a price target of somewhere down here, if it's today. if you're looking for a short. You don't need this part right here. You just need to see this happen, a rejection of sorts, and then we come down here. If you really want to take a short here, and you start seeing us dribble down, right? Just slow dribble down. Yeah, you can probably take once you break through here, you could then take it down here. Once you cross here, this plane, you could take this down here. But other than that, if you've made your money this week, today's not a day to trade. If you're a bear out there, I promise you, bro. If you're a bear, I don't dislike you. I don't want you to lose all your money, okay? And if you come in here on a Friday, I guess maybe you think, I guess we can get that little VIX. We can get a sell-off here into the close today because the VIX is so low. We get that VIX higher. I guess that could happen today. That's possible. So maybe we see it trade sideways and do nothing today, and then eventually rolls over. We can trade that today if you want to. I don't mind taking that trade lower if it starts to roll over and people take money off the table as they head into the weekend. I don't mind that trade either. But to be listening to people out there on Twitter telling you that the market's going to fucking crash today, I'm sorry. It ain't happening. It ain't fucking happening today. And it ain't happening in one fucking day. And if it's going to fucking happen, we'll roll it over together. So be safe out there. Don't get too crazy. Don't get too wild. Don't sit on Twitter all weekend long and listen to these fucking guys out there talking about the crazy town. Because the crazy town started early this week. Matter of fact, it started like a week ago, and it's gotten more fucking crazy as the week has moved forward. It's gotten crazier and crazier and crazier. And I normally don't say anything about it, but right fucking now I have to say something about it because it got that fucking crazy. It really did. And nothing's showing it, right? We got some showing. We have rollover showing in the market. We've got overbought showing in the market. But we already know that this market can trade sideways, that we already know it can melt up. We already know that there's a bunch of money not in the market. We already know that inflation is high. I know that the VIX is saying it's going to turn around.
President Lopez Obrador reiterating that he respects the autonomy of the central bank after he revealed the rate increase ahead of the rate decision yesterday.
Coming back into resistance again, checking again at 451.94. We'll see if it gets rejected and we can turn it around for the bears here. You know what we can do? You know, another crazy thing. You guys know when we're in a bull regime, you know we are in positive gamma right now, right? Even if we trade down, we're in positive gamma. We're above negative gamma right now. Or at least, no, we're not above, we're not in positive gamma yet. Not until we break past that 460. But we are outside of major volatility ranges right now. So the thought process here would be, the thought process here was we're down at 21 right in the VIX. So you're like, hey Cap, what about the VIX, bro? You gotta look at the VIX, bro. I agree with that. But what if the VIX spikes into close today? What if we spike the VIX the last couple hours of the trading day, right? And let's say we're down on Monday, right? And the VIX goes all the way up to 30, and we still have the 31st on Friday of next week, and we're up at 30. We can easily get 460 by Friday, believe it or not, with the VIX at 30. So if that fits your blueprint that we sell off in the end of the day today, we have a down day on Monday. That makes kind of sense to me, that we could sell off into the close on Friday, that we could have a down day on Monday. Leaves nice breathing room. We could trade down to 440. We could trade down by Monday, 440, 438, but we still haven't become bearish yet in any context of it either. And it leaves you plenty of room on... We're getting a rejection right now on, or actually not. We still have the hair indicators still positive right now at the moment. Bears still getting squeezed at the moment. When do you have to time the rollover in the market? That wasn't it, was it? Was it yesterday at the close? No. Was it overnight? No. Was it off the bell? No. Here we go, blasting off. Right? So when do you time the rollover in the market? Probably not right fucking now. If you want to time a rollover in the market, maybe it's towards close today. You know how that goes, right? You guys ever check Fridays, right? You see the VIX just fucking spike to all-time fucking highs on a Friday of an OPEX? Or even just a regular Friday, a weekly, not even a monthly, right? And then you have one bad day on a Monday. That works for me. That makes sense, right? If we're going to be up here. Why the fuck did we trade all the way up here if there's not a bid in the market is my next question. Even if we roll over here. Why? I want to know. I want answers. I want answers why we traded here. We're not even at 460 yet. Volatility today all the way up to 454. 450, 450, 455 volatility straight up to 455. How do you like them apples? Clear as glass. You guys can't hear Trade the News? We check out Trade the News here. Holy shit, you guys haven't listened to any Trade the News, have you? Sorry, I apologize for that. The desktop audio was down. It's back up again. Let me bring over Trade the News for you real quick. We got Turkey ruling party submits bill that would raise corporate tax rates 25 to 20%. FOMC, U.S. Fed's Williams. Transparency and monetary policy can increase its effectiveness and reduce unintended consequences. Economic implications of code fallout on Kieran are highly uncertain. We know all this, right? Nothing down here is anything we don't know right now. This is actually bullish. Medium and longer run inflation expectations have stayed remarkably stable. You can see that down below here. Financial markets have adjusted expectations with minimal disruption. Right, we've priced it in. We're now trading at 452.48 on the market. So I just turned the volume up on Trade the News, so I apologize. My voice has just been going fucking nuts. So I apologize to you, all of you out there. Who's getting squeezed this morning? You guys got a list, right? I know you got a list of people out there that are getting squeezed this morning. I know that people on Twitter right now are punching fucking air right now. I know they're punching fucking air right now. Punching air, right? We'll look at Tesla real quick.
Brazil Central Bank governor is saying that Brazil's key rate will most likely be at 12.75%.
Now, this doesn't take into consideration
the most
headline
recent
news.
Meeting this month, the current rate at 11.75%. So foresees another 100 basis points higher for Brazil.
VIX trading down to 21.26. We also know that we've got the VIC, or you got the OPEX is coming out of the way, right? We've got FOMC out of the way. We got no FOMC for until May, I believe. So we're looking at headline news right now. Maybe 50 BPS rate hike that's not exactly priced in at the moment. But we can deal with that next month. We don't have to deal with that now. We have another ER season coming up. So if they want to leg it down one more time, it's an interesting note, right? It's an interesting note that was made here by one of the little Fed presidents, Williams, who's a voter, says that inflation is at the forefront of the Fed thinking. Medium and longer run inflation expectations have stayed remarkably stable. And the key is financial markets have adjusted expectations with minimal disruptions. So do I think the market can crash? Sure. Do I think that we'll hit not inflation, but a recession? Sure. Do I think the Fed's going to try to manage when it comes? Yes. Do I think the Fed's going to try to stop a market crash? Yes. Do I think that they have the ability to? I'm not sure. Will they try? Yes. So what do? Do they try to massage the markets into a good quarter, and then they dump it down to 400 for the next quarter, but then bring it all the way back before the end of that quarter, right? So they throw in the 50 BPS for the next quarter. They try to manage it. I'm not saying it's going to not break at some point, but they're actively trying right now, and they're actively paying attention right now to where our market is. So there's a fair chance they're going to try to, more than likely, try to get a clean green quarter. Wouldn't shock me to see us trade back down after the quarter is over if we do close the quarter green and then price in 50 basis points. And then once that 50 basis points is priced in, we'll rise back up once again. And they'll trade this market sideways as long as they need to until they think they got inflation or it finally catches up and we fall into a recession. How long that takes or matters, or how long that takes to happen, I don't know. Could be this month. Could be 3 years. Believe it or not, could take multiple. Not 3, 2 years. I think I think I've got it tagged for December 2024. I think that's when I got it tagged for. The extended until we hit a recession. They're going to wait till that presidential elect. They're going to attempt to wait until that presidential
That's
election.
Williams saying they need to be clear that balance sheet reduction and raising rates will affect financial conditions. That is on track to start the balance sheet roll-off this year, says Williams.
And I bet you there are companies out there already planning. I'm going to bet there's some companies out there, just so you can know, right? SPY puts right now, of size. March 30th, 450p, $357,000. So that's March 30th, 450p, $357,000. QQQs, March 25th, 359p, $144,000. So just be conscious of that as we head into the end of the month. Be conscious of the Fed trying to manipulate the markets. Be conscious that there are companies out there, I'm sure, that are planning right now their next guidances, believe it or not, and they're planning for their next 1 to 2 years. And you've got two camps in the room, in the meeting room. One camp saying, well, we can hold off for the next 2 years, try to stretch it in hopes that the economy comes back. And if the economy doesn't come back, we at least get 4 to 6 great quarters. Then we'll take profits. You'll find like Elon selling, and you'll find every CEO out there selling equity blocks of their stock holdings. Shouldn't bring up just Elon, but all of them will. You'll see that down the road. Okay, so that's where I think we're at. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing out there? Punching air, baby. That's what they're doing. I lost some viewers today over that rant, but that's okay. They'll come back. I know what's up out there. I know exactly what's up out there. I know that the fucking moment that, not all of you, but I know there's some of you out there that fucking hate me publicly, but then tune in and don't say a fucking word in the stream. Don't say a word in the chat. I know that some of you out there are listening right now that shit talk me on Twitter, but you're still listening in to see where the fucking market's going so they don't lose your ass out there. I know that for a fucking fact. Let's take a look at Tesla real quick. And that's okay too. I don't mind you listening to me, and I don't mind you not talking in the chat or doing whatever you do with your and coming into my fucking Twitter with your fucking fake ass accounts with like 2 followers, and then you go in there and shit talk me inside my comments section.
That's Williams just saying we need to keep an eye on the supply chains ebb and flows when deciding the path of interest rates.
Salty ass motherfuckers out there. Twitter's a fucked up place. Funny as fuck though, but that's fine. Okay, so let's take a look at. We do have some negative hero indicator on Tesla. We've got more sellers currently.
Williams
and
saying the
buyers
Fed
on
must
Tesla.
remain nimble.
Got to remain nimble. Motherfuckers are already stroking themselves out there. You heard that right? Remain nimble. So the market internals right now, New York Stock Exchange volume is 160 million shares, 10% below its 3-month average. Advancers.
Williams asked about a 50 basis point rate hike in May, says he'll watch the data and analyze it.
Ooh, neutral.
If it's appropriate to raise by 50 basis points, he would approve of that.
He is an FOMC voter, if you didn't know. Market internals update. We've got a volume of 160 million shares. It's 10% below its 3-month average. Advancers and decliners are even. NASDAQ volume 1.52 billion shares, 31% above its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers 1.5 to 1. The VIX index is down 2.5% at 2110. Looks like it's 2116 here on my screener. Let's look at Tesla real quick. Here indicator slightly negative on Tesla. You've got a lot more sellers than buyers right now. The advancer decliners in tech is telling you the same story, that there's some selling, some profit taking, which I don't blame bulls taking profit here. Let's take a look a little bit lower here on Tesla. Got a lot of serious sellers above here. You can see them. Sellers all the way to 1050. It's tough to read Tesla on on indicators because Tesla buyers buy regardless if the stock is going up or down. I would be using SPY as your guidepost, or even Qs, even though the Qs are more volatile, for a guidepost for Tesla. If you wanted to do buy the dip, sell the rip today in Tesla, your buy the dip numbers are 990 and 1000. Sell the rip. Looks like we've got a lot of sellers in here at 1020 and 1040. Same thing as SPY, right? Tight trading range today. Don't be buying the wrong dips and selling the wrong rips in Tesla. You could get locked in. This I think this is locking in the bears as well. So just make sure that you're buying the right dips and you're selling the right rips, and you don't get squeezed into a hole on Tesla today. Calls on the Qs, INTC, AMC, PFE. Yeah, you want to take a look at BBY? Call it some tickers. When you take the day off, I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do now? Why SPY and not NASDAQ? That's a good question about why SPY and not NASDAQ. We'll go through all this stuff. Let me bring up BBY. I used to trade the Qs, right? I traded the Qs and NASDAQ for a long time. And I traded the Qs in NASDAQ for a long time. And what I found was that it was difficult for me. It was difficult for me to trade the Qs without having the SPY and the VIX going. So then, like, if you try to trade Tesla all by itself, it's difficult to trade. It's not an easy stock to trade, to know when to buy and when to sell. So when I like if I'm trading the Qs, I'll put it side by side with the SPY and the VIX, because the SPX, all right, the SP 500 is the total market health. It's not just the Qs. So you kind of have to add layer after layer. When you start to trade a derivative of a derivative of a derivative of a derivative of something else.
The German Finance Minister Lindner recommending that energy providers do not pay for Russian gas in rubles.
SPY now
in press interview in German press.
To R1 here at 453.50. Just be aware of this. Support at S1, resistance at 453.50. We'll take a look at that resistance above here. We can see that we've got some shorts being squeezed here as we trade higher. We'll look to see, and you can see some hidden. Actually, you can see hidden sellers here at 453 flat, to be expected, and then some major sellers above at 453.50, and then even more sellers here. Be conscious of this one right here, 453.90 on the upside, 454, and there's 455. Yeah, this is all volatility here. You can see it in here. And especially be conscious of this one right here. 454.31 is a big one. And here's another big one right here. 453.90. Actually not as much resistance here at 453.50 like I thought. We'll have to keep an eye on this and see if they swoop down. I'm going to change this to a current order book. Press play here. And yeah, you can see the squeezing that's going on right now in the market. Be careful right where we are right now at 452.70. You see this wall of sellers right now? It's coming into the market. Just be careful here. And then your next spot up here is 454 here and at 454. And then big sellers here at 455. Breaking above resistance at 452.20 currently. We'll get BBY next. Yeah, so a derivative of a derivative, you find that you ever get caught in, if you ever get caught in, BBY looks great today, by the way. Good job calling out BBY. Lots of buyers, more buyers than sellers on BBY. BBY blasting off. Supported $22, $21. Not many sellers above here. You've got some resistance coming up at $22.79 and another round at $23. So $22.69, $22.98, and price target of $23.80. That's my expectation for today, $23.80. If you can continue to bump and grind all the way up here on BBY. So call out some tickers for me. Rocket. Hold on. I'm going to scroll back up here and see what you guys are saying above here. Hold on. I'm going through it here. Hold on. I'm going to start at the top here. Okay. I'll do Mara next. It's Happy Fridays around here, so what we're going to do is what you guys want today. Call out tickers that you think can go, can be a, how about this? If you're going to call out if you're going to shout tickers, right? Shout out a good call for a long or a short. If you're like, hey, Cap, I think this stock's going to keep rolling over, just say, April 15th, 25 Ps on ticker SEXX. Or, hey, Cap, Uber, 40C, 616. And we'll take a look at that chart and at that ticker on Bookmap. Try to help your fellow traders out, your fellow investors out. Mara, it's a tough one on Mara here. You got way more sellers than buyers right now in Mara, unless there's some news that I don't know about. On a regular chart, it's not looking so hot. It's not looking so hot here. You can see the wave of sellers here. Here indicator is negative right now, quite negative. I can see your point on the Mara chart, though. I can see what you're thinking here. So its high was 83.45. It does look like it wants to continue to correct. It had some good. I like Mara in the context of. It having some consolidation. Hold on here. Give me a second here. So let's look at it this way, okay? So I like Mara's consolidation down here. It looks more like, currently it looks more like, buy the dips, right? If you come down here, you can buy a dip. It also looks like you have some consolidation here, right? My only concern here with Mara would be that you would get some kind of a, or it's not finished. There's September 2021. Believe it or not. Wow, that's so low. Yeah, I'm going to put it there. No, you don't want to see something like that. Hold on. I know you don't want to see something like that, but I could see Mara at $10 easily. One, and the consolidation, one more capitulation move, more pain. But it doesn't have to continue to go down. All you really need to know here is that these dips are great to buy, right? That's really all you need to know. And the other thing you need to know is, even if it trades higher from here, let's say it breaks out from this consolidation. This looks like consolidation, but we all know it can reverse. Let's just say it breaks out here. You only needed this part here. Take the trade there, get out of the trade here, and then wait for it to come up, a bounce and go.
U.S. equity markets are probing the highs of the day for the S&P futures at 45.3650, up 25.5 handles. The Dow up 230 points, the S&P up 24.5 points. The Russell 2000 in positive territory, up about 0.2%.
If there is a rejection.
Brazil Central Banker Campos Neto saying we left the door open for the meeting in June.
If there's a rejection here, I would take that short all the way down here and look for a buy down below this 2039. You can actually raise it up. You can actually just raise it up here in case it continue, in case your bottom is actually somewhere in here. Create an alert below and save. Good job on bringing up Mara. SPY bouncing off 452.98 currently. Oh boy. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds. All right, give me one more second here. Sorry, I was trying to check something. Apologize for the pause here. So we looked at Mara, especially market conditions. It's possible. Now up to 452.98, just smashing and bashing above here on the SPY. Look at this wave of buyers here. Just look at this. Just monstrous buyers on the SPY currently. Monstrous. We have some resistance above here. Let's see how deep the resistance goes. So I want you to, if you want to take this market short, there's 2 places to be watching. Let's see where it is here. There's major resistance right where we are here at 452.96. Your next resistance level is 453.83. Now they can come down, right? These sellers will swoop down, but just note that there's ice here at 453.84, and there's double ice up here at 454.76. Yeah, somewhere in there. Trying to look to see where the next major sellers are. Crazy sauce. $454.73. We already talked about that one. Talked about this one at 453.85. And right in here at 453, right where we are, which is a natural point of resistance. Got more sellers than buyers right where we are right now too, right? Here indicator's still very green. Hello, ladies. Just crushing it right now. Just crushing it. AMD, right? Green bars to hell. You guys want to see where a top is on AMD? Is there a top on AMD? We'll look up AMD next. We'll also look up Amazon in the background. Those are the next 2 symbols. You guys should be calling out symbols that nobody talks about. You know who does that really well? Winky does that really well. He's always finding obscure tickers with like PE ratios of like 1.3 that the banks are moving. I also have that that FinViz. As a matter of fact, the FinViz screener right now, we should take a look at that real quick. This is a great. Now today we're on the high in the markets, right? What I do is let's say we're not. He said how often you check it. So like today, I'd be checking it and checking on these tickers here for reversals. These are all new companies, right? These companies have you have to go back and read their last earnings report and their guidance specifically, but they're making money. They've had kick-ass quarters year over year. They've only opened 3 years ago. You guys want to buy dope companies? These are them. The tickers change every week. And the market's on a high right now. It's probably not the best time to buy these companies, but it is a good time to start charting these companies out. And always chart these companies out. These are companies, instead of catching knives all the time, you want to trade some companies that are banging instead of knife catching. This is one of the companies to do it with. Sales growth quarter over quarter, 30%. Banging. So we'll take a look at a couple of these, right? We'll look at this one's trading pretty low. Hour loop. We'll take a look at hour loop real quick. Little rollover on the SPY. We'll take a look at hour loop.
UBS reportedly said to be cutting jobs in its equity capital markets unit. Uniform Bravo Sierra.
Look at that. I've actually charted this one. And you can see it came down, right? We actually traded up. You can actually see my charting job. Not too far off, was it? Not too far off, right? Came up here, rejected, right? Making another move here. I'm expecting a rejection. Actually, I'm actually going to expect this to come down at some point down here. And then a giant move up here. Okay, but it's funny. I can't believe that I actually charted this one out. I think we've done this one in the past. But take a look at these companies, because this is not catching a knife, is it? You can see that this has been bought by banks to move higher. So I'll get rid of this right now as the rollover is happening.
Officials saying that Germany wants to be free of Russian coal by September.
Take a look at SG. We've done this one already in the past, right? It's funny, we've already done these. So I've actually got this coming up here and then trading down, right? You can actually see my charting. We've done this on stream. I'm not that far off, am I? So take a look at this. Keep your eyes on this, on these tickers. You can see this nice little buy here. It's not ability to buy dips here and make some significant money on these tickers. If you don't know Winky, he's bouncing around on Twitter and he's in the Discord. He's someone that you want to follow. So you guys can take a screenshot of this if you want and make this for yourself. And I'll adjust these, but you guys can make one of these for yourself. And you got new companies on here that pop in and pop out week in, week out. And you can see if they've already made their moves or if there's a chance to buy their moves and take them long. Okay? So we'll go to AMD next.
Fed Reserve Williams saying supply chain issues have not improved the way he had hoped.
Take a look at AMD. It's down 0.36%. What I like about AMD is that he used to be such a consistent trader. I used to love to trade AMD. It's one of my first stocks I ever traded options on. Trades nice and slow. You have to be patient with AMD. Even today, you can be patient with AMD. Trades really well.
Professor Williams saying there's now a very strong focus on inflation that is well above the target. And supply chain issues have not improved in the way they'd hoped.
In just a second here. I'm going to try to chart out AMD for you. Should probably just do this in front of you guys, right? So this is all new charting for AMD. Probably raise this up a little bit, right in there. I haven't charted AMD out in some time. Bring that nice push up right there. Do I think AMD can trade lower? I do. I've got no problem with AMD continuing its correction here down to probably my price target is probably $83 or $90 somewhere in here. I don't care about AMD or any other company that says that they how good they are. The reason being is because banks took AMD down here and they want to take profit. So this is where they pushed AMD down at $72. I think that this is the new trading range in here. Like, I think that this is their new trading range. But even so, even that being the case, I don't think it's implausible to see it trade below here for a brief moment. Maybe not this low. Maybe not that low, but I could easily see it trading maybe down to, let's call it between $80 and $90. The banks will rebuy the capitulation move. And then it'll begin to trade in this zone here, which is kind of nice because whenever it does trade in a zone, it's very easy to trade. It's a very easy ticker to trade. It's very predictable in its moves. So I used to really enjoy it. So let's look at AMD. What do I think about it? Let's get rid of this. Let's go into a smaller time frame. I think it stays in its trading range. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, higher. Yeah, I think it can trade lower. I like this. Trend that it's following. Let's just pretend this is the trading range. Let's just say we're bullish. If you're ultimately bullish on you think it's made the turn, then this is where you buy the dips. Anything down below here, you buy the dips on. You sell the rips on up here. You can see the resistance kicking in already. So am I bullish here on AMD? No. I'm looking to buy a dip
Another
below.
update from the Ukraine side in negotiations with Russia is saying the process is very difficult, that Ukraine continues to demand security guarantees and territorial integrity.
Something like
the
that.
rise in U.S. yields today, we have seen the U.S. 10-year briefly test that 2.5% mark.
Look for this line right here that I just posted. This is your sell it.
The 3-year and the 5-year both, and the 7-year already trading above 2.5%. So the inversion there in the middle part and across most of the yield curve has continued. But we have seen some steepening there between the 3-month and the 2-year and the rest of the yield curve.
This is if it continues correcting. This is my price target down below. Price target's down here. If it continues to correct, I know that you're going to give me all kinds of reasons and why it's going to continue to go up, but I'll be honest with you. Every ticker, well, even when you make legs up into new trading zones, the banks still want to be in cheaper than you, and it's not here. It's slightly lower, even if it's for a brief moment. Even if it's like boom, it comes down here. Let's say for a brief minute, and you're like, oh shit, it's down here. Oh no, and it just swings down briefly. They suck it all up, comes right back into this trading range, and then it trades in here. And you can see it's been trading in here for since January. But it's kick-ass ticker to trade. It's pretty well defined in how it moves. So if it bounces back down here, buy anything down here, take profit above here. If it starts to trade into a new range, then you know that you can buy it again up in here and sell it above. So that's AMD. A little bit of a rollover on AMD. If you are uber super duper bullish and you're like, no cap, you're wrong. You've got what we talked about, right? Resistance here at 122. More sellers above at 125. Your next price target's 130. 135, 140. It's very consistent. And then you've got some major sellers above here between 138 and 142. 138, 142 is where the top would be right now if you're super bullish on it. Close. Not too much going on with Amazon today, it looks like.
Used Dombrovskis in an interview with German press saying the EU is planning some new free trade agreements.
More sellers than buyers. I like Amazon here to 33.50. More buyers than sellers. Hair indicators neutral right now. Just kind of following the flow of the market. We had a blast off. It was down as low as 26.71. It's now trading, or the high it traded on was 33.26. So this is where we had it charted at. So where we had it charted at, right? We had this nice, like this little line that we had in here. Trading very similar to the SPY, right? So it probably has the same answers. I probably have the same answers on this one as I do on $3,500 we talked about here. This would be the 460 on SPY up here. Need to get up there as 460. You can see where you've got some support down here looking for a trade higher. Do I think we get the 3,500 today? Probably not. Probably not until 31st if we get up there. But that's my price target into the 31st. We'll see if we can make it here. Or if I will come back and check this for you, okay? Let's do a price target of 3,500 if we don't have any headline news. Let's see. If we don't have any headline news, we'll do a price target of right here, 3,500 on the 31st. This will be neat too, because if we trade up there, then this is where I think we're gonna go. So we'll come back and check on this. That's where I think we go for the first. Unless we start rolling the market over. Watching some puts on Qs, SPY, NVIDIA, SPY again. QQQs 325, 359p, $67,000. SPY 325, 450p, $66,000. I gotta check some trades that I'm in. Hold on.
St. Crude futures moving a little higher here on some unconfirmed reports of a fire at a Saudi Aramco facility in Jeddah.
Right there. Somewhere in there.
Appears to be social media reports so far only.
Amazon's selling off slightly right now. Take a look at the SPY bouncing on VWAP. Just a second here. Just keeping an eye on the SPY here. 449.32, another bounce here, push higher. We did encounter some of that resistance even lower than we expected from the 453.50. Sellers came down to say, hell no, you're not going up. We will look for another bounce from the 1 minute and the 5 minute. We'll take a look at 5 minutes even lower. You can see down here the 200 down here at 450. We've got this. They got this little intraday day traders will be looking to buy this down here. And let's look at the 15 minute. Look at how low the 15 minute is, 448. If you're a day trader, if you're a day trader, you'd love to grab this bounce down here. I mean, this would be. I'd love grabbing this. If we can grab this, I'd be stoked. So just there's a little wide range here on where we can trade on the 15. The looks like we're trading on the 21 right now. Just had a quick touch on the 21, and then the 50, I believe, right here is this this white bar. So look to play the 21 on the 15-minute chart. Look to be playing the 21, the 50. And then, man, if we can get down here, maybe we tag this down below at the close here today, 448. We roll this over. A couple day trades in here. We roll it down into 448 for the bell into Friday. And that would bring the VIX back up, which makes sense, right? Maybe we trade it down on Monday into like 440, 438, and then we do a nice big grab up for the rest of next week and just grind higher into Friday. That's what I think is going to happen unless there's some headline news. Okay, so there's the SPY. I'm going to keep my eye on the SPY because I'm going to try to grab a day trade here at some point. There's some day traders already stepping in. Just be conscious of this too. Watching IWM 5/6 200Ps for $1.2 million. So May 6th, 200P. Down here at 450. Was looking at 450.18. Yeah, it's still that volatility zone down here. So keep your eyes on that. There's no real support at 448, which is where that 200-day is in the 15-minute chart. I ain't seen it. So it seems like all the buyers are up here right now. All the buyers are up here on either, if you're a bull, 450. 18 and 450.90 are where all your buyers are. There's no buyers waiting down below or anything like that. And of course, VWAP here. Take note that there are some IWM puts coming in, and we've had them coming in for 2 days now on IWM, and that is the based on the credit markets. I posted on Twitter last night an article about the credit markets, and there's a contrarian take on IWM small caps actually going down. So 200 looking for this rollover here, and IWM does this, right? IWM is known to trade sideways, so it's not a bad trade, right? We know that IWM loves these sideways ranges, right? They've done this for years on end. We've seen IWM do this in this time period here. We've seen it do it in this time period here. We've seen it do it in this time period here, right? IWM's kind of famous for sideways trades. Even if it's trending up, it trades slow. I only trade IWM for like weeklies or monthlies. So yeah, I can see why there's puts on IWM. I can see why there is touch here. But you know, I can still see it trade higher too. I can still see it trade at 208 or lower. I'll bring that lower down here a little bit more. I can see why people want to bring. Take a look. Let's tighten that up. That lower range bound. Get this move. This one lower, low. When's that? When is that? May 6th, 200p. Let's take a look at this 200p that they've got out there. May 6th, 200p. Wonder if I need to tighten that up or not. Seems like it needs to be tightened up. It's not a bad trade. I like that trade. I like that trade. Even if it rolls higher and then comes back down, even if we do this jobby here, like even if we come up for the end of the month and then we roll back down, I like that trade. So there's some IWM puts, golden ticket. I might wait to put them on until maybe we're closer to this resistance up here. Maybe another. I guess that's not a bad trade right now. This trade came in as a golden ticket. It's got a really high algo score. It's IWM, May 6th, 200p, 2,700.
Some divergence here in the NASDAQ continue. The NASDAQ composite now down about 90 points on the day. We're seeing pressure in the NASDAQ 100 futures. S&P is falling back towards unchanged. Crude futures have moved back towards the best levels of the session as stocks have fallen.
Take a USO. Take a look at a USO. IWM 200p for May 6th. $1.2 million. It's 200p, 2,788 contracts. I like that trade. I like it as a put spread. USO blasting off right now. From lows of 77.94. We'll take a look at USO next. Probably has a little bit more room to run. It's got nice, it looks nice actually. So we'll take a look at USO real quick. On the SPY, we talked about 450. That nice tag down here into 450. We'll see if it can hold. Talked about all the buyers being up at 450, but no lower. We'll see if any more support has stepped in. If it hasn't, you're going to be looking for lower numbers on the SPY. We'll take a peek down here and see. All the buyers were up here on SPY at 452 and at 450, but there was nothing down below. There's some support here at 450, 448.50, but it's clear skies down below to 445 down below. I can bring this back up. Take a look at this once more. This is the dip that I'm looking for right here. This white line and this white line right here. And this one down below here. We'll see if buyers show up. If they don't show up, the price target down below.
Report from Houthi military spokesperson saying that they will be announcing details on a wide operation deep in Saudi Arabia.
Hang tight here.
And this dovetails with the reports we've seen on social media about a fire at an Aramco plant in Jeddah, but still waiting for official reports on that fire.
There's 450 right here. Starting to break through 450 now. So if you missed this rollover, look for another rejection here and for a move down to 445. I'll take the short with you if it bounces back briefly.
The White House official just confirming again that they are considering more releases from the SPR, but saying no decision has been made yet. It says another 30 million barrel release is possible.
Breaking below 450 at 449.84. Hang tight here. $4.45 are only 25 cents for today. Looks like everybody's on 450 P's. Tag below here. I'm going to be looking to take this short one more time if we can get a rejection above here at 450.73. Watching for a rejection in here. See if we can get a rejection either up here at 450.59, 450.60, somewhere in there. Patience. Watching puts come in on NVIDIA, QQQs, Apple, American Airlines, SPY. 325 on the SPY, 453p. They came in at 1109, which was right in here. So majority of the puts came in right here after the rollover. All short dated March 25th. Someone bought SPY puts at 11:13. Not really the best time to be buying SPY puts right in here. They literally bought the bottom down here. This is where they bought SPY puts. Some dip buyers stepping back in. Be looking for a rejection right in here someplace. Could go as high as up in here. 452. It's not going out that high. There's 930. Maybe somewhere right in here. 450.98. I don't think it gets that high, though. Watching this roll over here, see if this holds and we can start to make another leg lower. I'm in some puts right now. Spend a quick $1,000. I'm trading 450Ps right now. $40Ps for March 25th. They were down to $1.13 at one point. Now they're up to $1.50. Price target below is 445, or try 448. 448 flat.
Wire reports now out of
448.10.
Saudi Arabia, the city of Jeddah, the huge plume of black smoke being seen rising over the city. Again, earlier social media reports suggested there's a fire at the oil facility there.
448, look for the next bounce. 448 flat, and then make this smaller for you. If we can break through here, you're going to make first price target 448 flat. So make this 1. Target 1, 448. Target 2 is going to be 445 down below here. $450 is where it's at. $450.05. Now starting to break through or touch currently. It's touching right now this channel that's been on since the 23rd. A VIX reversal off a spike to, see this here. VIX with a spike up to 2182. Retesting the lows currently on the SPY. Probing lower the trading channel for the past 3 months. We'll see if we can get a break here.
Equity markets continue to roll lower. The NASDAQ down 1%, the S&P down almost 0.2%, the Dow barely holding on to positive territory.
Puts now at $1.65. $1.70. See if there's a rejection above here or not. We'll see if there's another trade here, another trade to take down. Woo! SPY puts coming in right now, 325, 447p, $34,000. Tesla puts coming in right now, March 25th, 1000p. March 25. Weird dip buyers stepping in on XLE. Oh, not XLE, but the Dow. DOCU, VRM, CVX. Dip buyers on Qs. I don't know why. There's no need to. Just buy SPY puts. Look for a rejection and a trade down to 448 and then, or excuse me, 448 and then 445 is your next target. SPY puts now up to $1.77, 450 Ps. There is the first price target down below here, 448. SPY puts now at $1.94, $1.99. Come on, baby. Keep pushing. Price target down below, 448. Right here, there's a little bit of a hidden dip here, 448.20. Take profit there, and then look to rebuy. 448.12 maybe. SPY puts now $2.09. Almost 100%. 213. 214. 215. Right down in here, 448.10 or so. 218. Buy my puts at 219, please, for me. There's a huge spread right here. 223. 221, 225. 450 Ps. All right, I'm out. Ooh. Woohoo! Give me another fucking 50. SPY puts now down to 229, 230, take a look here and see if these buyers are actually here or not. A little bit of a bounce here right at 448. You can see this is the last buyers here. Price target down below. We'll look at 445 and see if the buyers are there or not. Looks like they've got some buyers above here. All the way down to 446. Huge buyers down here, actually. You may want to take some profit in here at some point. And if there's another rejection above, reposition for the next trade. For some kind of a rejection here and then another blast through. There's a lot of buyers hidden here. But I'm going to be looking to grab one more for the trip to 445. Clear that there. SPY puts now down to 180. Hopefully you took profit. They printed fucking fat though. And on a 178, pretty big widespread ask there. They were down. Just be aware. This is zero date stuff. So today's Friday. Just be conscious that these puts were dirt cheap earlier. So there's some people that are in them since like 80 cents, 60 cents. So use that as a benchmark as they wear off in value. Where you can buy it again. Majority were in right around. Majority were in. Well, majority of put buyers bought right here where my cursor is right here. So if we move back up anywhere in this vicinity, wouldn't surprise me to see us come back up here and then reload for another tag lower. Puts now down to $1.70, $1.71. Watching SPY calls come in, USO calls, QQQ's calls. This is a neat one. SPY, April 4th, 440p for $1.1 million. Looking for that trade after the quarter. AMD calls June 17th, 110C for $1.4 million. Dip buyers on AMC, SPY again. SPY March 28th, 451C. I'm not in any SPY calls. I'm just in puts right now. Apple call dip buyers, SPY call dip buyers. All small money though. Dip buyers on NVIDIA as well. But that's all small money right now. More buyers stepping in, or more sellers stepping in right now on the SPY. Those puts are back up to 203. I'm not in puts right now. I sold for profit above or below for like $2.27 or some kind of nonsense. I'm going to let it breathe for a minute and try to jump back in again. More dip buyers stepping in on SPY. I guess we could get a turnaround here. 448.43 is below support at 450. But I still think we trade down into the bell today. I think the VIX. I I think the logical part is that at some point today the VIX is going to kick in, heading into the bell, and then we might have a down day on Monday, and that gets the VIX to like 30 or 25 or 30 or so, and it gives the bulls their chance to get to 460 for the end of the month. So I think whatever, I wouldn't be dip buying this, I guess, if it was me. Maybe you could dip buy it to 450 or 451, 42 or so. But I think it's going to roll down into the bell today, or trade sideways. Trades up, trades down, and then it'll die off into the bell. That was a nice trade, by the way.
Russian central banks and the buy gold from banks starting March 28th.
Yeah, look for that reversal somewhere up in here, 451. Have some patience. If you missed it, look for a reversal once again if you want to trade it again.
Russian central bank, the buy gold banks starting March 28th at a fixed price.
Look for something like that if we can get it. Be patient. You can see them up here, right? These are where the sellers are hiding above here. 450.12, 450.86. Still a little bit of pinning here, but you can see quite a large, substantial number of buyers in here. So they'll try to push up, and then you should get a reversal at some point. I can't say that it's going to happen as high as 450. It's not as clear right here. I don't know that you get as high as, I said 451, but I don't know if you get that high. 449, 47. It's already touched up there too. Every time I take shorts, every time I take a short position, I go in too early. And if I just waited another 5 or 10 minutes, I'm gonna give you guys a prime example. Whenever I buy puts, I'm gonna show you guys. I don't know how you guys do. I'm gonna tell you what I do. This is rookie mistakes 101. What I do is I'm like, oh yeah, I'm buying a fucking put right fucking here, right? I'll show you guys what I do. Now this might work right now, but I'll typically buy right here when I should have waited just 5 more minutes to buy somewhere up in here, and then I end up it rolls over and I break even and I miss the entire fucking trade. So I'm just gonna be patient here. Look for the next move. It doesn't look like it's gonna get as high as 451 from Bookmap. It looks like it's gonna reverse here, but I always feel like that's how it happens to me. Like I miss the meat of the trade. It ends up being a squeeze higher, shorts being closed, and you can't see it happening, but it happens, right? So if you're a bear, that's lesson for the day. Just be patient and see if it squeezes, if there's some profit taking, and then wait for the next dunk. There are a lot of sellers here, but like right in here, 450.50 or so. It's still much higher, so we'll see what happens. Watching calls come in on SPY, March 25th, 450C, QQQs 358 C for $30,000, Qs 358C for $28,000. TLT calls out there that goes against the market. April 14th, 128C. That's that bearish bet against the market for a market crash. April 14th, 128C for $315,000. If you do trade TLT long, it did bounce the other week. If you do trade TLT long, just know that you're going to have to stay. Typically, you stay in TLT calls for days to weeks. It trades very slow. Even if the price goes up, it takes a while for you to make that money. So if you're going to take a long on TLT, expect to hold them for a week, 2 weeks sometimes. SPY calls 325 450C, $68,000. QQQs March 25th 358C, $32,000, all small money. MT Mike Tango May 20th 34C, $297,000 high algo score. Wells WFC 10/21/22 October 21st high algo score 57.5C, $310,000. Apple calls March 25th 175C for $10,000. This is all small money, so it's not really big money. So you're just looking for a moment to take another short position here. If you are day trading here today, you've got a defined zone so far for today. So what we'll do is we will we'll put this zone in. You guys have traded with me long enough to know how this ends up trading, right? You end up getting a kind of a defined trading zone. So we've got this top here, 452.98. We've got an intraday bottom of 448.42. I expect we trade down into the close today at some point, but just be conscious of dip buyers down below. Be conscious of shorts above, cutting their shorts loose and waiting to take another short lower. So if you're going to get bearish here, look for a rejection. You can probably start entering here, and then even go heavier here. So maybe a 1, a 2, or an A, B, and a C here to take a short position for the next roll over. But it wouldn't surprise me if we traded like this. This wouldn't surprise me, and then all the way down. Whoa. And then all the way down into the bell. That was some fast money right there. More buyers than sellers. Hero indicators turning green right now. Just be mindful that the dip buyers are all day traders. These are not institutions at the moment. Also note that we talked about the VIX, getting the VIX up today to 30, right? Not today, but today into Monday, trying to get the VIX up to 30 so that bulls can take us to 460. So let's look at the VIX real quick. I think it's already up to 23. 2286. So let's take a look at the VIX real quick. And we were talking about how do you get to 460. You know you're not going to get to 460 with the VIX down at 20. We know the VIX isn't going down to 10. That just ain't happening, right? But 20 is a pretty reasonable bottom for the market, for where we are currently in the market. If you want the market to go up, next week for the end of the month, it's not really the best looking chart, is it? It's kind of a doggish looking chart. This is a better looking chart right here. So you got this nice little, see if I can. It's getting all wonky. So when I do this, then I'm fucking up with my lines here. See if we can bring it even higher here. Make it a little bit more truthful for the bears. It's like, where can it actually go? So this is 2536 over here, right? And where I want to see it is, if you're going to make a move to 460, then it'd be nice to see 30 would be nice. And then a fall down below to get us to 460. So there is some room to run here. I don't know that it runs today. Sometimes they do this weird shit end of day where we could trade this up here, and then like the last 15 minutes, it gets to like 26, 27, and then on Monday we'll hit that 30. And then that'll give you what you need to get to 460 for the rest of the next week into the 31st right here, actually. Matter of fact, I'm going to leave this here, see if it happens or not. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. What we'll do is we'll do array here. And let's say we trade sideways. We're trading this is the close right here, 325 at 1600. And then let's say fuck it. Let's go full bear. Let's say by Monday we're at 30. That's 940. What is that? Oh, hold on here. Enter. Hold on, give me a second here. So yeah, it's the 28th, right? When's the 28th? 28th at 1600. Right there. Okay, so we'll see if some way somehow we can trade this up to 30. It might not get that high. Maybe it'll get to like let's call it 29. And I don't know whatever the fuck happens in here. We can get to 30. Hopefully we can get to 30. If you're bull, you want to see 30 for Monday so that we can trade higher on Monday or next week. You want to see 30. I know you don't believe that, but you want to see some kind of a move up here to 30. So that as high as you can get it to 30, so we can get as high as we can to 458. Move this back over here. And hopefully you took profit here. If you had some puts, you took some profit. Talked about this just a few minutes ago, right before this even happened. When we were down here, I said to you, one of the big mistakes that I make is, or like new traders make, or even I make, right? I'm down here and I'm still holding, or I re-up on my puts over here by accident. See us trading up now, and I'm always telling you like, it's a good chance we can get up here. Good chance we can get up here. So all it is puts. And remember that this line right here, this is where most people took puts right here. So this is where max pain is up in here. So, bears that are short from right here, they don't want to see it get up here. They want to see it reverse course before it gets here. Up in this area, so be aware of that as well. Already people in puts, they don't want to see it get any higher. Just think about how other people are positioned. Calls coming in on BA. April 1st, 195C, $83,000 and $77,000. Calls on WFC again. 2 sets now, 1021 for 62.5C, $107,000. Calls on SoFi, April 14th, 10C, $16,000. Those puts are now down to $1.40 or so. They've got some pretty decent premium on them for where we are. All right, so what are you guys talking about down in here? I got to look at your sorry, I had to stay close. Did you guys make money on that trade down? Chase is saying I'm an expert of buying puts too early. I do it all the time. I'm always buying puts too early. I always buy them too early. Especially on the bounce. Like you take profit, and then when I go back in for the second run, I'm always early on that second run. The dude at Orange says, have a great weekend, I'm out. Spy bounce to 451, then back down for close. That's right, Matt. Target above to reshort. Target above to reshort, Chase, is target above to reshort right now is, just think about it from this perspective, Chase. So most of I was looking at all the put buying. Most of it was right here. Most of it was not right here. The majority was right here. So you go down here, right? Make that tag, take your money and run, right? And now there's just a few put holders in here, okay? And they're right now holding, going, Jesus, don't let it come back up here. That's what they're saying to themselves. The more than likely, though, it's going to come back up in here. and they're going to lose not lose a lot of money, but all their gains. It doesn't always come back up to here, but usually it does, and that's like the process of the market makers taking their money. If you're doing directional puts that are 0 dates, they're only good for the move. So these are all these trades are fucking for today. So I would expect it to trade up here, 451-ish, 451.25 at the most. So this is 450.18. This is 450, and this is 450.25. So somewhere in here, a bigger rollover. It's already starting to roll over. It actually tagged at 450.18. So you could probably take another one right now if you wanted to. You see this tag right here. I'm gonna wait. I'm not in right now. I'm waiting for this area right here. I'm being a little bit more conservative and taking puts. I'm waiting for up here. I'm always taking them too fucking early, man. Okay, so let's see. So we'll leave this over here. You guys see where the short is. This is the last pick right here, and slightly higher is where I'm going to look for. I'm going to look for like right up in here, 450.50. Let's see here if we can get a better view. Yeah, right there. See that right there? See that right there? It's a little bit of ice right up in here. 451.09. Looks like somebody already grabbed that though, right? 450. Is that 450? No, it's for 451.09. So I'm gonna be patient here, and I'm gonna try to grab some more at 451.09 or so. What is the timing to take long after a drop like this for day trading? I expect us to trade sideways for the rest of the week. Right? This is still a sideways trade. Nothing about this trade currently is bearish. We are still in a sideways trade. So I think we're trading sideways. My viewpoint currently, unless it changes, is sideways to down, and then a push higher into end of quarter to be above 453. Sounds familiar, Cap? I'll wait and trade with you at 450. Yep. You guys know what happens, right? I'd rather miss the short than enter it too early. Absolutely. I don't think the Fed could ever hike rates to the Volcker highs because such high rates now would be even more fraudulent than the current misallocation and moral hazard we have with unsustainable debt service. I agree with most of that. Been there, done that. Yep, I'm an expert at buying puts too early. Higher rates are no longer a signal of strength of capital, but a pantomime of signaling and marrying and hoping token efforts can continue to push the fraud on a string. I agree with all that as well. Matter of fact, Tomas, I believe that there's nothing they can do, that they're too late to the party. And yesterday I was talking about you'd need rates today at like 20% to even consider it. And if you made rates 20% today, you'd fucking burn the market down. You'd send us into a fucking recession. Fuck the recession, probably a depression. So they're fucked, right? You know that they're fucked. So the only hope that they have is to try to manage it until we slip into a recession or the entire market rolls over. So I'm a bull, but I understand where we're at. I know that we're fucked in the long run, and that the rope runs out at some point. So how long can they hold out? I don't know the answer to that. It could be a month, could be 2 years. But I do agree with you. Tomas is saying HMYC, the stock pumped on insider buying and call options before the AMC announcement. Sold my TLT a while ago and can't short it. TLT is a tough one, man. I've tried to trade TLT. It's like the fucking DIA. Like, you got to sit in it forever and ever. Is the liquidity low? Yes, it's still low today. Here's the pump. Almost time to re-enter short. Puts can be really... Hold on, what am I missing here? Missing some of you guys are saying here.
President Biden meeting with Polish leader in Poland saying that he thinks Biden will meet the legal definition of a war criminal.
450, Monday 449 puts. Tells a monster trade. I like bull
Biden's
cap.
saying there's more sanctions to come against Russia.
Even though I'm a bear. We like fast money. I can switch on a fucking dime. I got no problem buying puts. In a fucking blink, I'll buy puts or calls. I'm a whore. Jim James, do we think lower in the close? Yeah, I do. I think earlier I went through it pretty much. So my general expectation is for a sideways trade today, possibly Monday. Even into next week, we could trade sideways. My big issue is end of quarter, right? My big issue is where's green on the quarter?
More reporting out of Saudi Arabia appears to confirm the Saudi Aramco storage facility was hit by an attack in Jeddah.
Jeez, that sounds like an inside job. Sounds like one of the nephews or the sons or something were like, fuck that, we want higher gas prices. For headline news. So my take right now is that we're going to trade sideways. Now, my sideways and your sideways may be different. I'm giving like a 100-point range, not 100, but like 50-point range.
Futures are a little off their highs, but still up 1% on the session.
Like a 50-point range on trade sideways. When you trade sideways, it's typically sideways and down until some support is found. And then I do think that we close the quarter green. Now that number, I have two numbers for green. I think that there's a green number at 453, I think, or 456. That's the green quarter. But then if you close higher than 435, that's kind of like if you close below 435, that's 3 straight down months. All 3, not just the quarter, but the quarter and the 3 straight down months, which is even uglier. Now we can trade down there if we see rolling puts. I'll take shorts to get down there. I'm open to all scenarios in this market and where the end of the quarter winds up. But my take still is firm that the bulls are better positioned than the bears, regardless of where we trade. You're better positioned as a bull, and so I went over that earlier this morning. I don't think you can get to 460 or 455 without the VIX coming up at some point. So to expect us to trade sideways the next couple days and slightly down. We're famous for Fridays selling off into the close, VIX careening into the close. It's OPEX, not OPEX yet, but it's a weekly OPEX. So wouldn't surprise me to see us see the VIX spike up into the bell. Mondays are typically down days, a good day to buy low, right? As on Mondays, it's all kind of fitting. The pieces are fitting in. Getting a little bit of a triple top up here, double top. Hold on here. I might be trying to take another short here. Give me just a second here. I missed this trade already. Wasn't paying attention. I was talking. But am I bearish in the market? It doesn't really matter. I think your viewpoint right now is, I think I've come around to the positioning at this point that you're better off right now in this market where we stand, that you're bullish. Now, that would assume that you bought the last bottom, the big bottom, right? That would assume that you are taking profit right around here. It assumes that if we have 3 scenarios, well, let's give 4 scenarios. I think it's 3 or 4 scenarios. That would be if you're bullish, right? You should be collecting your money and running right now. You're going to be looking for confirmation that we can trade within 450 to 460 for you to take your next long. That's option A. Option B is that we don't confirm a trade in 450 to 460, so you wait for a pullback, and you're going to buy a pullback somewhere down below between 440 and 438. Or if you start to see rolling, we've already seen hedges come into the market, so you need the second round of put flow that's like a waterfall put flow and real money selling. If you see that happening, then you just hold back in the market. You still haven't entered, and you're waiting to buy that crash to 400 or that crash down to 390 or 360. So I think you're still positioned better right now, currently today. You have more options on the table from a bullish viewpoint right now than you do from the bearish viewpoint, because the bearish viewpoint right now is the market must roll over. That's your only option. It's your only option. If the market doesn't roll over, you might be good for what? You're good for from here to possibly 438, and they could stretch that out from now. You might get that today and tomorrow, and then it's a resumption higher. So if you wanted to be bearish slightly, you could be. If you wanted to be bearish with confirmation down below, sure. But I would have an open. You need to have more of an open mind as a bear right now than a bull. Like, you have to be able to be like, okay, I can see 438, but I can switch to a bull, or I can see 438, but I'll wait for confirmation for a move lower below 438. Believe it or not, below 435 to get super duper bearish. So you don't have too many options with that long view as a bear. You have to have, I think you're the better option here, or the more options for you is as a bull, generally speaking here. Even if we were to roll the market over, even if we were to fucking go to the depths of hell today, if we were to fucking trade down to fucking 360 today, you right now, where we stand in the market, your best positioning is from a bullish perspective. You can still trade the market rolling over in that perspective. You can still take buy puts. You can still short the market. But I think your perspective, if you have a viewpoint out there as a trader or as an investor or as a bear right now, I think right now where we are, right now today where we are, that if you are just locked in like tunnel vision on being a bear, you only have a couple options. And if those options don't go your way, you're going to get fucking steamrolled, right? You've seen that happen already. And I think that's my point on that, okay? So just be careful and safe if you're a bear out there. I think your options are wider as a bull right now, just for the positioning, for the fact that we're up here. I understand the point that you don't want to miss the trade down to 360 or 390 or 400. But if we make that trade down there, you're going to get confirmation before it happens, right? You're going to have plenty of time to see that rollover, to capture some of that trade. You don't need all of it. You don't need the exact top, and you don't need to close at the exact bottom. You saw bears just get fucked up this past week, get fucking wrecked by continuing to hold rather than taking profit and waiting for the next opportunity to short. So do the same thing as a bear. If you want to make money as a bear, have both sides of the coin, be able to see the bull's perspective, be able to see the bear's perspective, be able to trade both sides, or at least step out of the way if it doesn't go your way. And right now it doesn't look, nothing's looking like, there's nothing saying that we're selling this market off right now. And even if it does, I don't know, like you take a short at, let's say you bought shorts at 452 and you're like, it's never coming back up. I guess you could do that. I guess you could have bought 453 at this point. Or you could buy it right now. It's 449.53. Enter a short right here and just say it's never coming back again. But there's an argument against that. I mean, the big top, if you want to get really bearish, the big top you already know is 460, right? I mean, you can look at a fucking chart and any fucking chart, right? I don't need to fucking show it to you. You can fucking see it right here. The big short, if we were going to short this bitch again, no offense to women, if you're going to want to short this again, where is it? We already know where it is. It's up here. That's where the next big short is if you're bearish, right? I guess there was one down here. It went lower, I guess, and maybe you were thinking it was going to do that down here, right? You get your lower low over here. Well, you didn't. You didn't get your lower low down here, did you? Right? You didn't get it down here. You got it here. Right? Let's look at the 3 months. Let's look at the 3 months, right? Here's where it happened, right? Well, we can look right at it, right? Lower lows, lower highs, right? We got it right here. Boom. Right? We didn't break above that higher high up here, right? We went boom, right? We failed down here, lower than that high, right? Boom. Double bottom, right? We come up here, and I know that some of you fucking bears are like, we're going down here. We didn't. We're going down here. We didn't. And we're now right here. So this is how you lose your money, all your money, believe it or not. And so I guess if you're a bear, you'd be looking, my point would be you'd be looking for like right here for a big short. Now, if it does roll over here, that's fine too. But my expectation is we're going to hit down here somewhere, right? Or lower. So do you need to have it like the entire way? No. You need some confirmation each leg down until we get down here, and you manage your trade all the way down as a bear. So I'm open to either side, trading higher, trading lower. I don't care which way we fucking trade, to be honest with you. I don't give a fuck if we go up or we go down. I'll take the trade either way. So we met our first price target here. You see the number 1 and the number 2 is down here at 445. We are looking ultimately I'm looking ultimately at by end of day a tag of 445. Watching some SPY calls come in. March 25th, 450C, $90,000. SPY calls come in 325.51 C for $30,000. Walmart calls, TJX calls, more Wells Fargo calls coming in. Yeah, so my take is that's better to be my take, I guess, let's do a short, brief synopsis. We can go anywhere. If someone's claiming we can get down to 400, then we can go to fucking all-time highs. We're at a point in the market where it's easier for a bull to be cash gang right now and still win in every single scenario. All 4 scenarios, a bull can be holding cash at this moment and win in all 4 scenarios. If you are a bear and you are active in this market right now, you only have 1.5 choice chances of making money here. We fully sell off the market, or we go down to 438. So very small money chance for very small money, and then in a 25. Let's give you 25% that we sell the entire market off. You have a 25% chance of the entire market selling off. You have a 12.5% chance, let's say, of making some money if you time it right, down to 438. Let's call it. Okay, that's your only chances. Your risk as a bull right now is that we trade sideways or that we trade higher. That's your risk. If you're a bull and you're cash right now, your best bet right now is to buy any fucking dip, buy a confirmation that we trade slightly higher and confirm 450 to 460 and then long 450 to 460, right? Or we go to all-time highs. So no matter what, the bull has the better or the easier positioning here currently for where we are in this market right now at this moment. The choices are limited for a bear if you're active in the market. The best choice for a bull right now is to just take your money and actively manage your portfolio and wait for the next leg up. And then I would say the same thing. If we get close to 458, 460, and you're a bull, I would say then exit the market with your money once more. That's a major resistance zone. And as a matter of fact, at 460, I would be definitely telling bulls to put some real protection on, because that is a prime target to short. And for me too, without a doubt, I'll be looking to short the entire market around 460. Like I will be like, drooling at the mouth. Bears will be fucking, bears will be held in fucking, like midnight fucking rave dances and sweaty fucking nightclubs over 460. I mean, that's the place. If you wanted a place to meet up with bulls and say, because that would be the whole thesis, right? If you're at 460, to start to trade higher to 480 to test all-time highs, you're saying that we're going to have inflation, the Fed's lying, that rates aren't going to ever go high enough to make a difference. Like, that's the thesis above 460. So the natural place to start rolling the market over is anywhere from 460 to 480. And so, of course, I'll be looking to start turning uber-duper bearish at that point. Uber-duper bearish. You like expiring puts, not 5 days out. I don't right now. The way this regime is, the regime of this market, I love spreads, and I love 0, 1, 3 dates directionally, holding them for the directional move. They've paid the best. And I do not in any way, shape, or form like buying any puts or calls for 1 to 3 months out. Spreads have been my best friend since September, I think. September, November, somewhere in there. Somewhere between the last quarter, September to December quarter, and then up until now. Spreads have been my friend. And as a matter of fact, I haven't been able to buy 1 to 3 month out puts and calls since it's been a while. I want to say since I don't know, it's been maybe a year or two. I haven't been able to buy 1 to 3 month out calls and puts. I used to be able to do like back in the day. I'll show you guys something again. I show this to some people sometimes, then I don't show it to everybody. But let me do something real quick for you. Give me a second here. Just one quick second.
So seeing Houthi spokesperson saying that their statement on their Saudi operation is coming shortly.
me show you guys something here. You can buy farther out, like 4 month, 6 month out, stuff like that. But my problem with the indexes is there. I'm going to show you my problems with the indexes. It doesn't matter if the trend is up over 3 months, right? Or down. This works both ways. Back in the day, you could find that trend. Let's say we just bounced over like a macro, not macro, but like let's say you're looking at a 1 year chart and you're like, boom, there's our bounce. You used to be able to watch the trend and buy a pretty fairly, you could like buy a dip in here. Same with going down too. It works on the same way down. You could like buy here, and you could buy slightly outside the money, like right here, and then a month later you'd be making some decent money, right? You like get your money and you'd run pretty consistently, right? Well, now when we do this, right, we have this. You can still kind of see it, right? The flow of the market. You have high frequency trading firms. You've got computer programs. You've got day traders. You've got fucking retail traders. And this is what happens. You get this violent fucking moves like this. And all along the way, these options are just getting fucking hammered by losing all their intrinsic value and just getting fucking, I don't want to say the R word, but just getting fucking destroyed. And in this whole entire process, and there's some violent swings, right? We have volatility as a regime now, right? We know about tail risk. So whether you're going up or down, you're seeing all this kind of nonsense here. And it's like you're buying them here and you're like, these are beautiful. And then by the time you get here, they're worthless. And if you didn't time it exactly, exactly way up here in this high, you kind of get fucked, right? It just violently moves back down, and you're like, I'm totally fucked down here, and so you're fucked. So for me personally, I'll look on a, I'm using CLX because it doesn't move, but I got a SPY. Well, actually hasn't been working on the SPY since January, but I did show you guys yesterday. I did show you guys how it does work in down market. Yesterday I showed you the market breadth indicator on TradingView and how to know when to buy bottoms, even in a down market like right now. You guys already saw that in yesterday's video. If you haven't seen that, check back in yesterday's video. I go over fail-proof. That's actually a fail-proof indicator for when to buy a dip, and it's worked. The 2 years are going up, and it's worked since January too. When to sell tops, when to buy bottoms, that kind of stuff. You go back and watch that video yesterday. So what does that mean? It means that if we come down here, let's say we come down here to this area right here, we bounce down here. I'll buy call spreads, right? If let's say come up here, right? Put spreads is the regime. Then maybe some weeklies or monthlies, and get more aggressive with 0 dates as we go down here. Now we didn't continue down here, right? So you can only hold these to price. But if you were to have a monthly put spread here, you will eventually hit it, right? And you didn't lose any of the intrinsic value on that option because of all this nonsense that took place. So if we are rolling over, what would you say to yourself if you're a bear? You would say to yourself, hey, Cap, I think we could roll over here at 450 or at 460. You could buy yourself some put spreads. I would start with put spreads. And you could do a put spread regime somewhere in here. And you could make it 450 to 460 wide. And you could give yourself, I would say to middle of April. And do I think we'll be higher than 460 in April, middle of April? Probably not. Do I think we have the chance to trade up here and then swing back down in April? I do. So this is where you work on spreads to make sure that you can account for a swing. This is where if we do roll over right now, they'll still print.
Saying that you don't need a central bank digital currency to achieve faster payments.
So no, do I do just naked?
Speaking at a seminar on digital currencies.
Do I do naked options anymore? And fuck no. Fuck no. I'm here to make money and win every day. I'm here to pay myself and pay for women and be wealthy. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Hell no. Do I buy puts? Or I don't even buy calls like that. And if I buy calls, I buy them directionally. Those days are over. Fucking market's a shit show right now. Utter fucking shit show. Okay, so the bounce down below, another bounce down here. Trading higher right now. Talked about trading within a zone. Talking about wanting to see it back down here at 445 by the end of the day. Talked about also about 15 minutes ago, I said to you guys, what did I say? What did I say about buying your puts too early, right? So you can trade up here over here. So you might even get all the way up here to 451 to 11, right? So I know you guys got bears out there telling you I'm in puts.
Word of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabian officials saying they destroyed 2 drones launched towards Najran.
Told you to wait, right? Fucking over here teaching bulls how to fucking make money. Now I'm teaching bears how to make money. I can't believe I'm doing that. I'm cheating on my own kind. Teaching fucking bears how to go short. Like Cap. Cap, why are you teaching bears how to make money? That's right, Matt. Matt knows. The volatility is just arbing the seasonality of volatility. Volatility typically being overpriced during the spring and fall, March. And yeah, I agree with that, Jade, to an extent. Spain liquidated down, and now there aren't as many there above 450. Cap, how wide spreads do you buy? How far out expiration? Pay for women. I know. That does sound bad, doesn't it? Pay for women. That sounds terrible. If anyone doesn't know out there, I've got 3 women in my life, and they're not cheap. They're very expensive. And they're not free. And they're not cheap. And they're not nice. I guess women can be nice, but when there's 3 women to one man, they're never nice. Ever. Ever. Sorry to break the news to you. There's a lot of expectations. The levels called by Spot Gamma are perfect so far, right? Effing trader. So all right, so we are getting a little roll here again. We'll see if this roll works this time. So you can't always see the shorts, right? You're not going to see the shorts in here, but you can see the sellers in here. The sellers are starting to reform here. Sellers are getting a little bit stronger here on the SPY, right? You can see that. Oh, hold on. We can see that sellers are starting to step up here, right? Starting to see a little bit of a rollover on the hero indicator here. And the thing you want to remember here is this is a I want to teach you guys something, okay? This is an important thing to understand, okay? Even if you weren't in the trade, look for when the puts or the calls are bought. You guys ever find yourself in a trade? I got a great point for you. Do you guys ever this is a good point. I want to teach you guys this, okay? Not teach, but to remember this when you're trading. Let's say you bought calls here. And you're riding up, and it rolls over right here. Let's say right at this moment the calls, let's say you bought them at $1, and let's say they're worth $2. We roll down here now, and your calls are now worth 30 cents. You ever notice that we start trading up again? And your calls are not quite at back to $1, like 60, 70 cents or so, right? You actually need bulls to step back in and buy this. And if they don't, you ever notice that it rolls back over here? And you suffer even more. So, what is my point in that? Especially day trading. So, my point in that is that while you buy puts up here, there's two regimes you want to be looking for. Let's say you bought puts here. You wrote them down, the directional, right? You took your money, right? Cha-ching, and then another bull bear didn't. So there's two things you need to think about here when you're going to go back short again. You want to think about the bull over here, and that he's trapped up here, right?
Or Professor Waller saying he thinks blockchain is totally overrated.
You know that he's trapped right around here, and that he's just trying to get out even, which is probably right here. You also know that some bears did not close their puts, and they actually bought them right here. So as we trade higher here, there's two things happening. We're going to squeeze all the bears out, and we're not quite going to make back what they originally got into for this for $1. We'll be at like 90 cents or something, right? So somewhere in here is going to be max pain for the bears that we're in, and the bulls will start to freak out somewhere in this vicinity here. So whenever you're like taking shorts and longs and all that kind of stuff, keep that in mind. Keep in mind where the bulls are. Keep in mind where the bears are. Keep in mind that it's probably somewhere in this vicinity here, where it'll roll back over one more time, and you'll have capitulation by some bulls from over here. They'll capitulate and sell. You'll get a quick move down here, right? And the bears would have sold out of their positions right here. They'll be positioned wrong, right? Meanwhile, you're taking that short down here, and then you're actually going to take that long up here. Okay. And that actually works itself even more out over here. All right. Just keep that in mind. And then be watching your options flow, making sure that the options flow is not in there. Know that the shorts don't show up. Know that shorts are going to take profit as well. Know that shorts are trading on Globex on the Globex market, that they're looking for like 30, 40 points. Make sure you're reading your 1, your 5, and your 15-minute charts for where levels are, because you get different traders trading different things. And I'm just being patient right now. Just be patient, and we'll watch this as it unfolds. And if there's another roll, we'll take it. It's coming up soon. Look for 450. We might not get there, but 451.07. No, excuse me, 450.92, 451.14, somewhere in there. We should be able to get a nice little roll, and we'll see if we can roll it back down again. Approaching VWAP, Alibaba's letting us know. All the fucking time, right? Bears would rather short early and try to be right than make money, I guess. Yeah, it's all about making money, right? That's what it is. At the end of the day, you're here to make money. Am I a Mormon?
Another report seems to confirm the Houthis launched missiles and drones on Aramco facilities in Jeddah.
No, but I used to live in Park City. I used to be living in a ski town up there, up in Utah. Mormons are, I mean, I got no offense to Mormons. I've got some very close friends that are Mormons. But they're like,
reports indicated a fire at the Aramco facility there.
They're like, so just a heads up, if you guys are looking for that, all that Saudi Arabia stuff, you guys want some tickers, I'll give you some tickers. OIH. So that's, shit, I forget what O is anymore. What the alphanumeric is, but it's OIH, USO, GAF, BNO, UGA. Those are the tickers that you're looking for on Saudi Arabia. OIH, USO, GAF, BNO, and UGA. Let's pay attention to those tickers. I get some good Mormon friends. I was raised a Catholic. I'm an atheist now. I don't believe in anything. But I was raised a Catholic. They're like if you're a Catholic out there, they're Catholics that don't apologize for all their sins on Friday. They actually do what they say they're going to do. Like they don't drink, they don't do drugs, they don't do certain things, and they're pretty good about it. Generally speaking, there's a lot of like ribbon you can do. But they're generally good people, although they're known for more fraud than any other place in the country. Utah is famous for fraud, and they're famous for banking for the gangsters in Las Vegas back in the day. There's a whole bunch of neat little facts about Mormons, but I don't want to trash any religions out there. I know you got any guys out there religious or spiritual. I got nothing against religion or spirituality. I understand it, get it. Try not to talk religion ever. Respect that whatever you are, whatever you do what you do. I get it. If it works for you, that's what works for you. I wish you all the best. But Mormons are cool. They Mormons taught me how to prep to an extent, like normal prep. Mormons or LDS teach their people how to take care of themselves, hunt, hunt fish, how to can goods and stuff like that. They're not all crazy. They don't think it's the end of the world. Well, they have the aspect, but they do it. But they have some of the best outreach too in the country. Some of the best welfare programs in the country, believe it or not, for their own people and for people in general. And they prepare for bad things happen, earthquakes, stuff like that, tornadoes. They do a very good job at it. I think when you first get married as LDS, I think you have to have like a year's worth of food for your first year of marriage or something. I forget all these things. I used to live in Utah. Anyways, good, neat people. So finding some support here on the SPY here. This looks bullish. You got 1, 2, and 3. But I'm not seeing, outside of day traders, I'm not seeing a large bid in the market. It is Friday. I'm going to expect people to take some profit off the table. No one wants to be long into a Friday. I think bears know that. So if you're looking to trade this market here, I think that you're just looking for a chance for it to keep rolling over. I would say short any good rips that we get. You can already see it kind of failing right now. Not a powerful failure, but you're not seeing the pump, right? You're not seeing the V-shaped recovery right here. It's just kind of being kind of limp on itself today. And we talked about this morning, right, was being range-bound trading sideways. Even with the sell-off, this is a range-bound trade. When we trade sideways, we tend to trade sideways and down over time. I wouldn't be shocked to see us trade down into Monday and look for better positioning if you're a bull. So if you were to see something, something where here's the top, I guess. Something down into here. I mean, it looks extreme, but we have a couple days in here. But it looks extreme, but it's not. It's because we had 2 days missing from in here, but it's probably gonna be somewhere down in here. Any kind of a track like this looks rational. I'm actually giving the Bears some credit here. That's a pretty big move down right there, right? 438's a pretty big move down for Bears. How long does it last? It might last for a minute. Maybe it's in futures and then it recovers by the open. This could actually take place. Wouldn't shock me to see, a sell down in futures, bounce back up at 440. Let me do it this way. Matter of fact, let me get rid of this. And this is going to be my expectation. My expectations are never perfect, but they're better than a lot of people out there. Something like this wouldn't surprise me on Monday. I wouldn't be shocked by this. Or I did that wrong. Hold on here for a second. Let me dial this up a little bit better. Hold on. It's better to get rid of that over there. I mean, let's say we trade higher here. And we 445, I think I said, right? 45 on the bell. Leg it down here. Up here by that point right there. So that's my expectation for today. Something like this. It could go as high as here. I doubt it does. I doubt it's any higher than there. And then I'd say we bottom out into the bell. And you get some doom and gloom or some shit down here at like fucking, I don't know, fucking 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. The Bears will be out on Sunday night. Be fucking running around the fire naked with some fucking things on their fucking loincloths on. They'll be fucking like, you know, the ramrod fucking will be open. Fucking techno will be pumping. And then by open, she'll be back at 440. This is the worst I see. So there you go. That's what I'm looking at right there. Something like that. Looks right. I think that looks right. Or maybe there, you know, you could even do something like this. I always like figuring this shit out. Say you do 440, right? And then we do like the death move down, like right off the bell. This is one of my favorites on Mondays. And then they come careening back here on Monday. Something stupid like that, right? Bloodbath. You're like, oh, we're definitely going up here. One more plunge down. Fucks every single bull, and then we move higher. That's probably better. I'm trying to see who gets fucked first and the worst. EQT, we have calls coming in. EQT 35C, June 16th, $1.2 million, 35C. Echo quarter tango. So there we go. That's probably how you do it. That's how you get the Bears all fired up. You fuck the Bulls, and then we start riding back up. Make our way up here into 453 for the close of the week. 456, I'm sorry. 456 for the close of the month. That's my call. We'll come back. I'll leave this here.
Forces wrapping up trading for the day. The FTSE up.
I'll leave this here.
About 0.25% on the day.
Close I get
German
it.
DAX up 0.3%. The CAC up less than 1/10.
We'll see if I'm right or not. We'll see if I'm right. Look at that. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon too. This is a general light swing too. Don't be holding me to like. Don't be like, oh, you know, cap. You know, it went like this cap, or it went like this cap. You know, don't believe it's a little. This is a broad stroke for 2-3 days. This is a 4-day broad stroke. This is 4 days of broad strokes here. So, just don't be all like, don't get all pissed off at me if it's not exact. All right, so there you go.
Italy to sell up to 3.5 billion euros of 10-year bonds on March 30th.
What do you guys think of that?
So it's like 3 billion of 5-year bonds.
You make it look so easy. Isn't that why the case for the lows being in is questionable? No. There's a bunch of different shit going on right now. Outside of headline news, hey, Tesla, Wolf, what's going on, Brian, my brother? What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Happy Friday. That's right, pirates. So there doesn't feel like capitulation has occurred yet, in my opinion. I don't think we get capitulation. I think we get sideways and slightly down, and then we make another move higher. $1 million of SPX calls just rolled in. Sweet Jesus. And here's your expansion, okay? Here is your expansion in the market. This morning I posted on Twitter and said to somebody, I said, you should be watching SPX and not SPY. And then I talked about it at the open this morning that everyone's paying attention to SPY and ES. No one's paying attention to SPX. And not furthermore, I think Spot and Gamma talked about it this morning as well, which was you're looking at the wrong indexes when you should be looking at SPX. And if you've been with me all week long, you've seen the bid come into SPX, not the SPY. We saw $1 million come into SPY, but you saw the bid into SPX. On Monday, what did I say to all of you? On Monday, I said to you, you want to see call expansion, and you want to see it farther out in time and you want to see it higher than we are. And the higher that it is and the farther out in time it is, the better your chances for going not to that number, but to at least trade higher, right? You're expanding. Look at my hands over here. If you've got low volatility here, right? Or even if you got high volatility, let's see, my hands are apart. You have high volatility, right? And if this bottom is 400 and this high right here is, let's say, 425, let's say it's 440 right here, right? As soon as those puts come into the money, the volatility compresses, right? And you still haven't had calls bought yet, right? And so now you're trading in this range of, let's say, 420 and 410, not 400 anymore, right? I don't know if I'm doing this right, but you're waiting for call expansion. If you don't see call expansion higher, you can't trade higher. You're not going to get to 465, but you're going to get to 460 with calls that are outside of the money and farther out in date, and you're going to expand the trading range. So now we still had puts out there down at 400. They haven't been closed yet, and so that was the question. If we don't get call expansion, we will eventually revisit the lows of 400. Now, right now at this moment, you just saw SPX calls come in at 46.30. Now, those are slightly outside the money, and they are dated for April 8th, right? April 8th, so slightly down the road. They're not dated for today. And so that expands our call range. It makes our absolute call gamma and our absolute call wall, higher than it was. So that means that there's a bank out there of some kind saying, "Don't worry, Cap. We're gonna raise the call wall, and we're gonna raise absolute gamma and calls so that we can get up into the 450s, 460s now." So those just came in. SPX April 8th, 4630, $1.5 million. A split, no rush on that trade either. Got a pretty decent price on that trade. And those have been coming in all week long. We've seen call expansion on the market. Although I am expecting weakness into the close today, and then another leg higher to 460. I don't think we came up from over here down here at 414, not to at least test 460 above here. I don't think we fall short at this point. We don't have lower lows and lower highs. We have higher highs and lower lows. So even just traditional charting is telling you that we have a date with destiny up there at 460, in my view. And your options as a bull are better. That's the key point here, right? Is that your options, we talked about, I'm going to stress this one more time. I know some of you guys have been with me all morning long. If you are a bear, we're currently where we are. You only have two options. You have option number one is that this market rolls over and we catch a bounce. Let's say it's down at 438, right? That's option one for you. And if you have that bearish viewpoint, right? That's one choice for you. Second choice for you is the market must roll over and trade down to all-time lows again. Well, not all-time, but to new lows down to 400 or 390 or whatever. Those are your only two options. If you're a bull right now, right, and you bought that last big bottom, right? If you're a bull right now, you have four options on the table. You have four. You can hope and pray that we trade down to 400 so you can buy it once again. That's option one. Option two, you get a sweet dip buy at 438, right? Option three is that you confirm acceptance between 450 and 460, and you take the new trade from 450 to 460. And option four is we test all-time highs. So you have four choices as a bull right now. You have four choices taking your profit off the table right now, being cash gang, waiting for some confirmation to trade the next 100 points up, to trade to all-time highs, or to buy a dip down below at 438 or 400. So not that we can't buy puts, and not that we can't get shorts, not that we can't trade it down to 438 or confirm all the way down to 400. But if you have a viewpoint in the market right now, no matter where we trade to, you're better off right now, from my viewpoint, as a bull. 100%. And there's nothing, no argument out there that defeats that argument. For currently where we are in the market right now, there just isn't an argument against that viewpoint. So if you bought the bottom, My personal thing to say to you would be take the money and run, and wait for acceptance between 450 and 460, and then ride that next 100 points up. Then I would take that profit and actively manage a portfolio, and then I would take that. And if we attack 460, I would say yes. If you're a bull, hedge the market, wait for us to trade over 460, and then re-enter, right? And you say, well, why Cap? I don't want to actively manage my account or my portfolio. I'm going to say to you, because you don't need to win it all. You don't need all the entire trade. This is the same for the bears, right? You can wait until we get above 460 to long the market. If your viewpoint is we're going to make all-time highs again, Cap, we're going to slow the rate of growth, but the market's going up for the next 2 years or 3 years. Well, there's plenty of room there for you to trade that. I'm going to revisit one more time before I'm going to take a break here in a moment, but I'm going to revisit one more time something with you all. Okay, we're going to go over this one more time because there are some people with us right now, and I want to talk about an important. I talked about this yesterday, but I want to talk more in depth about it and the importance of it. Now, we went through 4 different indicators on TradingView yesterday. All of them are free. Went through the on-balance volume indicator, the advanced decline line indicator, not the actual ticker, the advanced decline line, the ARMS index, and the McClellan summation index. But the big one was the market breadth indicator. So we're going to look at the market breadth indicator. And there's I'm going to clear this. I'm actually going to clear this chart that I've got over here. I'm going to dump this whole entire thing over here. I want to show you guys this. This S&P 500 here, right? I'm going to review it one more time. This is the second time. I'm going to get rid of, what am I looking at here? TLT. I'm over here doing all this other due diligence. I'm looking at TLT, TNX, JNK, the SHI, the credit market, comparing all this stuff. This is a month chart here. I'm looking for a day. I was going back into TLT to find out. I was looking at the credit markets last night to see where there's been divergences because everybody's like, the tails are all bad. We got doom and gloom in the market, and I'm like, has we ever had divergence in the past? And we have. Of course we have. So we're looking at the ES right here, okay? And if some of you guys might have heard this last night, some of you guys probably didn't. But we're going to look at this, and I was talking about this yesterday. If you're a Tesla bull out there, this is for you. If you're a Tesla bull, if you're a Tesla bull out there, this is for you to watch, okay? Oftentimes you're a Tesla bull and you're like, how do you know when to buy and how do you not know when to buy? I was known for the past couple of years where to buy dips, right? I was known for that. Like, how does he know when to buy the dips? How does he know when to buy the dips? And then the favorite argument against the favorite argument against me was, well, it works, Cap, until it doesn't work anymore. It works till it doesn't. We have puts coming in on AMD, SPY across the board. Be conscious of we got some shorts coming into the market right now, trying to get aggressive. We got 3 taps right now. I'm going to switch back to SPY real quick. We got some 1, 2, and 3. Under normal market conditions, I would say we get 1, 2, 3, and we'd push up right here. This is a bullish setup for a trade higher, right? 1, 2, and 3. My take on this is that it's going to reverse here. The bears are going to step in and try to roll this over. You're going to see weakness in this trade. This is actually bearish, not bullish. So we'll see what happens here. And there are some bears stepping in right now, trying to slam on a trade against the SPY. Now we're going to look at this. What am I looking at here? Let me get rid of all this. We're going to take a look at this right here. Hold on. Indicators. We're going to go to the market breadth. Indicator. I think that's the one. I'm doing something wrong here. This indicator is supposed to be showing colors on it. I don't know why I don't know why it's not right now. Why it's not showing colors. Let's see what I do wrong here. I might have messed with this. Hang tight real quick. Did I mess with this yesterday? I might have messed with this.
More commentary from Fez Waller on crypto assets saying that crypto, like electronic gold, is essentially useless.
Let me have this load up real quick. It might not be loading the colors. It might take a minute for this to load up. I don't know why the colors aren't loading right now for me. Hold on one second here. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I'll work on this later. So this indicator's changed slightly since yesterday. But this indicator still works out quite well. And the reason I want to talk to you about this indicator is because depending on the time frame we're in, right? So this is back in 2020, right? This is October of 2020. You remember we had like a month every month who would have a dip lower, right? And you remember how these dips lasted for very short periods of time, maybe a week or two, but we still did drop down here. We were able to buy a dip down here, and then ride this higher. And the key too is you can see that our plane we're constantly going up, right? So it's like, hey, it's always easy to buy this market. Last 2 years, always going up. And then people are like, well, it's difficult now, Cap. The last 3 months we've been rolling over. And you could also claim that we've been rolling over since as far back as September.
Bank of Canada Deputy Governor Kozicki saying that they're ready to act forcefully on inflation.
But you can even see down here that there's a dip to buy. And you can see that there's a dip to buy right here.
Officials will debate the pace and magnitude of rate rises before the April 13th decision.
And here there's another dip to buy.
A key concern is broadening of price pressures in Canada.
Here's another dip to buy. Here's another dip to buy. And here's another dip to buy down here, okay? So it doesn't matter if the market's rolling over. Is my point to you is that the regime is up here. The regime is over here. But even in this rolling over, right, this macro sense that the market's rolling over, this indicator is still giving you places and points to accumulate and add to your position. Okay, so if you didn't want to fuck up out there as a trader, as an investor, you're like, hey Cap, where do I buy the bottom? Now this is going back to so this is going back to when? Let's make a date here. This is September of 2020. It's a good 6 months, right? You could have made one buy here. You'd be a winner. Another buy here, you'd be a winner, right? One buy here, winner, right? Let's say you missed these two because you're like, it didn't come down far enough for me, Cap. One buy here, you would have been a winner. One buy here, you would have been a winner. One buy here, you would have been a winner. One buy here, you would have been a winner. One buy down here, you'd be a winner. Took the risk down here, was a buyer, winner. Notice that when people say you can't win every trade, you actually can consistently win every trade. So it doesn't matter if the market's going up, like it was back here. Doesn't matter if the market's rolling over. If you're using an indicator like this here, market breadth indicator, you can always still be a winner. And now where this is coming up and you're saying to yourself,
right around the top of the hour, we'll get the weekly Baker Hughes rig count data.
Saying to yourself in the last 2 years, hey Cap, all I have to do is buy it and forget it. I just dollar cost average, bruh. Right? And that worked. And then September, we start to see a rollover in the market. And so I say to you, well, now you have to actively manage your portfolios. But even in that regime of us going down, right, there's still places for you in that regime to buy and sell. Buy and sell, right? Or even hold longer to sell again if you have to, right? Buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, so that you're ahead of inflation, right? You're ahead of anything that the fucking Fed can throw at you. You don't want to go off and buy gold. You don't want to buy bonds, boring bonds, right? You want to stay in the equity market. This is how you do it right here. And let's say you're a bull and you're like, You're like, let's say you're a bull and you're like, oh, Cap, but you know what? I don't want to actively manage my portfolio. Well, tough fucking titties right now. Tough fucking titties. Do you want to know when you can stop managing your portfolio again? Because it's if you want to, you need to or get back to that trend, right? You need to get back on this trend again, right? Or above this trend at least, right? Or maybe the trend has rolled somewhat, right? Maybe I don't know. I mean, I could be fucking this up right here, but maybe the trend is lower or something, right? It's not the same clip. I guess that's the same clip right there. Let's say this is the new trend right here, right? Or let's say it's just going to trade sideways. So we do something stupid like this where we just trade sideways for the next fucking 2 years, right? We get like 2010 to 2018 or something. Let's say you trade even as low as this down here. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters to you as a trader, right, or as an investor, is that you know that we don't have free money anymore. You know that we have inflation right now. You know that we have QT coming down the road. You know the chances of us staying in this run higher slim. And if it does, great, awesome. But if it doesn't continue on this same track, this indicator down here is going to be your best friend, actively managing your portfolios until we prove, and this is the other thing, until we prove that we're back on track again to that same thing, right? That would mean that we'd be trading for the proof to come in that we're staying on the track. That would mean we come back up here and we actually, for some time, a quarter or two, start doing this. Then you can buy the dip and just fucking let it run. But until we have this up here, no, you have to actively manage your portfolio. And this has proved itself every single time. Matter of fucking fact, even in March of 2020, down here, this is the proof, okay, down here, we rocketed down here, right? And eventually it came back, right? So if you were like, hey, Cap, I bought this dip down here on October 19th and I wrote it up. Or, hey, Cap, I bought this dip right here, sold it up here, right? You knew to take it again down here. This is actually a prime example. If you're a fucking bear out there and you're claiming the market's going to crash, right? This is where we are right here. And I just told you, take your profit. I just said, take your profit as a bull and wait. So let's just say this is on the table, right? You're just waiting for this down below here. You think the crash is going to be worse than fucking March 2020? I doubt it. So, and we're already up nice and high up here. Now, can we stay high? Can we stay up here irrationally long? Yes, we can. And we can see it here. Right over here, we can see it, right? And even though we traded up, you saw a slow volume breath or market breath slowly creep off, right? Creep down here, right? So we can still stay irrational in here. But if you wanted places to buy and never fucking fail, this is the one for you. You want to go on to fucking Twitter and be like, I'm the fucking best investor in the entire world. You want to get some clout on fucking Twitter? Clout, real clout? Follow that indicator down there. Because when it gets down there and you buy, you can go back on Twitter and tell your fucking buddies and be like, hey, buy the fucking dip. And if they say to you, I don't believe you, say, trust me. It's fucking always worked. Always. It's the only indicator that I can use or I use out there that I know works. Like every single fucking time. Every single fucking time. Every single time. Under every single circumstance. Every single time it's worked. And you don't get aggressive, right? You start with stock. Buy yourself some shares of SPY. Start selling puts down below there, right? Not selling puts, but buy some shares, and then you buy in some long dated call spreads, and then you're gonna get more aggressive with weeklies and monthlies and 3-month calls and leaps. You guys want to know when to buy leaps too, right? You can see that, right? Or actually that doesn't work for leaps, but you get the gist, right? You start with shares, then you go to call spreads that are far dated, then you do short dated call spreads, then you buy weeklies and dailies and all that kind of stuff until you hit the top, right? Matter of fact, if you looked at that fucking thing, if you looked at that chart I just showed you, if you were a bear, you would have known not to start shorting the market if you had that indicator. That indicator beat your master's. It beat your job as a finance degree. It beat your hedge fund. It beat your hedge fund, Dan Niles. So anyways, market breadth indicator. That's the one. Matter of fact, you could go fuck off in the woods. You go hike with your dogs up in the mountains. You go skiing every day. And you could just wake up every morning and check that fucking thing. You'd be a perfect trader. You'd be a perfect investor. Matter of fact, I bet that if you traded that system, that you could turn $1,000 into $1 million in like a year. Matter of fact, we should try that trade using that indicator. We should take $1,000 and we'll buy a fucking call spread every single time it's down there 1 month out that pays 100% on the SPY. And we'll turn $1,000. I think $1,000 is it 12 trades? Turns into $1 million, right? I think we should do that challenge. We should all do it together. We'll take $1,000 each. Every time that market breadth indicator pings, we'll set an alert. You can set an alert on that indicator, by the way. You just snap a line down there, right click on it, and it'll actually send you an alert every time it pings. And I bet we could make 10 perfect trades, and I could make all of you a millionaire out there. It doesn't matter if the fucking market trades down to fucking 200. That's the craziest fucking part. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Do you know what I'm saying? It'd be hilarious. It'd be hilarious. Because I know if we're down there, we can just buy a call spread that's 1 to 3 months out, spend like $1,000, and just make sure that it pays 100%. And we'll just diamond hand that shit for 1 to 3 months. And then we'll degenerate gamble while we're waiting for it to print. I think it's 10 or 12 trades. Does that make sense to any of you out there? Can you yes, Jess. You need $1,000? I need an intern that I pay. I don't know what the math is anymore, but I know that it's out there. I think if you have $100, it takes like I think $100 takes like 20 trades. I think $1,000 takes like 10 or 12 trades. I don't remember. We could do it. You'll send me pies during the year to make it really worth it. You hope that there's no hedge funds watching me right now. Yeah, no, I think it's I think it's like so what you do is you start with 1,000 and you need 100% every trade. So like 1,000 Brex bring you 2,000, and you turn your 2,000 into 4,000, then 14,000 4,000 into $16,000, and then 16 turns into I don't know what the fuck that is anymore. But it's big numbers. Like I don't know what it is, $160,000. That's like $160,000 turns into I don't know exactly what it is. I know it works. I know it's foolproof. It's never failed, not once. You may enter paying call spreads. Where's my rum? Yeah, it's double each time, right? And I know it works. Right on.
The Saudi coalition setting fires and brought under control at 2 tanks in the Aramco oil facility at Jeddah.
Yeah, I think $1,000 10 times or 12 times turns into $1 million. I know people are like, you can't that shit or that. People are like, that doesn't work. I'm like, it does work. I know it works. I know it works.
Saudi crude futures remain up almost 1%, 113 spot.
Why
17.
aren't we doing it? I do it all the time, but then I degenerately gamble it away. I literally am a degenerate gambler. I'm a degenerate gambler. That's how I make my money, on spreads. And then I'm like, ooh, I made all this money. I'm going to go play zero dates all day long. I'm going to go fuck around with the boys on Twitter.
Fed's daily speaking taking place just far from the target for price stability.
Yeah, you can't get it
Daily
wrong.
giving some welcoming remarks at an event.
You have to hit every time. All 10 times you have to hit them. But it's doable. It's not outside of the realm of doable. The key behind it is what I just showed you, right? I already showed you guys how to do it. You use the market breadth indicator. And the best part about the market breadth indicator is that it accounts for time too. So if you guys want to do that, trade, we have to wait. We can't do it today. And it doesn't matter if we trade to even 460 today. It doesn't matter if we trade to 450 and then down to 440 or 460. It doesn't matter. The market breadth indicator will still show you that we're down and ready to buy again. So that's the plan, okay? Our plan will be, we will keep our eyes on the market breadth indicator. And the next time that it's at an extreme, might take us a year, but the next time it's at an extreme, you don't have to buy, you don't have to trade on think or swim. You just have $1,000 available. We'll make a trade together. We'll do a group think. We'll do a group think. We'll put 1 to 3 months out on the trade for 100% profit. Matter of fact, we probably should make it a month out. So we'll do 1 month out, and we'll do it for 100% profit at expiration. We'll make that trade together, and we'll take profit. We'll take it for 100%, and we'll do it. It might take us a year. If we have, well, let's say 1 or 2 bad months in the market, maybe where we don't find that it hits our price target in the oscillator, then yeah, I think we do. I think we try it. If you guys are game for it, I'm down for it. I mean, you can't fuck with the money. I don't want you out there fucking, because this is like robbing a bank, right? You'd be up there with like $100,000, and you'd be like, I'm just not going to tell Captain. I'm gonna squeeze off $30K for a car.
His rig count data, total rig count at 670. It's up from 663 in the prior week. Oil rig count up 7.
Oh yeah, the Fed does this all the time. We need another uncertainty narrative. We do. Yeah, that trade's a big trade too, right? You trade $500,000 in a call spread, you're going to get noticed. And who's going to notice you? The banks are going to notice you. You'll have to spread them around. You'll have to buy like 10,000, 100,000, 80,000, 60,000, and spread them out. Once you start making big trades, you have to try to hide them. You can't do them all at once. You can't just roll in there, call your broker, and be like, I want $500,000 on red. You have to nibble away at it. You just don't tell them what you're doing. You'll follow with CFDs? Cool. You can take the rest of the day off. You're in, Joe? Okay, so that's what we'll do. So download the market breadth indicator. I don't know why it's not in colors today. Maybe the guy came in there and fucked around with it, or maybe somebody else fucked around with it or something. It should be in colors. Maybe it's just my computer is not showing the colors. Market breadth indicator. Oh, no. Hold on a second here. Give me just a second here. I don't know why I don't have colors on my trading view today. No idea why. But normally it's got colors on it too. It's like pretty fucking awesome. It's got like all these like rainbows and stuff. And it's really cool because it shows you all of the underlying sectors, the health of the sectors, and the fact that you've got every sector looking like complete utter fucking shit. I don't know why it's not showing colorful today. I'm gonna have to look in the settings on it. Show line. Oh, there it is. Here we go. So this is what I want to show you guys. Okay, I'm going to show you real quick. See how it's in colors now? It wasn't loading up. So if you guys are with me right now, the cool part about this is that it gets way down here. Now, here'd be an example where the trade wouldn't have worked, right? This is February 28th of 2020. It would have taken you until May 28th of 2020 to get that money. So that is a concern, right? That we don't time it right. So we should make some rules for ourselves. So if we start to roll the actual market over, so let's say the only time I've seen it where it hasn't worked for any period of time is, well, actually it would have worked. It would have worked for the first bull rally down here, to be honest with you. It would have worked down here. And we're going to be price targeting. Let's do a 28.34 and 31.23, 28.34. It's like 200 points. We would have triggered that. So we would have triggered that. Even in this is kind of crazy. It's kind of wild. We would have already taken profit at this point on a call spread here. So I think this would have worked even then, because there's a ceiling on how much you can make on your call spread. So like a 200-point rip here, when we tag down below here, 200-point rip, we still would have taken profit. So it's either time or your ceiling of profit. So my assumption is you would have actually won that trade, and you would have won this trade down below here. Because down here, right, somewhere down in here, you would have within a month hit your target up here somewhere. So I think you can fail in this trade. I think the chance of you failing, if you follow the rules and you wait for these huge dips down here, I think that you have a better chance. And especially watching market conditions and stuff, timing in the day, I don't think you can lose in this trade. I think if you're as patient as possible down in here, you're going to catch that trade and it'll print. So yeah, so right now, what you would do if you've got trading, if you guys all of you guys out there, if you want to do this with me, you guys want to do this challenge with me, just keep $1,000 sitting around waiting, and you're going to look for. We're going to go back in time here, and we're going to make a line like right there, and we're going to change it to. We got the regular line, and we're going to make it thick. And let's just take a look. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we can check market conditions here. You can see we tap it here. You can see we tap it here. You can see we tap it here. And maybe we have to be more conservative with how far outside the money we go. We only do like big trades below this white line. So we'll look for this. Right now we're way too high, right? You see how high we are? But if we come back down here again, we'll pay attention to it, and we'll start buying these call spreads. And I know it works, and I know it doesn't matter if the market rolls over. That's the neatest part of this whole entire thing. That the indicator doesn't give a shit if we continue down this way. Market indicator doesn't care if we're going straight up, doesn't care if we're going straight down, doesn't care if we're going side to side. Has no cares. No cares. Still worked all of January and February and March. So you guys probably don't even need me anymore. You guys should just log off YouTube right now. Stop following me on Twitter, and we'll just call it a fucking wrap, and we'll just be rich from that from this point forward. We'll stop the degenerate gambling, and we'll do? We'll just contact each other every time that thing kicks. And we'll be like, "Hey, Cap, you ready to buy?" I bet in a year we're rich. I bet in a year we get pretty fucking rich off this trade. It's the market breadth indicator from the Iceman. We'll do it again right now. If you see it, it's called the Iceman. I'll type it out for you so you can see it. Now, there are some other indicators I reviewed yesterday, and that I also use in conjunction with that indicator. Now, I want to talk about something else real quick, too, okay? I want to explain it. If you're a Tesla bull out there, stay with me. Okay, so now the indicator right here, see indicators? Paste. It's right here, indicators, paste. It says market breadth indicator percentage of U.S. stocks by Iceman Rand. This is looking for capitulation in every single sector of the market. Basically, there's a README on the right hand side that explains it better to you, so you can read through it and see what it means. You can read the code on it, the Pine editor code down here. You can make adjustments to these indicators too. But this is the indicator. Now, I want to show you something in this indicator, okay? I'm going to show you why I don't fuck with cult stocks. Like, I'll buy cult stocks, but why I don't short cult stocks. And I want to show you something about why, especially with Tesla doing a better job of trading against the SPY and the Qs and NASDAQ, you could use this indicator here to trade Tesla, using it on NASDAQ and S&P 500. This indicator, someone yesterday said, I don't remember who, somebody said it works great on Tesla. And it actually doesn't work that good on Tesla. And I want to show you where it didn't, okay? I want to show you where it didn't work well on Tesla. And it's right in this area right here, I think. Maybe it's back here. But we're going to take a look at Tesla on a year chart, and I'm going to show you why it doesn't, or when it doesn't work. It's loading up right now. And there is some severe selling. It was either back here or back here. It didn't do a good job. But what this also proves,
Another report here saying U.S. officials considering another release from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but nothing has been decided yet. Citing sources.
I'm waiting to see here on January 21st, right? If you'd gotten this indicator here, you would have thought to yourself, "Fuck yeah, I should buy this," right? This is a rare occurrence, and so you'd have been trading up and looking right here. You're at the top right here, and then it rolls right over. Okay. Down here. Do you see that? So it really doesn't work well in Tesla. And the reason why it doesn't work well in Tesla is often because Tesla trades on its own, because this is based upon all these different sectors against Tesla, right? Do you see what I'm saying? And the other reason is because buyers just buy fucking Tesla. They don't give a fuck. But this is based on sectors. Do you see how it says utilities, tech, real estate, materials, right? See finance and energy and whatever else is down there. This indicator is not meant for Tesla. This is meant for market, for the market at large, and specifically the SPY. So if you're going to use this indicator, what I would say to you is that only use it on the ES, only use it on the SPY, or SPX would be a better one. To be honest with you, the SPX is probably best for this indicator. But use this indicator specifically on the SPY and NDX. Boy, that's looking really bearish on SPY right now. Oh, that's looking uber duper bearish right there. So, anyways, we're gonna use that. We're gonna follow that. We're gonna follow that, and that'll be part of our call spread challenge. And just be aware of that indicator. As a matter of fact, what you do, right, is go on your phone and make an alarm for yourself. Go on Google and make an alarm and just say, do an alert every day, or at least, how about once every week? Set an alert on your phone at, like, whenever you wake up, 4 or 5 in the morning. Do it on, like, a Sunday. Do it on a Sunday or something, and maybe Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday or something, whatever you want to do. And just do an alert that says, check MBI, market breadth indicator. Check MBI, right? You might know that the market's falling down, but you want to key in on the MBI one, because you want to be down there looking at that MBI and being like, I know what I can buy here. I know we're there because it shows time and if we actually have sold off or not, right? I showed you how sometimes we may have sold off, but not to the depths that we're supposed to sell off to. You know, like you're selling off and like, hey, Cap, is this the bottom? Hey, Cap, is this the bottom? Hey, Cap, is this the bottom? You can check the MBI and it'll tell you, no, it's not the bottom yet. So we need to have that MBI indicator so we know we're at the bottom, and we know that we can take a long there safely, and we know that we can turn it for 100% profit, and we know if we did it 10 times that we're going to get rich. Okay? What is it called? Can I check London stocks, London listed stocks? What's the ticker number again? THG. I'll take a look at it right now. It's what's the name of it? What's the name of it again? Is it bait? Which one is it? TGI bait PLC? No, it's because that indicator is based on Tesla does a better job of trading against the market in the S&P 500 than it ever has in the past. It's the fact that the components of the indicator are based on the SPY. So what you would do is run this on the SPY, and if you're at a buy target on the SPY, you're more than likely on a buy target on Tesla. But yes, I agree with you to an extent with that, JMax. And you can get a free account with Thinkorswim. You don't need to sign up and fill out paperwork or anything. Is it? Hey, whoever asked that question, Comarita Loan. Is it THG PLC? Anybody know the answer to that one? SPY ascending triangle. Can you check to see if bookmark confirms? A lot of buyers. Yeah, I see the ascending triangle. I see the ascending triangle on SPY. Do I think it's going up here? I see it though. I think it fails, but we'll take a look. I see the triangle. Let's take a look in SPY and see. SPY puts coming in 1:10 p.m. 448p for $28,000 small money. Calls on Oxy. Here indicators neutral. Instrument not found. More buyers than sellers currently in the SPY right now. Let's take a look and see if there's any hidden sellers here. We'll take a peek. Buyers are neutral here. Still large sellers here above. You see these sellers with my little cursor up here? If we squeeze the VWAP at 450.57. Looks like we have some heavy sellers up in here. Oh, next group of heavy sellers is up here at 452.20 and change. So they've come down. The sellers have come down to 452 and change. Be aware of that. Beware of the sellers coming down from 453, and they're now down lower. Substantial sellers up here. If we do squeeze, we'll have a price target of 452.20. There's some weak sellers in here too. See if we can find any hiding up in here. See them hiding right here. They've come lower. They've come down to 451.78 too. There's that wave right there. So they're lower than they were before. $452.50. Some ice hiding up there. Some dip buyers down below at 449. They just appeared. See them down here? Sorry, I didn't get a chance to call you back. Hold on one second. I'm going to take a quick break real quick. I've got to talk to my attorney. I've got him on the phone right now, and he's very expensive.
Italy going to be issuing new 3 and 7 and 10-year bonds in the second quarter.
Oh boy. All right. Sorry, I had to be back for a minute. I had an attorney that called me, or my attorney called me. He's actually a follower. We trade together. But I bought a house, or I'm buying a house, trying to pass papers on a house, and I'm trying to get the taxes paid by the seller. And the seller doesn't have the money to pay the taxes, so they want me to pay the taxes that are due in this house. And I don't want to pay the goddamn taxes in this house. I want it at a lower price.
Ukraine president saying they discussed the threat of a food crisis and ways to prevent it with the Turkey president.
So here is here's my line right here. So I'm freezing. I just ran across hold on here. So here's what I think we're doing. We're still within this line right here, this white line. Check, follow along with me. So this might fail here. Someone was saying that the triangle is here. God, I hate real estate. I don't want to do any more real estate. I want to be done with real estate. Is that 120? So we're actually lower here then, right? This is where it was. This is where the ascending triangle was. Right here. Is what the bulls are saying. That we're gonna blast higher here. That's what the bulls are saying. Got more puts coming in on IWM, another golden ticket. $1 million. April 1st, 204p. Brr. Fed's Daily, a non-voter, reiterates that inflation is far from target price for stability. Ukraine war puts more pressure on already too high inflation. Bill proposed to ban uranium imports from Russia. Is that serious? Is that really, Josh? Is that for real? It never ends with. It never fucking ends with. Stream is still running. See if I got this right or not. Okay. So I think you guys can all hear me. All right. I'm back again. I should have taken a break there too, but I didn't. So the question becomes, are we going to squeeze higher here? We had this one squeeze, and we immediately rejected. Bull's trying again here. This is support 1 here, right? 450. So this is support. We fought our way back to support here. So the bulls have a good case for us to trade higher here. I get the point behind what the bulls are saying. Bulls are saying we broke below support. And they're saying that we're going to blast off here. We're not going to get a reversal into the bell. Or maybe the reversal is later, Cap. They're saying we're gonna blast up here. It's 1:40 in the afternoon. I don't know what we do here. I don't know if we reverse down lower here right immediately. It's like coming on 2 o'clock. Maybe we catch one more bounce up, then we sell off. Bulls are saying in the middle of the afternoon of Friday that they're going to squeeze it up higher. And then where are we going? I guess we're getting accepted into 450 for next week. And we're just uber ultra bullish into next week. How do we get there without the VIX being... what, you telling me the VIX is going to 10? I don't know if I'm buying it. I think the trade is too risky. This is what I'm going to tell you. If we could trade up here, I think the trade is too risky. I think the setup for VIX and the weekend and Monday, and for the trade higher into 460, if you're bullish to 460, I mean, I think it could work, but I just don't think that the statistics are on your side. At one, the only thing I could tell you, maybe the statistics are on your side. The one bull case scenario for us going up right now would be for the sell-off in VIX. They'd want to start it up here, maybe, to start selling down into the close. Maybe I could see that. I don't ever like when you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You still haven't rocketed up. Now I get that all this compression can lead to a push higher, but whenever we're like lagging like this, it looks more like distribution. Looks more like they're trying to sell you fucking calls. That's what it looks like. So let's take a look on the options chain. And motherfuckers are loaded to the tits in puts. They're loaded to the tits in 450Ps. They got 450Ps are at 94 cents right now. There's 200,000 contracts on 450P at this moment. Just imagine if you'd held your puts down here. Gone. Just imagine if you bought calls over here. Burned. Thanks for playing, right? Thanks for playing calls here. And thanks for playing puts and holding them down here. Know we trade sideways today. We know we need the VIX higher into the close. So either way, I'm gonna go with this fails. And if it does go up, it's gonna fail again. I don't see us trading up here into the bell. I don't think shorts are gonna capitulate over the weekend. I think the bears are pissed off. I think that they've gotten fucking bent. As a matter of fact, I'd bet if you're holding puts or have been holding puts, they're probably worth pennies right now. And you're like, fuck it, I'll just add another fucking $1,000 log on the fire. An average dollar cost average into puts right where I am. That's what I think bears are saying. And I think at some point you're going to see some bulls being like, yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna, well, I have stress over the weekend. So if I was to guess here, now you can see this here, some buyers are really stepping in right now. You can see them right here. They're at 449.19, 448.39. They're here. There's huge buyers right here. Hair indicator is starting to gain some traction. So the buyers are here. I mean, that's good for the bulls. The bulls are like, we ain't done making money. They're like, tell the bears to stop resisting. But myself, I don't think I would take the risk on the trade. You can. Well, I see the reasoning for taking the risk on the trade. Yeah, you didn't just burn in your shit, right? Theta gang, baby. There's 25,000. Josh saying there's 25,000 OI on UU calls for April. The stock has been floating around $10. I took some $15 calls for like the same price, betting on huge. Matt's saying probably a snoozer until 3 p.m. That's what I think. It's Friday, man. Like the one shitty part about Fridays is, some of you guys know this, but the day's almost over. Like most of the big trading is done by 10:30 in the morning. And then you see like weird shit go on towards the end of the day, right? Start seeing like traders. Give me one more second because I got that same attorney stuff going on right here. I've got my wife in the background about to tell me something that I need to know. So just give me one more second. All right, so we are trading higher currently. We are watching the breakout higher here. We'll see if this can could stay sustained here. I don't think that it will be. So this will be one that I lost. If we continue to trade higher here. Or if it's a false breakout, we'll find out. More buyers than sellers. Hero indicator is positive right now at 49,000. Calls coming in on IWM March 31st, 207C for $478,000, $324,000. Puts are worthless over here. I got some. I'm not holding any, but there's 218,000 puts. Last time I was talking to you, those puts were worth 80 cents, I think. They're now down to 60 cents. So puts are getting hammered right now. Hold on here. Absolutely destroyed. Whoever's still in puts on the market right now. Let me just a second here. Okay. So we're going to look real quick here. And I'm positing that we have to sell off into the bell here, and that any squeeze higher here is going to be short-lived. That we're not going to squeeze up into the 450s or higher than 450 because we know that this is S1. We already see the S1 here. I'll bring this one over here. You know that Spot Gamma today is saying that we should trade sideways. I brought this level down, but we should trade sideways to I think it was 452.30 is what they were claiming this morning. 452.50 maybe. I'll have to look at that again. It's 4535 right here. Make it nice and fat over here. Big fatty. And we're going to see if this works out. I'm not in any trades right now. I think it's too risky for the money that I think that we can lose, or that I can lose. The question is, what indicator tells you the buyers and sellers are in the market cap? Okay, so there's different indicators here in this chart right here. This has a hero indicator. This shows cumulative puts and calls being purchased over time. We have this. We're looking right now currently at the total calls puts for the day since 9:30 this morning, and you can see a rise in calls and a leveling off of call buying later in the day. We haven't quite rolled over. It's just neutral right now with call and put buyers. We also know that for equities in the dome that we have buyers and sellers hiding, right? We have limit sells. These red marks right here, this is a limit sell. These are limit sells here. We can look higher and find out where we have a ton of sellers between here and 454, and then the next leg up is 455. A little bit
more than 30
volatility
minutes
earlier.
now to the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures at 112.64, still up about $10 on the week, but off the highs we saw earlier in the week.
Hey, buddy. So we've got sellers moving down from 11 a.m. They swooped down for that capitulation move down. So we've worn out some sellers over here. This is positive for the bulls overall in the long term. And then 460 is your next price target above. We also talk about 458 being another target higher from here. And right now, the buyers, if you look on the right-hand side here, are overwhelming the sellers. We have more buyers right now in true equity. We are trading higher due to it than the depth of book, right? We have more buyers in depth of book than we do have sellers currently in the SPY. We are slowly grinding up right now. So this looks bullish to me. This does not look not bullish to me. My posit is that any squeeze higher is going to be short-lived, and I don't want to get caught in that in that sell-off into the close. And the reason why I'm positing that specifically is because I want the VIX to go higher so that we can leg up. And matter of fact, just looking right here, it's pretty even, Steven. Slightly more buyers than sellers right now. My posit, though, is that I want to see a sell-off into the close. I want to see a down Monday, even if it's only slightly down, so we can get the VIX back up to like 25 or 30. As a matter of fact, the VIX right now is only at 21.96. And I want to see it at like 25 or 30 so that we can make that leg up to 460. That would be the bullish context, right, for where we're heading higher. So I'm looking at it right now. This is a lot of support right here. I can't deny that this isn't a lot of support. I can't say to you, like, hey, that's not a lot of support right there. I'm just wondering if it's short-lived or if we actually do smash up to 453. I'm personally not willing to take that risk. I feel like there's a chance of a trap here. At any point, there's a trap either here above, and it's going to violently sell off into the bell. You know, it's middle of the afternoon, too. It's 1:57 p.m. We are coming into this area of resistance or support before. Let's turn into resistance. We'll see if we can break through here or not. But I am not in any plays at the moment. That would be for you to do on your own. For me, for my risk profile, it's not what I'm willing to trade right now.
Saudi Energy Ministry saying that petroleum products distribution stations in Janzan and Jeddah were hit, and Saudi Arabia will not hold responsibility for any shortage of oil supplies to the global market caused by the latest Houthi attacks. We've seen this similar statement from them earlier in the week following a previous attack. It follows the reports and footage of the attack in Jeddah.
Every time they say Jeddah, I think Star Wars. Every single time they say Jeddah, I think Star Wars. One positive thing for the Bulls right now is looking at USO. It's been consolidating for the past 2 hours since 11:30. USO has, so I've been watching USO as a companion piece. TLT catching a bid right now as well. SPY beginning to squeeze up right here. Squeezing up to 451.38, 451.39. Take a look here and see if there are any sellers hiding above. So another node of sellers at 452 and 452.71. Some more sellers stepping in at this 452.97 or so. Right there. Can see them stepping in right there. Can see him hiding right here at 452.95. Be careful up here. That's much higher. That's 452.95. Oh, nope, they've disappeared. Let's see if they're still there or not.
We're 2 hours now, 2 hours from the cash equity close. The Dow is up 65 points. The S&P is up 8, and the NASDAQ composite down about 70.
Trying to get a better... Bull's making a push right now. That is pretty funny. Who's going to tell tech bulls that rising rates aren't good? Hey, Dan, how are you? Hey, Ben, brother. Yeah, if you go back to yesterday's video, if you go back to yesterday's video, Dan, in the morning, the first hour or two, I talk about the scripts. SPY looking like it wants to squeeze here, squeeze higher. It's just trying to break through right now. 1, 2, 3, lots of pushing here on the bull side of things. So we'll see if the bulls can push this up right here. Your first resistance is going to be 453.50. Or excuse me, 452 is your first resistance right here. Just a 452 flat. Bring this down a little bit. And your R2 is going to be this is R1 over here, and this is R2 right here. So there's R1, there's R2. Hey, Dan, how you doing, brother? Yeah, the Russell's just ripping right now. SPY's trying to push through a bunch of sellers here. We'll go back and look to see if there are any sellers above. Looks like there's some sellers hiding up here around 453, 454, 452. So just be careful up in this zone that I'm looking at right here. You can see these sellers. If you can squeeze higher than 452, you should be able to make some progress up to 454, possibly even 455. So we'll keep our eyes on this 453 up here with this little zone above here. Yeah, that IWM is still buy the dip and sell the rip, right? Still trading sideways in IWM too. Doing the same thing as the SPY. Let's keep our eyes on it right now. This is R1 right here, 452. Your next R2 is at 452, 350. We can see up here, right here. Looks like it's a little bit lower than 453, 350. I wouldn't trust that node. The first node is right where we are right here. You can see my cursor here. The first resistance point we're about to come into right here. Second resistance point is not 453, 350. It's looking more like 453, and then 450. What is that? 452.98. And the sellers are kicking on right now. You can kind of see them kicking in. But the bulls are winning currently. Calls across the board right now. We got calls on Tilray, AMD, PFE, AMD a second set. QQQs, Tilray, pot stocks going wild. Oxy, calls on Oxy, calls on XLF, Tilray, not quite a golden ticket, but a great ticket on Tilray. April 8th, 11C, $45,000. multiple calls on Tilray. 4.811C, $45,000. March 25th, 8.5C, $13,000. A new one that just came in, March 25th, 8.5C, $15,000. Just keep your eye on the prize here. Make sure you have your limit sells up here at 452, and then pick it back up again if it bounces. If you get if you break above here, and you're able to catch one more, then you can probably take this one up to 453.50 or 453 maybe. Here, indicator very green right now. More buyers than sellers in the cumulative indicator. We've got 3.81 million, 3.814, 3.8 million, I guess, right, to 3.7 million sellers currently. Getting a rollover on the VIX right now as well. Beautiful rollover on the VIX. The VIX now trading down to the lows of the day where we got a reversal at 2174 earlier today. VIX heading down to retest 2174. Yeah, Dan, I've got it in yesterday's video. Dan, if you're still inside the room, so yesterday's video, I talk about I think it's like 4 or 5 indicators that you should be checking in regards to equities market. We're doing a video this weekend to do building a market profile. I'm going to try to get a Turbo Agitator to see if I can do an interview with him on Sunday, and because he works the market profile magic, so maybe we can interview him as well, and then we're going to work on some basic macro stuff like bonds and credit markets for equity traders, so that you can have a way to check the credit market, check bonds, and even if you're like just a dumb equities trader, that you have something that you at least check every week. Check in and see, because the saying is that the credit market knows better than the equity market. Bond market knows more than the equity market, even no matter what the equity market tells. So we want to give you the tools for that as well. So we just did some indicators, how to check equity markets. This weekend we're going to do market profile. We're going to start rolling that into our regular program here. We used to do it. We don't do it as much as we were doing it. So we're gonna add it in as a layer, a tool layer, and then we're going to also have some macro tools, so that if you're an equity trader and you're like constantly lost as to what people are talking about, that you can at least be like, hey, I can get a basic gist of what this means and how does it impact equity markets. Still trading higher, 451.52, rolling over slightly. Sellers stepping in, but the bulls are still in charge kind of right here. Even if the sellers are here, the bulls are still in charge right now. Let's see a wave of sellers coming in currently. Bulls still in charge. If you're still bullish and you want to catch this next bump up, look for a touch down below here at 451.34 or so. See if the buyers step in or not. 451.34. They are here. It's not like they're not here currently. So the buyers are still here. Puts are getting destroyed right now. They're now down to 35 cents. The ones that are the 450Ps for today are down to 35 cents, 38 cents now. It's getting hammered. Market internals update. New York Stock Exchange volume is 406 million shares, 1% below its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers 1.2 to 1. So pretty much a sideways trade today. The NASDAQ volume currently is 3.6 billion shares, 22% above its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers 1.5 to 1. So some profit taking today as well. The VIX index is plus 0.4% at 21.80. It's actually dropped at this point. It's now down to 21.75. Currently retesting the lows from 1:30 in the afternoon. A slight reversal there, wicking up now on the VIX on the 5-minute chart. And it did break below. It did break below the 130 mark. At 130, it was at 21.75. So it did make a new low down below at 21.65. If there's a reversal on the VIX, I'll show this to you. If there's a reversal on the VIX here, if we reverse off of 21.74 in the VIX, it turns around and starts breaking lower down to 20, you could be looking at a much, much larger squeeze higher.
ECB's Lagarde saying globalization will take a different form. Comments from the ECB's Lagarde.
Yeah, I'm not. You can no the resting liquidity earlier. You've got it here at 451. You've got some liquidity down here at 450, and if you're looking for are the big boys any lower, no, they're not. They're all up top right now, and the next big buy is at 448. It looks like it's disappeared slightly, but 448 right here is the buy the dip area down here. You can see it right here, 448. And then you've got volatility straight down to 449. So the bulls are pushing right now, making a push higher. If you're looking for on the right-hand side of where my cursor is, you'd look for a drop of all these mountains of green if you want to look for the rug pull. Calls coming in on UUU. I think Winky brought these up earlier. And he also mentioned that there's a proposal to ban uranium from Russia, I believe. Calls on UUUU just came in May 20th, 11C, $83,000. Calls on KBH with a high algo score, April 14th, 35C, $180,000. We'll take a look at UUU real quick. He did mention it before calls came in, so we will load it up and take a peek at it. Oh, it's beautiful. And as a matter of fact, Winky here, dude, this guy, Winky, I think it was Winky. It was Winky or Josh. Maybe it was Josh that said something. That's why these guys are moderators. These guys pay attention to equities. Really good with equities. And as a matter of fact, it just bounced off 970. You just bounced off 9.70. Reverse course. And we've got some calls coming through on Flow Algo right now on that news that was released earlier. And you can also see that it's been consolidating here down at these lows around 974. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days after a leg up, the huge green bar up on March 17th. I'm sure bears are like, well, you have to give half that back. But if you look before that date, there was a sell-off on the 10th. Quick leg down to $8. Quickly bought back up within a couple days. Let me take a look here. On the low on January 28th, the low was 546. So you've got Josh or Winky made a comment about it. You can see a touch here down below, break below here. Nice, beautiful, clean ride up, break below. And the question is, does it break? Does it consolidate and move higher here? Or does it touch back below? So keep an eye on UUU. Keep an eye around $9.10. We'll take a look at it on Bookmap and see if the buyers are just sitting here waiting, or if it's going to break through. If there is support currently here, or if we're looking for $9.10 or so. Some nice resting limit orders down here at $9.12. The next place we'll look is slightly lower than even that. We'll make a look here. We'll also look below at $8.63. Nice buyers here at $8.91. It's a concentration of buyers down here at $8.61, $8.52. And this is where I'm checking right here. I'm checking, of course, right here. We currently are at $9.72. Then I'm checking down below here at $9.10, $9.12, and then down here at $8.67 on UUU. Keep your eyes on it. UUU. Also watching calls come in right now on it. Here it is in the daily. A quick reversal on those calls that were bought. This is 953 down here. So just keep your eyes on this. Nice accumulation down below here. Nice accumulation pattern overall on UUU. UUU. Unitarian Universalist uranium. Under fucking Russia. It was you, Josh? Yeah, I thought it might have been you and not Winky this time. Bonds are just a mess. I agree with that. The bonds are a mess. I have seen reverses in the past, though, in bonds here. And the market ripping to or slowly. I've seen a reversal in bonds here, though.
Russian finance minister saying that Russia hopes Western partners will adapt to Moscow's decision to switch payments for its gas to rubles.
That's funny. I always love what the stuff that Russia's been releasing. It's like
The U.S. State Department saying that both Russia and China should send a strong message to North Korea to refrain from additional provocations following the ICBM missile launch earlier this week.
Did you guys see that video that they released on North Korea? That was some wild ass shit. That was some wild stallion shit. Trade above here. Look for another rip higher here. My take is that my thought was that this would reverse earlier. We would get rejection here, but that obviously did not happen. This is resistance 1 here. I'm not in any calls right now. I think it's too risky. I do think we need to go down to push higher next week. My only concern, my one outside of like a really random thing.
Finance Minister of Russia saying the decision to switch payments for gas to rubles will have no impact on the Russian oil and gas revenue.
My one takeaway on this would be, unless we just keep melting up, I guess there's a tail risk for the positive that we could just, I don't know, maybe we just go to fucking 460 by the 31st and VIX trades sideways, and maybe it reverses and goes higher as we hit 460. Even though we're going higher, VIX goes up with us. I guess that could be on the table as well. That's a possibility. It's a very small possibility, but it is possible. I guess that could be an option. That happens. But traditionally, I'd like to see some kind of a VIX spike into the bell. Maybe a down day on Monday, even if it's a small one in the overnight over the weekend. Buy a nice fat dip to buy on Monday. And we traded up to 460. Well, 458 or so. Close the quarter green, and then we roll the market over. And, you started a nice shitty spot
More
for
from
the
the
next
Russian
quarter.
Thin Man saying that Russia does have a mechanism that allows it to meet its external debt liabilities under any circumstances.
What is that, Bitcoin? We have UVXY puts coming in 4114p for $48,000. UVXY April 1st, 14p, $48,000. Pot stocks, baby. Let's see what's going on here. Oh boy, some people on Twitter are on fire, right? Bears on fire on Twitter right now. Bears are on fire. I'm reading through some Bears tweets today. Bears on fire. 30, 40 tweets in it. We're not even at 3 in the afternoon. Shit. Bears on fire right now. Bears are on fire. Always like to see it. When you're losing, it's better to just be quiet. Acknowledge it and be quiet. No need to oh, sorry, I shouldn't be on you anymore. I apologize for that. I'm reading through some tweets right now. Bears are on fire right now. It's better to just be quiet when you're losing. Or, what's better? Is when you take the long side of the trade. Just watching, a small little bull flag set up here on the SPY. It's a little rinky-dink bull flag going on here. Nice little push higher. This tiny little bull flag over here. Got a nice little drive up, push up, right? Boom, one last touch. This is a nice run right here. Congrats to the bulls that took this one. Bulls are going to be wanting to buy another one of these for a push higher to 452 and 453.50. We know where resistance is. We're close to it right now, right? If we were playing up and down game here, you can see where S1 is right here, right? Bottoms, tops, bottoms, tops. We'll see if we can squeeze higher at this point or if it starts to trade down and maybe we take one more long. Just kind of a lazy Friday afternoon. Para, baby. Bears in disbelief. Hug a bear. Yeah, I probably should, huh? You know what I'll do? I made a smart ass post on Twitter earlier this morning. I'll delete it because I don't want to be a total fucking douchebag. But he had it coming, I think. I didn't know who he was. And then I didn't know who he was. And people started asking me about him. And then I went through his tweets, and I just thought he was a nasty fucking prick. So I was like, well, fuck him. It's probably why I don't have a lot of followers on Twitter. Probably why I don't have a lot of followers on Twitter. You just don't need to be a fucking prick all the time. I guess sometimes I'm a fucking prick too, aren't I? Maybe we're just like each other. So trade down here, and then we're looking for this quick push up. We'll see if it works here, or if there's a quick reversal. I'm not in a trade right now. I'm not taking that trade. Still more buyers than sellers. Charts look great right now. They're all sitting here. All the buyers are sitting here ready to push, ready to squeeze these bears out right now. Here indicator is very positive right now. There's nothing saying that we're going down. We've got more buyers than sellers. We've got a high hero indicator. So everything's pointing towards up currently right now. So there's nothing here that's saying we shouldn't squeeze higher if you want to take a long here on this bull flag and push it up. So I'm not anti-taking a long here. I just it doesn't fit to the story that I think has to take place for us to trade to the 460s for the end of the quarter. So I think it's risky. Holy shit! Forget that. Maybe I was wrong. Just had SPX calls come in June 17th, 452.5 C.
The U.S. Federal Communications Commission has designated 2 Chinese companies as posing a threat to national security in a formal statement from the FCC.
So this is pretty wild right here. We've got SPX calls coming in June 17th, 4525 C for $5.8 million. That's a nice bolstering to the market. It's not outside of the money. It is far out though, which is good, and it is also bolstering at least to the market. $5.8 million, and the fact that they're into June is quite nice. $5.8 million SPX calls. It was a split for $5.8 million. They're trying to hide that trade, by the way. So I deleted that trade. I felt bad. Somebody made a comment in the chat about hug a bear, so I did. Fine, I did it. I hugged a bear. Hopefully you're happy that I hugged a bear. I was on fire this morning. I was kind of pissed off because of all the talk on Twitter. So you can come down here, trading up higher here on this little bull flag that we have. I get a nice big huge buy down. Look at that big giant green bar down below. Just blasting higher right now. Yes, sir. So I came in blasting 451.90 right now. Bulls in full control of the market. 451.92 right now on SPY. Bulls in full control. Buyers stepping right in. Bears getting squeezed. I don't think that's bulls. I think that's bears getting squeezed right now. And they're closing their shorts. The Max Payne trade is on once again. Now, earlier today, we traded up to 452.98. So you're going to start to see some capitulation right now. 451.97. 452, tagging 452.02. Bulls blasting higher right now. Blasting higher. 452.04. SPY calls coming in. Apple calls coming in. Some more SoFi calls coming in. NVIDIA. All the darlings and the pot stocks coming in right now. 452.07. Nice little tap higher here. Consolidation bull flag. Bam. Slamming up to 452.07. Hello, ladies. And you got to tell you, right? You know the shorts are in right here at 452.98. If you get above this right here, that is a blast off point. So we'll make this like some kind of a goofy color. We'll make it green. We'll make it like a big checkered or something like that. And we'll just say that if you break this right here, if the Bears give this up right here, right, it's blast off time. Like it's blast off time. It's also a place for a reversal, but if we do get that high at some point, the Bears are like, fuck no. And to be honest with you, right here at 452.02, the carrying costs of being short right here, they're SOL right now. Any that are still holding short. Oh, you enjoyed the Bears right now tweet last night? I got censored for that one. I got censored for that tweet. Green all day just to get killed after buying entry. I was waiting for all day long. I enjoyed your Bears right now tweet last night. So that tweet right there, I got a notice from Twitter, and they said we're putting an 18+ warning on this tweet. And I was like, what do you mean? I was like, she's wearing a bathing suit. It's not like she ain't wearing a bathing suit. Everybody's clothed there. I guess maybe it was a tattoo or something. Maybe it's just the tattoo. Jade Pasture, thank you for supporting the thanks for the note too. Jade Pasture, thank you for supporting the channel. I'm gonna take a quick moment here, just let you, if any of you guys are new here, this is a free sub that we try to put together. It's user supported too. So please thank the moderators that you see in the YouTube chat. Josh, Winky, your wife's boyfriend. There's a bunch more inside of the Discord as well. A bunch more moderators there. Joe Donut's a moderator here. We've got people that join us all the time. We've got a bunch of different known traders and big accounts and big YouTube personalities join us as well on the stream. This is a free sub. It's supported by you. So try to be kind to each other. Try to help each other make money all the time. Try not to be a complete fucking asshole in the Discord or in the chat. If you guys can make fun of me all you want, as long as it's in fun or in kind, and each other as well. Just take it nicely. If you see like you're hurting somebody's feelings or something, try to be nice. And the reason being is that we're here trying to help each other make money. This isn't like a game of I know more than you know and you know more than I know, so I'm not going to tell you or I'm not going to teach you. If you, no matter what your experience is, if you have a lot of experience, try to pass on experience if you can. If you're a new trader, be honest about being a new trader. Don't be a wallflower. Introduce yourself. If you find somebody making comments that you like, if you find somebody that seems like they know what they're talking about or a certain thing they know what they're talking about, reach out to that person and ask them, hey, man, can you help me with this? Or I'm interested in this ticker, or can you back test this trade for me? We've got some calls coming in on Apple, AAPL Apple. June 21st, 225C, $908,000. Apple, June 21st, 225, sweep at $908,000. Big boys. If you want to get bearish in the market, there's a lot of bears that trade with us as well. We try to be nice to each other. If you're bear or bull, doesn't matter. We have futures traders, Globex traders here. We've got just stock investors here. We've got everybody. We've got people. We've got Tesla Q here. We've got Tesla Gang here. So just try to be nice to each other. Try to help each other make money. The key for us, the key that I want you to know is that really rich people, like really rich, not the rich that you think, like the billionaires, we want their money. We don't want all their money. We want part of their money. And you're not getting it by paying all those taxes. We know that your job's not paying it. We know that your career's not paying it. We know that your college bills are fucked up. We know that your medical bills are all fucked up. If you're an old guy, even with insurance, you're going to eventually, the odds are you're going to declare medical bankruptcy one day in your life. We know that housing costs are too high. And we know that you can't put your money in a bank. We know that you can't buy a house, or if you do, that you're either priced out or if you have to sell it to make some money, but you can't buy anything else. So we know life is tough, and that you've been forced into making your own future and your own decisions in life to make that future, right? To make your own money. So if you're going to do that, hang out with us and try to help each other to achieve those goals that you have. If you want to be financially independent, if you want to have a retirement, if you love Tesla and you want to know when to buy the dip on Tesla, if you love or if you love oil, whatever it is that you love, and you've become an investor or a trader, and we're here to help you. There's no hidden paywalls here. You never find me. You'll never get an email from me or a text from me or DM from me telling you I'm selling anything private behind a closed door or anything like that. You're never going to have me email and texting you trying to, I don't know, fuck some girl out there behind closed doors or fuck some guy behind some closed doors or some shit. Some creepy shit like penis pics or anything. You'll never find any of that shit on this side of the internet. And you'll never find any requirements here. Every door is open here if you guys want to get in and watch free flow. The flow alone, I think, it's 100 and something bucks, 120, 140, 160 bucks a month. You can watch the flow for free inside the Discord. If you want to watch Bookmap costs me, I think, 500 bucks a month. It's got a hero indicator on it. I got some other indicators. I still haven't loaded them up. I was working on some other indicators for a presentation this week for us that we did. Show you free classes. We talked about Options Industry Council classes this past week. Spent some time on that. So we do classes every single day. We live stream. I don't know how many guys out there that you buy your services from that are in your trading rooms with you day in, day out. I'm gonna say it's rare. I'm gonna almost guarantee that the men or women that you follow out there and pay exorbitant amounts of money to, 500, 600, 700 bucks, $1,000 a month. I doubt they're there with you most days of the week for the hours either. Maybe some of them are, but I don't think so. I've paid for some of those guys. I've paid for those classes. We also look at Rivenex, which is basically a Bloomberg terminal. We get newsletters from them. We also look at, we have traditional levels, traditional charting. We also have gamma levels, volatility levels. We look at market and volume profile. We also use the Bookmap every single day to tie it all together to trade and try to take the best trades that we can. So if you want to join us, like and subscribe to these videos. Join us on Discord. Join us on @CaptainsAlpha. I'll throw a link into @CaptainsAlpha at some point today. Follow us there. You just follow, request to follow, and I try to let all you guys in every day. The only reason why it's private is because I'm trying to keep the bots out if I can. On my regular account on Twitter, you just Google search CaptainJimJames. You can find me there. I'm a regular open account. I just try to keep the bots out. My regular account is followed by some hedge funds and bots and stuff. Matter of fact, there's a hedge fund or two out there that has tipped me, which is hilarious. There's a couple hedge funds out there that have like tipped me like $5 and $10 in the past. So that's a nice. I appreciate that. But stick around. I'm sure that this is better than a lot of paid services out there because I've paid for them myself, and just the tools that we have here. Trade the News costs $300 a month. So like you start adding all that stuff up, and this is a live broadcast. I pay for extra for internet so that you guys get 1080p. And then you get, I don't know what it's like, 1080p, fucking 60 frames per second or something. So you have live data all day long. You guys have Trade the News. You've got Flow Algo. You've got Spot Gam every day. You've got an interpreter. You got me sitting here interpreting for you every single day. Just spending that week or two with me. Matter of fact, if you were just a guy or a woman, you're like, you know what? I have no fucking idea what Spot Gamma means. You guys can attest to this, right? I come on every single day with you. I break down Spot Gamma and what really matters in Spot Gamma and how it trades. And 9 times out of 10, that interpretation is working as we trade the day away, right? So it's kind of nice to have you guys here. There's a more in-depth discussion for Spot Gamma. We don't have that time in the morning. This is just a quick overview of what's going to happen to the day with what they're talking about. So you're adding in the Rivenex. Start your day with that. Start your day with Spot Gamma. Start your day with the economic calendar. Start your day with people around you that are trying to make money. And it starts to all add up, right? All these tools that you're adding to your tool chest, the indicators that we talk about, all that stuff just starts to add to your tool chest. So even if you spend a week with us or a month with us or 3 months with us and you go off on your own, you at least have those tools that you can add to your tool chest. And it cuts through a fuck ton of noise in social media, stock twits, fucking Wall Street bets. You fucking name it. You name it. Twitter. I don't care what it is. YouTube. It cuts through all that bullshit. So you have a clear view of what's most probably is going to take place in the coming days. I give you guys every day at the close. Every day at the close.
Michelle confirming that officials this week did discuss a mechanism for common gas purchases. We had seen that from other European officials.
I'll show you guys an idea of what's going to happen the following day, and then I give you my outlook for the next week and the next month, next 3 months. so you guys have a macro view on the markets, and that we change our views when we need to. That's the last part of it, right? We're not stuck in a hole. I know that some guys out there are just bulls, and some guys out there are just bears, and you guys know that I can flip on a dime. You guys know that I can change my views on short, long, and short, medium, and longer terms for how we trade this market, how we invest in this market. So stick around with us. So that was a long-ass diatribe, wasn't it? It's 2:42 in the afternoon. We've got 18 minutes left on the hour here, and then we'll have our power hour for our weekend. I'm going to go pour myself it's 2:42. I'm going to go pour a cocktail for supporters out there. Anyone that's supported me this week, I really appreciate it. Anybody that's liked and subscribed these videos, it really does help. You'll never get, I don't get a lot of followers because of a few things. I don't post a ton of spam on my regular account on Twitter. I tell it how it is on Twitter, my regular account. These videos that I put out, I only post them on my private handle. I don't go around and like advertise them anywhere because I want to keep this group small and tight. I want to make sure that you guys are out there making money. That doesn't get retarded, or not. We shouldn't say retarded, but
German Chancellor Scholz saying that we all agree that we need to have an immediate ceasefire in the Ukraine.
Holy shit. So, you know, I'm out there for you guys every single day of the week, or not every single, I can't be here every single day, but I'm here for you guys whenever you need me, the best possible way that I can. Try to reach out to each other for help. So please like and subscribe to these videos. If you are making money off of these trades, please consider supporting the channel by donating in the description box, description of this video down below, or directly on the pinned tweet on my private handle at CaptainJalpha. If you're not making any money, if you're losing money every day, trade against me. If you're not making money every day, just paper trade with me. If you're making money every day and you're still poor, don't tip me. Just fucking like and subscribe. Just keep showing up every day. If you're like, I don't tip, I don't like and subscribe, I don't do anything, Cap. I'm just quiet in the background. Don't say a fucking word. Just do a solid and help another trader out there. Do a solid on your own somewhere. Try to help a trader along on their journey. And if you see a trader that's losing all the time, try to give them a hand. Especially if you're like a good trader. If you're consistently making money, try to lend a hand to somebody out there that you see that's struggling. Do a solid for the community. We are retail traders. We are, this whole system is set up for you to lose. It's built for you to lose. So if you're able to make it.
Italian Prime Minister Draghi saying that the European Commission will discuss with all stakeholders options on energy, including a cap on gas prices.
So do a solid out there for your fellow trader, okay? Any fellow trader out there. That's it for the diatribes. I hate diatribes. Whenever I hear fucking diatribes from somebody else, I'm like, God damn it, shut the fuck up. I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. I've heard it like 100 fucking times. So if you're saying that right now, I understand. Look to see if we get some nice consolidation here. We're looking for a rip higher, 452.02. Price target today, we still haven't reached it, is 453.50. If we can get a squeeze higher, I guess there's two sides to this trade, right? Do we squeeze higher here? Does it start to roll over? We are running out of runway here. It's 2:45 p.m. Back in 15 minutes. We have 1 hour left. I want to tell you something, okay? Expect people to take profit today. That's my best view. Okay. Also watching SPY puts December 20th, 4:05 $2.8 million. That's for December 20th. That's a hedge. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pour a cocktail so we can have a drink together. I'm gonna try to get a list of anyone that donated on the regular PayPal on my on the Twitter account, so that I can list off some names today, because it doesn't show up here in front of me. So I'll be right back in 15 minutes. I'm going to find out who supported the channel this week and the sub this week, and then if I'm gonna try to get to. I keep saying I'm gonna try to get together with the mods. I need to talk to the mods. And there's a couple things I want to see. I'm going to try to like tip them, or I'm going to try to or get them some T-shirts. I don't know what they fucking want, but they've been doing some hard work, so I got to take care of those guys. So I'll be getting in touch with you guys somewhere, somehow on Discord or in I don't know, DM or something like that. So expect a DM from me. I don't get to check my DMs often. I'm supposedly one of my free children interns are, but they aren't. I know they aren't. But I gotta show some love for those guys, because they're here every single day, breaking their balls. I know. So give me a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pour a cocktail. Pour yourselves a beer or grab a beer. It's the weekend, baby. It's been a long ass week. Grab a beer, grab a glass of wine, grab a whiskey, grab a doobie, whatever it is, whatever you like, a cigarette, whatever it is that you do, right? If you're a Mormon out there, grab a Coca-Cola and don't tell anybody. Keep it secret, and your secret's safe with me. And it looks like we're pressing higher now on the SPY. Buyers are stepping in here. We'll give a price target above of 453.50 if we can squeeze higher. 453.50. We'll look above to see. Here it is right here. There's 453 right here, 454 right here. It's a tough one. Maybe we make a move to 453 and then another leg up to 454 into the bell. So there's my call. I get these wrong sometimes, but sometimes I get them right. So that's my call, okay? 453 and then 454 into the bell. Maybe the sellers come down at 453.50. Maybe the sellers creep down. There's the call. One more leg up.
Drag of Italy saying ETL may offer additional details on their energy diversification path for the next 2 weeks. German Chancellor Scholz speaking in Brussels as well, saying we are also talking about joining forces to tackle high energy prices. Saying that Germany and many other countries are skeptical about market interventions against high energy prices. Prime Minister Draghi saying that he does not expect to see lower gas flows on the threat of ruble payment. Prime Minister Draghi saying EU leaders have agreed that if Russia insists on payment in rubles for energy supplies, that consists in a violation of current contract.
Just want to step back in real quick. You see this resistance here, right? Pay attention to the options chain right now. The 453 Cs expiring, say, on the 25th, they're only 30 cents right now. Now, which is odd because 452s are 70 cents. That's where all the interest is right now, is on 452C. But it's interesting that there's no buyers and there's no premium on 453. There's not a lot of weight being put on us hitting 453. So just be conscious of that. I'm showing you this here where we are right now. And that there's not a lot of thought that we're going to go up here for 100% pull. This would be 100%. You probably get to 60 cents or something. Just be conscious of that. Keep that in your mind as we move higher here. 453s are only 30 cents. 32 cents now, but
Chancellor Scholz saying we have agreed to cooperate on a voluntary basis for the joint purchase of gas.
And someone just bought $25,000 worth of those calls.
French President Macron now
25th.
speaking with other European leaders saying they see energy shortage risk for the next winter.
So someone just
Comments from European leaders coming out of the summit.
So some crazy ass day trader just bought $25,000 worth of March 25th 453 Cs for 31 cents, 812 contracts. So just keep your eye on that 453C. Very risky trade, but should pay another 25K if we get to 453. Should print 50, 60 cents or something stupid like that. You guys can see the trade. It's on Flow Algo
U.S.
right
stock
now.
futures continuing to track higher here as we approach the final hour of trade, back above 45.30. The S&P markets are holding on to gains and holding above that 50% retracement back towards the all-time high off the low seen on the day of the Ukraine invasion.
That's a $25,000 trade right there.
NASDAQ also holding near that 50% retracement mark.
Someone just spent 25K in that trade.
Dollar index trading fractionally lower as we head in towards the final hour of trade, and crude futures 113.48 are on the move higher once again, up $1.14, up more than $10 on the week.
Crude's heading higher. If you're
more from German Chancellor Scholz saying that the EU Commission will look into the question of price caps.
Hey, your wife's
saying they did have an extensive debate on demands for energy price caps.
So this is an interesting. I want to talk to you about this real quick. Well, a couple things. First off, before we get to the power hour, we got 3 minutes till power hour right now, right? I want to talk about a couple things. First off, Winky, Josh, your wife's boyfriend, if any of the three of you are listening right now, could you put a list together of the moderators here that are active here and in Discord? And then I'm gonna contact your wife's boyfriend or Josh or Winky and just get together and decide who does this stuff. I got a gift for you guys between here and Discord to just put together who's actively moderating between here and Discord, and have a list. Include yourselves, of course. And I want to talk to you real quick. Okay, so German Chancellor Schultz, right? We all agree that we need to have an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine. Germany and many other countries are skeptical about market interventions against high energy prices. This is a key point. I want you guys to see this, okay? That there's a key point right now that's being made, and this is market important, okay? Something you need to understand about the market is that Germany and many other countries are skeptical about market interventions against high energy prices. So there's some fear right now, fear coming out from Europe, okay? That we have agreed to cooperate on a voluntary basis on the joint purchase of gas. EU Commission will look into question of price caps. That's price controls on gas, right, and on oil. Now, we know that they rely upon their oil and gas, generally speaking, from Russia. The Italy PM, European Commission, will discuss with all stakeholders options on energy, including a cap on gas prices. Do not expect lower gas flow as unruly payment threat. EU leaders agree that if Russia insists on payment and rules, that consists of a violation of contract. Energy shortages are a risk for next winter, as France's President Macron. I do want you guys to realize.
Macron saying we need to disconnect gas and power prices.
I want to talk to you guys about this real quick because this does that is a threat of war in some respects, okay? And wars start through. You guys know that that's how wars started with Japan. So I just want you to be aware that those aren't veiled words. Those words actually mean something. You don't usually hear that of Europe and what they're saying there. So I just want you to be conscious of that. It does impact UNG, RSX. It impacts EEM, EWI. These conversations that you're hearing right now, the reason why this guy keeps talking about it and harping on it is because that those are kind of fighting words in the background, okay? Even with price controls on natural gas, because the only place they can get it from right now is Russia, right? If they get it through, you can transport liquefied propane over oceans and stuff, but it's still not probable. And when they start to bring up things like next winter, it's okay right now, but it's not okay once we get into winter. So just put that on your timeline for just macro stuff, okay? That's an important one to have, believe it or not. And that's why he keeps discussing it right now. I'm watching that.
We're inside 1 hour now, 1 hour to the U.S. cash close. So you can look at U.S. Treasury markets has come out of pitch rating for the week. 2.486% in the U.S. 10-year, 2.295% in the 30-year. We've seen futures markets continue to pull forward expectations for Fed tightening. 50 basis point hike in May now being priced in by the futures market, and the potential for another one after that.
Put the camera back on here. So it's 301.
And we've seen a lot of talk about flattening along major portions of the U.S. yield curve. That has continued. Both the 2, 3, 5-year yield all trading higher than the 10-year yield. The 20-year yield is about 15 or 14 basis points above where the current 30-year yield is trading. We've also seen some steepening there to the 3-month T-bill.
So watch this
cross
roll
currents
over
there
slightly
on the yield curve as U.S. rates continue to surge in the wake of expectations for a more aggressive Federal Reserve this year and into next.
So we're on the 3 o'clock hour. Hero indicator is slightly flat now. Saw some weakness here. Some guy out there or some woman bought 453 Cs for $25K. for 31 cents. They've now lost 2/3 of their value. The 453s are now down to 11 cents for a call. So they just got murdered. It just burned $20,000 like it was nothing. $18,000 or something. I don't know exactly what they burned, but it's pretty ugly. It's now down to 10 cents on those 453 C calls. So that's how quickly you can lose a bet, right? Place a gamble. As a matter of fact, this guy bought these calls right here at R1. He bought them, and boom, we're selling off right now, reversing. That's a wild trade right there, right? So we'll see if we can capture. We'll see if we can get some discounted calls here, and maybe buy them up. We are seeing some bottoming on the VIX here at 2132. We'll see if there's a trade here. I might buy some calls coming up. I'm looking at the 452s, which had all that interest. There are now 272,000 puts. 272,000 puts on 450Cs from high-frequency traders. Looks like they're just vacuuming up options right now. But I am looking at 452s. Those are now only worth 34 cents, 33 cents, so somewhere in there. So I might scoop up a quick bunch of calls and see if we can catch a trade higher. So what I'm looking at right now is this little bump right here. I'd really like to capture this 200 down here on the 1 minute. We'll look at the 15 minute. It's much lower. Whereas the 200's down here at 448 on the 15-minute chart. This is the 21-day, or the 21-day moving is at 450.87. On the 5-minute chart, it's touching on the 21 MA right here. $452 is now trading at 37 cents, 38 cents, 40 cents. They were down to 32 cents at one point. Now up almost 25% in value. Buyers stepping in once again for some cheap-ass calls, discount calls. Remember that guy bought them at 30 cents, okay? So if you are going to buy or holding 452s right now, just keep an eye on the 453s. They're up to 15 cents, but as they get closer to that 31 cents where you bought them, you want to exit your longs on 452. See, they're now up to 40 cents.
Draghi saying he plans further talks with Russia's President Putin over the Ukraine crisis.
Yes, it is a Christian. Okay, so it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I have a cocktail here to have with you. I want to say thank you for showing up every day with me this week. I appreciate your company. Without you guys, I'd be sitting here talking to fucking nobody, but out here talking to space. If you're a lonely person out there, always reach out, say hi. If you've got lots of friends out there, I don't know why you're spending your time with me. I appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate the people out there that I fight with, people that I love. Appreciate all of you guys being here. So I don't care who you are. Thanks for showing up every single day, trading with me every single day. Thanks for your input into into these markets. The thoughts that you have that you post in chat are important to me, and it makes me consider and think about where we actually are in the market. You guys have saved my ass more than I can count too. I hope that I've saved your ass out there at certain times as well. So this is a toast to all of you out there. It is Friday. Cheers to you, Chindu, right? Is that what you say? Cheers to you. Cheers to Ukraine. That Ukraine will win, right? In my view, hopefully Ukraine wins at least. I don't know what your view is. And I hope you guys have a great weekend as we wrap up today. We'll try to get together again on Saturday or Sunday and have a little show. I'm gonna go after the Turbo Arbitrage or whatever. His name, he got fucked up. I guess he hurt his back. So I'm gonna try to reach out to him. Maybe we can get Quinn on the show this weekend too. I was gonna do a show with him last night, and I was just too tired. I've been waking up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm doing this with you guys till 4 in the afternoon. It's like 12 hours, and then I'm doing some shit with my kids, and then I'm making dinner at nighttime and working like with you guys and all this other stuff. I'm working like 18 hours a day. It's been like long days, and so last night I couldn't get out there and talk with goddamn Quinn with Quinn Invests because I'm getting tired with Quinn Invests yesterday. So I apologize for not being able to go out and do an interview or whatever or chat last night. It's just too many hours. I'm like up just burning the candle at both ends. If you guys are burning the candle at both ends, you guys have a job and then you're trading as well and investing. Cheers to you. Any of you parents out there, cheers to you. Any of you kids out there that aren't making it because everything's too expensive, cheers to you. I feel bad for you as well. Any young people out there, hopefully we can all make it through all this stuff, right? Hopefully the market makes it through. So cheers to all of you. Here you go. Make money, baby. Holy shit. We're having a toast, and I turned around for 1 second, and there goes the spy just shit in the bed. Look at the spy just got hammered. Wasn't even paying attention. Just capitulation. Am I going to get my wish that we capitulate in the close and we get our 30 fucking VIX into Monday? I'd be stoked if that happened. Stoked. Stoked if we get the capitulation into the close. Stoked. Bounced off the 1 minute the 200 day moving average. Those calls that guy is in, they're now down to 9 cents. Not too bad. They haven't lost all their value at this point. Looks like he's still holding them too. So cheers to all of you out there. Thanks for the birthday wishes earlier this week. Appreciate that. You guys are out right now. Yeah, cheers to all you guys. Cheers, Betty Mac. Hold on 1 second. All right, we're going to start. I've got my intern. I asked her if she would print out a list of channel supporters and sub supporters. Free sub, baby. Free sub supporters. So it's it's Friday, right? It's 3:10 in the afternoon. Week is over. My original posit this morning was that hopefully we'll get some VIX into the bell. We get some VIX. I'd love to see some VIX. I want to see VIX up at like 25, 30. I'd like to see it even into Monday, get a nice fat dip to buy in Monday morning. And I don't think we can go to 460 if we don't have the VIX higher at 25 or 30. So that's my posit. Do I think we can trade up to 4? I also said back here at 452 that my call is that we can trade higher, though, into the bell. It was looking pretty bullish down here. Hold on a second here. Let me take a peek here and see if... I shouldn't be doing this. I might be buying this dip right here. Get my finger on the trigger here. Did I get in? All right. So we'll see if this goes higher. I'm in some calls right now. I had to cut that off for a brief moment and see if this trades higher here. See if I can catch a quick run here. Sorry, I had to buy that dip. I was like, yeah, that second bounce, I might grab that. so, so I bought this dip right here. This one right down here I bought. Where my cursor is. I saw that bounce down below, and then I was talking to this
Brazil
thing.
economy minister making comments saying that government will create a poverty eradication fund.
Hopefully this doesn't reverse right here. If it reverses, I'm gonna have to get out of those calls. But if we break
Now
out
hearing
here,
from the Spanish Prime Minister Sanchez saying the EU energy deal is very positive for Spain and Portugal.
So the posit though is that we saw from the close. People take profits. It's Friday. We got a whole other week ahead of us going into next week. If you want my view into what takes place next week, unless we see, first of all, if you're a bull, I do recommend that you close everything and that you come back on Monday to trade again. And if let's say we break higher on Monday, let's say Monday we wake up and it's we're above 450, then you know that you can trade the 450 to 460 range. If you're a bull, you also know that we have some major resistance at 460. We're getting closer. If you're a bull and you wake up on Monday, right, and you had pulled all your money from the market and we're actually trading lower, we're down at 438, it's a great dip to buy. If you wake up on Monday and the whole world is burning on Monday and we're down at 400, you still have a great dip to buy. So if you're a bull out there, my recommendation to you is that at some point between now and 4 p.m., you close them out, close out your stocks, anything, because in the grand scheme of things, this has been a huge move. In the grand scheme of things, it's a great dip that was bought down below. We had two big dips bought down below. Your options are endless if you close out today. If you hold through today, right, you have some risk as a bull. If you're a bear, you know what to do and how many options you have. Now, you only have a couple options, right? You either need the market to roll down to let's call it 440. Maybe it's 438, or you're going to have an end of the world. You only have two choices, and in those two choices, you can get burnt down to the ground again. Okay, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying your options are limited. As a bull, you can cut your profits here, and you can live to fight another day. You have like 4 other options from here at some point. Take your money off the table. Live to fight another day. To have a nice clean weekend. You can, go out and try to meet a woman or a man or whatever it is that you do, and then you come back to fight another day on Monday. That's my recommendation. Now, where do I see us? I think I said earlier today that it didn't matter where I saw us, and I think it reverts right back to what I just said, being a bull. This is where you are as a bull. Sometimes your position is cash, and I think the best position for you today is cash. There is tail risk down to 400 because it is end of quarter and end of month. We do have a JPM collar. Looks like we're pinning to for end of month. We know that there's a couple strikes that we're looking for if you're bullish and bearish, not to break below. A couple important key numbers.
The French President Macron saying that he sees no reason why they should accept those demands from Russia for ruble payments for the Russian energy. Echoing what we've heard from other European officials.
If you want my take on the market, I don't think that it matters. I don't think that it matters if we go up or we go down from here. I think for what we've done and where we are, that your best positioning is bullish at this point. I think that overall you're going to make more as a bull at this point in the market. I think even if the market crashes here, you're gonna have better positioning. I think if the market pulls back, you're gonna have better positioning. I think if the market fights up to the 450 to 460 range, you're gonna have better positioning. I think if you are an investor, you have a long way ahead of you to be getting back into the market. You can jump back in between the 450 and 460. You can get back out and put some heavy hedging on at 460. Right? There's a lot ahead of you if you're a bull right now. That it favors you as a bull in this market right now, even with a pullback, any kind of pullback. But this is a moment in the market where you probably should take your money, take your profits, look for the next buy-in. Next step would be we're going to pay attention to that indicator we keep talking about to try to turn. We're going to try to do that challenge. Try to do $1,000 to $1 million. If you have $100, we'll try it with $100. Try it with $1,000. Try it with $10,000. We're going to try to make those trades from now for the next year, or until we make $1 million. That's what we're going to do with $1,000. Furthermore, Furthermore, my viewpoint on the market, we are looking for a couple things. We're seeing some call expansion in the market. That's good. We need to see more money come into the market. If we don't see the money come into this market, if we see it head into bonds, if we see it head into gold, that is not good. Not only is it not good, that means that we're probably at a top in the market. It means that you're going to probably trade back down, and it probably means that we need to start looking at some alternatives to move our money into, to chase that money for solid gains over the next year or two. So that should show itself in the next couple weeks. Next couple weeks, we should see if that money comes back into the market. I don't think it'll take longer than the next week or two. If that risk to the market goes out of the way, and we need to see that money. The first part of the money that came in the market for this dip buy is about half of the money that needs to be in the market. If we see the other half of the money into the market,
French President Macron says that clearly the objective regarding demands from Russia for payments in rubles for its energy is to avoid sanctions. Macron reiterating that Russian gas must be paid for in currency that were agreed to in contracts.
If you don't see that other money come into the market, then you know where bottoms are and you know where tops are, and you can just actively manage your accounts until that money comes back into the market. But if that money stays away from our market for the next couple of years, you know that we're going to have a sailing. You know that we're going to have significant bottoms as we move along, and you also know one other thing, that money will move into somewhere, and whether it's bonds, whether it's gold, whether it stays in commodities, fertilizer. We talked about fertilizer yesterday. I put out a couple papers and some videos and stuff to watch about fertilizer, about commodities that you might be interested in. So when we get back together on the weekend, you should have read those papers, watched those videos I posted, so you can be aware of some of the risks in the market, where some of the money might be shifting in the market, where some of the risk might be taken on into the market. And then the last part to think about with headlines is I wouldn't expect the Ukraine war to last longer than 3 weeks. Talked about that with Joe Jonah last Friday. So this will be the end of 1 week. That would put us into the middle of April. And I know that somebody yesterday on the news said they don't expect it to last until May.
Spanish Prime Minister Sanchez says that Spain and Portugal will be allowed to implement temporary measures to cut the price of energy. Sanchez argues that will not distort the prices in the European market.
So we'll start to explore that stuff this weekend. We'll get together. We'll record it, of course, so you guys can come back to it if you can't make the live stream. But we'll look at some of those options heading into the future. And over the course of the next week or two, we should know. Next week or two, if we don't get that bloodbath, if you hear those bears saying it 2 weeks and it hasn't happened, especially the ones that claim that they're fucking somebody, that's the ones that irk me. The ones that are like, I'm a financial fucking this. And it's not like guys like Eric Hagar. Those guys are legit financial professionals. But there's people out there that purport that they're somebody that they're fucking not. That they're on Wall Street and they're fucking out there partying, but sitting on Twitter all day long. And I just don't buy them, okay? So, because it hasn't happened yet. And so there must not be insiders if it hasn't happened yet. So anyways, we'll leave that aside. We'll slide that to the side. You guys have a wonderful afternoon. It's 3:20 in the afternoon. We're going to wrap this broadcast up at 4 p.m. for the close. We'll see if we get this sell-off into the close right here.
Reportedly, NHTSA is going to be unveiling some fuel economy rules for cars and light trucks. Was the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration.
Looking at a little bit of weakness here into the bell. Looking at some basing on the VIX. We'll see if we can get this rollover. This is my original line right here. This is the one where I was talking about it earlier. I'll put this in, I don't know, red, I guess. This is I figured we'd come up and we'd roll over a little bit. I don't know if we do. This is what I'd like to see is some kind of a sell-off into the bell, and then maybe some weakness into Monday, and then a dip to buy to ride up. So if you're just joining us, this is what my expectations were, something like this, and then I move higher tomorrow. Staying in this trading range, and then we close the month strong and the quarter strong. I do believe in us closing the quarter strong. If you're like, hey, Cap, you didn't call the top on Friday, and we're burning on Monday morning down here at 440 or 438, you've already got my call for what I think is going to happen into Monday. So I'm still bullish here, but I do think we are weak into Monday. I think we need to be weak if you're bullish into Monday. I think it's required for us to go head higher, even if it's for the briefest moments that we trade lower. I don't know if this like 438 or 440 comes into play in after hours or on Sunday or some shit. The reason I'm thinking it is so you can get the VIX higher and then you have something to buy to send it up higher, so that bulls have something they want to buy. So that's my overall thesis. I think the market is going to continue higher. I don't think we trade up to 450, not to get to 460. I think if you look at lower lows and higher highs and lower highs and lower lows and all that kind of stupid shit, we've come there at this point. So I'm going to give the advantage to the bulls. I know that the credit market is not matching right now. I get that point. We can see weakness with that being used as news into Monday. That's fine too. If you wanted to take this short into money, it's probably a pretty fair bet to an extent, unless you get some positive headline news. But I think even the bulls want some profit taking and then a higher VIX so the VIX can be slammed down. I don't think the VIX goes below 20 to get to 460. I think you're fucking smoking crack. Not with a war going on, not with rates, not with the credit market. I think 20 is the base. So if we're down here right now, we're at $21. I would expect to sell off into this bell. I would expect to sell off into Monday. And you guys are gonna. I want you guys to have a good weekend. I want you guys not to worry over the weekend. I know that happens. You see, like the Bears come out, they get weird, man. Bears get fucking weird on the weekends. I love them, but Bears get weird. Start like if I was to tell my friends like that out in public what the Bears were saying, the fucking motherfuckers wouldn't believe me. They think it was crazy. I swear to God, the stock or the financial fucking FinTwit dude is like worse than believing in Bigfoot. Even bulls say some whack shit. Bulls say some fucking whack shit. I mean, I swear to God, you guys, like, we're like one step away from fucking believers in the flat earth. We're like one step away from believing in aliens. Well, I believe in aliens to an extent. Existentially, I do. But, like, we're one step away from believing in all the batshit crazy stuff that people believe. FinTwit's like a soap opera. It's like the old school soap operas on TV back in the day. Like, every day, every week, there's a new story. There's a new something fucking dangling in front of us that we're using as a reason for the market to blow up or go down or whatever. You know, there's always some fucking thing going on. Every single day, man. Every single weekend. Every week, there's always some kind of craziness. Which is kind of wild. It's fun, but at the same time, you know, it's fucking crazy town. So we'll see what happens into Monday. Let me know in the chat, in YouTube chat, if you're bullish or bearish.
Mora saying the
So Wheelchair saying this group is really improving my trading, Captain. I'm only
Iran envoy will travel to Tehran on Saturday to meet on the Iranian nuclear talks.
So
Here's Mora saying closing the remaining gaps on the Iran nuclear talks must try to conclude this negotiation.
Wheelchair saying this group's really improving my trading, Captain. Right on, Will. Appreciate it. Edison Carter, what do you mean sleep? What the fuck is that? I agree with that. Cheers, Benny Mac. Cheers, Patrick. Cheers, Mike. BD. Cheers. Oh, did I get a list yet from Josie? You get a list? Cheers, BD. Cheers, Thomas or Tomas. Cheers, your wife's boyfriend. I don't know when I'm free. I've got so this is my birthday right now, and it's my birthday right now. So I've spent some time with my youngest daughter, and it's not really my birthday. It's my birthday, but it's really not my birthday. Like, what your youngest daughter is always like, you know how they act, right? Like, they're trying to be nice to you so that you buy them something. It's your birthday, but it's their birthday too. I don't know if you have kids or not, but it's part of kids growing up and learning how to negotiate. It's part of kids learning how to get things. So she's my youngest, so I'm going to take her out this weekend for my birthday, if that makes any sense. So let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. So I'll be here this weekend. I just don't know when it's going to be. One of the mornings, Saturday or Sunday morning. All right, let's see what you guys are saying up here. You guys are blasting in the comments. ADM is ramping. Extend the trend line to that low. Ninja trades, true statement chase. I'm missing some of this stuff. As the 10-year goes, when is the new JPM collar established? We'll know about it. You'll see it come through typically, or it might have already come through on Friday or on OPEX, but so what they try to do is try to do it at 4 o'clock on OPEX or the last day of the month. I can't remember, but they try to they used to do it in the morning. They used to do it at like 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, or they did it at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning one time, And then now they try to slip it through at like 4 p.m., like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Golden rising rates is not the best. Hell yes, it is. If gold goes up, gold could be a huge trade. Golden panic's good. You looks like it's about to fall off a cliff. Probably what they want it to look like, so everyone sells out. Downside target on SPY. I've been diamond hitting these 451 Monday puts. Captain NASDAQ seems to be slipping. Rip to that day trader's call. Day trader's call. Possible diamond top RTY closing. Jim James, everyone. Cap could just show Tesla book map. Yeah, I'll show Tesla book map. Hold on 1 second here. Show Tesla book map. Yeah, I mean, profit take, right? End of day. That's what you do. Profit take. End of week. It's been a great bottom buying here. So we'll look at Tesla real quick. Squishing Tesla. AME for gold play. All we need is economist cover. Sasquatch. What else am I reading here? Black Monday sell-off limit down. Tweets coming. Oh, yeah, definitely. Bigfoot. I personally know several aliens. Wilma Bullywall. You put March 28th for next week, but they're already up big. Good job on those QQQ puts. Every day is your birthday. Mine is every day also. Yeah. My birthday was on the 22nd. But right on, Liam. Appreciate it, brother. It's the last day of the quarter. It's on the last day of the quarter rather than the last Friday. Yeah, it is the last day of the quarter. I can't remember it's the last day of quarter OPEX on the quarter. And I think one time they fucked it up and did it in the morning at like 9 a.m. And then last time it was at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. They do 10% OTM sell call. Book map. Yep. Oh, book map. Buy 10% OTM put and then sell 20% OTM. Yep, exactly. Yeah, they buy them and they sell them, and no matter where the market goes, they trade both sides. Isn't Paul supposed to talk today at 3 p.m.? Possible. Oh, it's already 3 p.m., isn't it? You guys are savage. It's fucking 3:29. Okay, so what am I going to say to you on this, right? It's fucking Tesla. Take some fucking money off the table. Fuck else do you want me to say to you? Take some fucking profit off the table. You're not the guy that's making it go to 1,200. Take some money. It's been a good run for Tesla. Take some money off the table. Come back on Monday. Seriously. Take some money off the table and come back on Monday. Your $1,000 or $30,000 or $50,000 is like nothing, like infantile small. Your $100,000 trade in Tesla is infantile small. And no, I'm not moving millions of dollars by being here talking to other Tesla buyers. It's not just me out there. Like, there's just millions and millions of dollars. There's always Tesla buyers out there ready to fill your shoes. God damn, look at that fucking burning the VIX to the ground right now. VIX down at 2101. Jeez. VIX getting crushed right now. Even with the sell-off, VIX just getting hammered. It's 3:30. All right. Jorgen, thank you for supporting the channel. What am I looking at here? I can't see shit. Ben V, thank you for supporting the channel. Jose, thank you for supporting the channel. Jordan, thank you for supporting the channel. Matt L, Anthony W, James H, Ben G, baby, Brad A, Thomas P, Keith B, Bonnie W.
Interesting, an
Doug
early market
G.
on close look is to the sell
Cody
side, but
V.
less than 500 million to the sell side.
These are going back a couple weeks here. Jason F, William C, Dan B, Thomas G, Sam U, Jordan S.
All three of the major U.S. forces are in the red. Indices are in the red, led by the NASDAQ down 111 points.
TK, Henry A, Jason F, Jacob B, Nick P, Danielle, Catherine R, Dustin B, and Joshua T. That's going back for 2 weeks. Hold on here. Then I got JK, baby. Jade P, Spent Spinach, Mike M, The Market Rebel. Oh, right on, The Market Rebel? Really? Fuck yeah, Market Rebel. I know, dude, you're a huge guy on Twitter. Thanks, bro. Samuel Lurie. Dan B. Already said you, bro. Thank you, bro. Bill Fruckenstein, Dr. B. Fister Uppercut, Ite, Doug G. One Day at a Time, Brad K. again, Jade P. Scott Whitworth, Pendy, Casey Capshaw, Leslie 22. That's 2 weeks now. Jens H. Thank you all you guys. 2 weeks of saying thank you out there. So I want to appreciate all of you guys, and I want to say a special thank you to anyone out there that if you guys aren't tipping, that's fine. If you guys are liking and subscribing, that's all I need. Okay. If you're learning here, that's all I need. I honestly want you guys to know that. If you guys aren't even tipping, if you guys aren't liking and subscribing, if you guys are just a wallflower out there listening right now, and if this is helping you to make money, that's good enough for me. I'll be honest with you, because I know that you're out there, right? And you're trying to make it as an investor and as a trader. You're joining the ranks. I believe in the retail force. I believe in the next 10 to 20 years that the retail traders are going to have a say in this market. It's going to take some time. It's going to take 10 years. But I'll tell you what, we have a say right now, but in 10 years, you could probably be controlling 30% of the market. You see these big banks controlling 60% of the market. See like GS and JPM out there. If this consolidates over time, if it goes to the positive for traders to be an actual force in this community, in this market, you're going to see some changes in how our market operates. Believe it. And it's not happening now, right? You're still seeing shenanigans in the market. But I do think in the next decade, more so than ever, that retailers will be a force in this market. And so hope that you do your part to try to improve the retail trading community over time, and that we can believe it or not, make a change. That we can, look at that. Just death and destruction. Slam, slam, slam. Trading down on the bell right now, below 450. You might want to get into some puts here, get some capitulation down. That nasty capitulation down at 440, 448 down here. We touched it almost. You can see it right here, right? We already touched down this lower low down here. If you're a bull, you don't want to see that, right? You don't want to see that lower low a second time of the day. It's kind of bearish. We got a lower high over here. You got a higher high over here and a lower low over here. And if you're a bear, right, and you want that deep cut into Monday, you want to see a close, a lower low close below 448.44. So getting all hairy and berry and sweaty right now. That's what you want to see, right? You want to see below 448.44. That's what you want to see. You got how many minutes left? You got 26 minutes left to make it happen. So we'll see if them bears can sell down into this bell, get a nice lower low, nice lower close, get a nice dip to buy on Monday. So we'll see if the bears can do it here. They ain't got much more time. They're all sweating, right? It's been an ugly week for the bears. Ugly week. Bears are like, give it to me into this fucking bell, damn it. I got to pay my rent. Pay my rent for me. I only got a half an hour to make my fucking rent. Pay it. They're like, gas costs $120 fucking dollars. You need to buy a fucking tank of gas, damn it. Bears are like, I made all my money for the year and then I gave half of it back the past few days. I knew we were going up, but I didn't know we were going up that much. Give me one day. Give me one, please. Just give me the close. Give me the lower low. Give me the lower open on Monday, please. That's the Bears saying right now. Like, just give it to me. Just give it to me. Just take the money and run, Bulls. Take the money and run. Oh, shit. Still calling people pigs.
Portugal Prime Minister Costa saying no decision has been made yet on value-added tax reductions.
Mero's
for
in there.
energy.
How you doing, Mero? Bears are helpless. Gonna bounce. Well, we'll do. We've had Quinsandra on in the past. We're good friends, so we'll have to we'll do some shit talking. We do a pretty good job when we talk. So we'll chat it up. It'll be fun. Them goddamn bears. You know them fucking bears are out there right now. You want to get all greasy. They want that red clothes. They don't want to see that gap up into Monday. You know, them bears are. They'll be shaving their chests over the weekend to be naked bears on Sunday, so Saturday talking about doom and gloom. You know what they'll do too? The fucked up part is, if we close red today, right? They're gonna say it's a sign of doom and gloom, and if we scream to the fucking 450 or 453, they're gonna say that's the top.
Private equity, Equinox seeking capital ahead of a potential IPO in the U.S. gym space.
Don't worry though. I see fucking Bulls saying we're going to 480 tomorrow too. So Bulls get some weirdos in there too. It's not just the Bears. So fuel's the type of conversation heading into the weekend. Equinox said to seek capital ahead of IPO. There's now 329,000 puts on 450p at 35 cents. Directly across, calls on 451 are at 30 cents. There's a little bit of a lean towards the bearish side of the bell here, at least on the option side of things. Look like they're just vacuuming it all up right now. Looks like the market makers are just sucking it all dry, trying to murder options. Maybe we get the pin into the bell. There's some buyers stepping in. You can see them down here at 1535. We're on the 5-minute chart right now. Still have some time left. Could still make some moves. You know, we could make some moves into the close. We can make some moves, right? We'll see here. If you're bearish, you're like, oh yeah, they're gonna make that. Like I got that short arm right now. I got that goddamn short arm right in those goddamn bulls. Those goddamn pigs, what I've been calling them. It's kind of nasty, right? You just call them pigs all day long? Fuck is that? Fucking calling bulls pigs. Shit. Fucking, I'll tell you, pigs are. Traders are pigs. They eat from both troughs. That's who the real pigs are. So here it is right here, right? You see it forming over here? So a little doopsie-doo over here. 1, 2. Maybe you got that stiff sell-off into the bell. Bears are looking for that stiff sell-off into the bell. Oh, yeah. Sell it down. Sell it down, baby. You emails me, CJJ? All right, sweet on. I have to talk to Emerson, too. Still haven't checked DMs. I've been fucking busy as crazy fuck busy. I got no time. I get a, oh shit. Warning. SPY. March 17th, 2023. March 17th, 2023. 410p. $11.8 million. That's a 1-year out leap down to 410. Looks like a hedge. When I have seen these come out a year out, it's normally in a bullish regime. I don't know its implication now, but I do know that I've seen puts like this when we're very bullish, like we continue to stay bullish. So let me know in the chat what you think of that trade. It's a 1-year out put, March 17th, 410p. Good place to buy them, I guess. 5,000 puts at $23.54, $11.8 million into the bell. XHB, January 20th, 2023. That's a long time down the road, too. Another year out. 60p.
U.S. reportedly pushing to strengthen restrictions on North Korea following the missile launch.
1.6.
Speaking at the UN Security Council.
$1.6 million. So year out 410Ps.
We're hearing market on close remains small to the sell side, about 250 million to the sell side.
It's not that big of a. I mean, normally when I see trades like this where we are and it's that far out, That's more of a market hedge than anything. So that's a good sign. If you guys remember back in January and February, they were buying fucking 410s and 390s for like 3 weeks out. You guys remember back in January, I told you guys, I was like, these ain't your normal hedges. I was like, these hedges are fucking, we're going down. So these SPY hedges are safer. They're 317. That means there's some uncertainty that we get to 410 again now. And I do agree with us getting to 410 at some point in a year, or in 6 months, or even 3 months. But these hedges are more conservative in their hedging. And I'm assuming that it's some. Oh, here we go. Get some good shit coming in. Yeah, they're more conservative in their hedging, and they can be pulled off for minimal loss if we break through, let's say, 460 and start heading higher. Now, also watching right now some SPY calls, March 25th. That's for today. You ready for this? March 25th, 440C, $3.8 million. We are busting a nut higher right now. Somebody just dropped $3.8 million for calls expiring today. They just bought the fucking dip with $4 million. Holy shit. Holy shit. They just bought the fucking dip. That's insane. Someone just bought the dip with $4 million. Someone said, fuck you, we ain't selling off into the bell. Fuck you. I don't even know if we get the dip on Monday. Maybe. Dude, someone just bought 331, 455C for $185,000. I'm telling you guys, take the money off the table. These motherfuckers, they want their shit to print into this bell. Someone wants their fucking spreads printing today. March 25th, today expiry. $4 million, 440Cs. Holy shit. Holy shit. First, let me get my heads on. Get your press's position. Holy shit. $4 million. Was that Jerome Powell, Matt? Do you see that shit? They just pinned the fucking market, man. What the fuck? So somebody's got a position larger and worth more to piss away $3.8 million right now. Somebody said, fuck you. We ain't going there. I bet you that's JPM, huh? It's got to be. It's got to be. It's got to be. Where they don't give a flying fuck about $3.8 million. They can convert it right into shares. Someone's going to convert shares at the end of the day to pin the SPY into the bell. Crazy. They don't lose the entire 3.8 mil. They just convert that shit into shares. You see that, Paul? Holy shit. They just said, fuck you. We ain't going down. They said reverse course. They just said, fuck you. We ain't going nowhere. Dude, what a slap in the face. Now I'm watching fucking Facebook calls for today. Facebook calls, March 25th, today, 220C, $35,000. The fucking balls on people right now. SPY calls, 331, 455C, $185,000. Calls across the board on WFC all day long today. WFC, 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 all day long. Vail calls on Vail. DAL calls. Calls on BRCC. Holy shit. BRCC, April 14th, 15C, $1.2 million. 2,300 calls at $5.20. BRCC. Holy shit. They don't give a fuck. They're believing it. They're loving it. That's pretty big, right? SPY calls into the close here. 331, 455C, $176,000. IWM calls, March 31st, 207C, $293,000. Some shitbag bot fucking ARC F puts for April 14th, 27p, $158,000. QQQs, March 31st, 362C, $223,000. March 31st, QQQ, 362C, $240,000. So some fucking bulls don't give a flying fuck right now. QQQs, March 31st, 362C, $488,000. They just don't care right now. Bulls don't give a flying fuck. I'm telling you to go on the sidelines and wait, and bulls are like, fuck you, Cap. We're going up into the bell. Already trading higher now. The bounce down below at 44971 made it all the way up to 45130. Bulls don't care right now. MJ 520 10C $93,000. Dude, IWM calls coming in through the fucking roof right now. IWM calls March 31st 207C, fucking $500,000. No big deal. We're going up. I posted yesterday, if you were watching yesterday, my main Twitter handle, I posted at the end of the day an article on the main Twitter handle that was a counter trade against everything that's happening in the credit markets and in rates and all this other shit, saying that there's a fucking fair chance that IWM is going to fucking crush it, that they're going to blast off right now. And there are some other believers that can see in that. I think that we're going to blast off. We've got lots of buyers into the close. Sellers being consumed. Hero indicators off the fucking chain right now, heading into the close. Off the chain. You are seeing shorts getting squeezed once again here. Once again, shorts getting squeezed into the bell. And if there ain't nothing looking bullish, or if I'm over here telling you to take the money and run, and I'll tell you what, the bulls don't give a flying fuck. SPY, March 30th, 453C, $199,000. Bought 859 contracts for $2.32. Don't give a flying fuck. Matter of fact, right? I'm telling you it's going down on Monday. And look at this giant triangle right here. I mean, just look at this giant triangle right here. Look at this consolidation right here. Coming all the way back down here. Right? Boom. Boom. Shoo. Look at that. Giant day of consolidation. That is fucking crazy. Unreal. Look at that messy ass chart too. Look at that messy, dirty ass chart that I have for a day. That's a day trader's chart too. I mean, look at that shitty chart. I look like one of the fucking Crayon Gang bears over here. Look at my shit chart. That's a hot fucking mess, isn't it? Look at that shitty chart. Like, how do you even trade this nastiness? Terrible. And then I got to go back and delete it all later and be like, I got to clean it all up and like clean the room and shit. Broad strokes, baby, broad strokes. Now trading 451.55. More WFC, more Wells Fargo Company. WFC calls 1021.22, 65C, $75,000. UVXY, more UVXY puts, right? March 25th, 14P, $49,000. Second set of UVXY puts. Do we gap up on Monday? Look at us gapping up right now. Holy shit. Look at that gap up. Just moving right now, SPY. 451.72, 451.73. Look at it. We might gap up. Shorts, dude. I'm telling you what. Shorts getting squoze. Squoze on the SPY right now. Look at that move down and that ripper, face ripper rally right up here. It is now 3:51, 9 minutes left. Market going haywire right now. Haywire. The takeaway this week is don't short a good thing, I guess, huh? Don't short a good fucking thing. Fucking, you get that 6-7 days. Dude, I shorted a day or two. I made money on one of my shorts, and then I lost or broke even a couple times. Took the bottom, of course, rode that all the way up, but then took a couple longs and then took one short today. And I took two longs today, lost a little bit of money on one of them, and did well on another one of them. But I'm up for the day. I'm not down on the day.
We are seeing that the market on closes have flipped to the buy side, nearly 500 million to the buy side now for market on close. The Dow looks to be up about 80 points now, pushing a little bit higher here in the final few minutes of trade.
God damn it, I keep getting boxed out of buying some calls here. Keep trying to jump in on some calls. Holy shit. Calls are blasting off. 451s just keep cranking. They just doubled in value right here. Holy shit. I couldn't even jump in. I missed this whole trade right here. I just tried to buy this this trade right here, and I wasn't even able to get in. I couldn't catch up to the trade. And I was in this trade earlier. I should have stayed in that fucking trade, and I didn't. God damn it. Blasting. So there it was, and I came in and started blasting. Holy shit. Look at that move, dude. 449.71 all the way up to 451.84. Giant move in the SPY here. Giant short covering operation into the close. Unbelievable. Looks very bullish to me, heading. I'm telling you that I think it's going down for a nice close on Monday. The VIX is almost at a low again, 21.26. What's the plan for Monday? Are we going to go down below 20? Is that what you're trying to tell me here? We're going down below 20 on Monday? We are. This looks bullish here. And if you look at this right here, right? If you're looking at this triangle here, it's a pretty fucking giant fucking triangle we got going on here, right? One move down, right? Tried to sell it down here. Failed, came back up, pushed down once more, didn't work, climbed straight back up right here, and we still have this, descending resistance here, right? So does it sell off into the close, or does it just blast up higher? The bulls are saying we're going higher here. Bulls are betting that we're going higher here. This is going completely against everything that you're hearing in social media right now. Absolutely nothing making any sense for bears right now. Bears getting fucking squeezed to the last fucking minute right now. Getting crushed. 452.0 right now. 452.0. See if we can blast it off. We only have right now, we got 5 minutes left to the bell. How can we creepy crawl it straight up? Do you think we can creepy crawl it up? Just close this shit above 453 or something crazy? I don't know. I don't know if we can get that high. It's possible. I will tell you one thing, right? The futures pushed it up over 450 on Thursday. It didn't fucking sell off in futures last night. We talked about that this morning. It didn't fucking sell off last night. It didn't fucking sell off 2 times today. And we're climbing higher into the close today. I'm calling that bullish. Not only that, we have a fucking higher low heading into the close on Friday. And we're attempting with just a few minutes left. And mind you, there are 2 cash markets, right? If we continue up after the bell here and we get higher than 452.98, you got a higher high in that close too. You got a higher low and a higher high in the Friday close. That's pretty fucking bullish. Pretty fucking still climbing on SPY right now. Still pushing. I mean, look at that straight line up right now. Bam, even higher. I mean, look at this. Insane. Look at that move higher. 452.12 into the bell now. We've got 4 minutes left right here. Can we close it on a high? Just rip it into the close and just make those shorts just bleed. And that's what's really happening right now. Shorts are bleeding currently. Absolutely getting crushed right now. Crushed. Imagine that sitting in puts or sitting in shorts right now, and you're just getting fucking hammered. Fucking, you didn't take any money off the table. They're going to claim that they did, but you know they didn't. They're getting squeezed right now, right? And so now the cost of holding those fucking puts, now they're going to get flipped. They're going to get flipped the last few minutes and start paying money out. just to be sitting in this into the fucking bell. It's gonna suck to be a bear right now. It's not hip to be a bear today at this time with 3 minutes left into the rest of the cycle. Still have calls being bought. IWM, QQQ, SPY, QQQ, QQQ again, QQQ again. Millions of dollars coming in right now on index calls across the fucking board, expanding, keyword, expanding higher. The call wall, the call ceiling on the SPY. Now trading up to 452.29. Rocket ship moonshot to the fucking moon right now on the fucking SPY. 452.29. Straight moonshot. Boom. Holy fuck. Hello, ladies. Microsoft, I believe, April 1st, 305C, $255,000. QQQs, 331, 367C, $249,000. IWM, March 31st, 209C, $271,000. Bulls are saying, fuck you, we're going to 460. Fuck you, my money's on the table. Fuck you, put my money where my mouth is. Not a single motherfucker buying fucking puts anywhere. Anywhere. People buying UVXY puts right now. Dumping the VIX right now. They're like 20. I want to see 10. I want to see 10. SPY just bashing and smashing higher into this bell. And they want blood. They want over 350. They want to close over 350. And we talked about this morning, right? Now I'm thinking we're going to have a one bad day. You know what the truth is? They don't want a bad quarter. They got to get it above 356. They can't be down at 335. They're going to put the window dressing on. They're going to go back to their clients and say, yeah, we had a bad 3 months, but guess what? We pulled it out of our asses the last week. We closed the green quarter for you. I shorted down the first couple months. Let me kiss your baby. Let me give you your 25% because I just made 5,000% in the money you've been paying me for the past 20 years. 452.47. 452.50 right now. Blasting to the fucking north. Blasting. Squeezing shorts out right now. See you later, shorts. 452.98 is where shorts got in today, okay? They have to get out. They will get squeezed. They will get pushed. There's the blue line right here we looked at earlier, that green line, right? There's the money line. 452.96 heading into the close. We got how much time left? 1 minute until that bell. Just push them up, push them out. You know we're closing the quarter green. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what bonds are doing. And bonds aren't always right. The credit market is sometimes fucking wrong. There's the bell.
Trading on the NYSE is now closed for the week. The Dow finishing up more than 150 points.
Woo!
The Nasdaq, the S&P cash market up 22 handles.
How you like them fucking apples? That was crazy town. It was absolutely fucking crazy town. What a fucking close. Unbelievable close. We still have 15
report here
minutes
out of
left.
Washington, D.C. that both Senate and House aides from both parties are set to meet next week on a potential framing of a privacy bill. Congress take another shot at privacy legislation, according to sources.
Okay, just a heads
This
up
would
out there.
be
You got
particularly surrounding limits on data companies can gather on its users.
I want you guys to have a great weekend. What I want you guys to do, though, is stick around in the background. I'll be quiet here for the next 15 minutes, but stick around for the next 15 minutes. I do want you to know that because of where we are in the market, that we're going to watch in the background. Or you know what I'm going to tell you to do? Just pay attention. I'm going to sign off here in a few minutes, but I'm going to leave Flow Algo on Discord until 4:15. Sometimes the banks like to come in at the last minute and slip in a bunch of puts. Slip in $20, $30 million of puts. So just keep your eyes peeled. I know it's been a long week. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Watch the Flow Algo to 4:15 just to make sure they're not getting sneaky peedy in there. Thanks for watching these videos. Like and subscribe. Thank you for supporting the channel. Please leave a donation if you can to help support it. There's a donation button down in the box. If you don't have a link to the Discord, I will provide one in @CaptainZalpha on Twitter, so you can gain access to that. Just find me on Twitter. I got 2 handles. Google search CaptainJimJames. And then like or follow at Captain's Alpha, and I'll post a Discord link here in a few minutes so you can follow along. I appreciate you all showing up. It's been a long-ass week. We all know that. Long couple weeks. Matter of fact, it's been long since fucking January, hasn't it? For both Bulls and Bears. So take the weekend off, chill, and I will catch up with you guys this weekend and on Monday. Keep it real out there. Get out of the house. If you're a dude, go find somebody to meet. I don't know if you're a girl, go find somebody to meet. Go out there and meet somebody. Like meet some new friends. If you're lonely, just get out there and go hiking, read a book, drink a drink, make yourself a great dinner or something. Take care of yourself over the weekend. Stay safe. Don't get in any trouble. But have lots of fun this weekend. Okay. We'll have lots of fun. Look at that. Bam, bam, push, boom. Look at it. This is bullish. I don't care how you look at this. This is hella bullish. They're not letting that doesn't look today like they're letting the quarter close red. Does not look like it to me. So I'm gonna sign off with you guys right now. I wanted to say thank you for being here with me every single week. Check me out on Twitter. Interact with me. I'm gonna catch up with a couple of you guys, you moderators. I'm gonna catch up with you guys on Twitter, and I'm gonna DM you and try to find out how we can do you guys right and send you guys a gift of some kind, whether it's money or cocaine or I don't know, hookers or something. I don't know what I do. Whatever you guys want. Maybe a bag of candy or something. Sandwiches. You guys want pizza or something? We'll take care of you guys. So after the bell right now, we've got spy calls coming in April 1st, 460C, baby. Expanding those calls. 460C, $147,000. Spy calls after the bell. See you all on Twitter. Is that what they call a happy ending? I love all you guys out there. I'll see you guys inconsolable. I made a shitty tweet earlier to somebody this morning making it's funny, I didn't even know who the guy was, and then people came out of my stream for like 3 fucking weeks, and they were just like, do you know who this guy is? You know who this guy is? You know who this guy is? And I didn't. And then I read through his tweets and I was like, what an asshole. I was like, he's always fucking making fun of bulls. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking go after that guy. And then I deleted it because I feel bad now. I feel fucking bad. I do. I shouldn't be a shithead either. Not a good reason. No reason to be a shithead. Okay, so have a great weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Hug your loved ones. Kiss your loved ones. If you don't have a loved one, try to meet a loved one. Just introduce yourself. You'd be surprised. People like to be introduced themselves to, especially after coronavirus, right? COVID. People will be offhanded and act like they don't want to meet anybody. Say hi to somebody when you're walking by them. You say hi to somebody in a grocery store. Take a walk with your dog. Get out and about. It's springtime. Get out of the fucking house, okay? And get out and do something. And I'll catch up with you guys this weekend on Monday. Matter of fact, I'm going to get on Twitter and shitpost for at least 5 minutes, right? Got a shitpost on Twitter. And I'll catch